Let's go from the beginning.
The beginning is like this. 6 years before I start making this project, and I write one book. In my book, I write all these things.
The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind by Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind by Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January let's go from the beginning.
The beginning is like this. 6 years before I start making this project, and I write one book. It's, in my book, I write all these things we have now in Europe. The virus, contagious, microchip.
The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions, 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Alright, and I'm happy to say that we are just about complete with this book. The book is just about done. The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. This is all about the David Crowley case. I hope that this book will help many researchers, past, present, and future, with their search for the truth here. So as we take a little journey down my search for the truth, it has not changed, has not wavered. It's always been the exact same thing. What proves David Crowley guilty? So we're going to go ahead and read from the final chapter of my book here. Usually you would put something like this at the very start of the book, but I felt the book really needed to begin with the documents, with all of the facts that we know, all of the claims, what the DNA test showed. It had to start with all of that. So I saved my own views, my own thing for the very end. So this is just my view on this whole case here. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion, as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 1500303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty, or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because of the official Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances? Time and time again, we are asked to believe David is guilty simply because the official narrative declares it so. We wait and wait and wait for evidence of David's guilt, evidence that is never produced. Delay after delay after delay did not deter my efforts or many other people's efforts to find evidence of the allegations against David. During the official investigation, I waited patiently for a conclusion based on facts. I researched as much as I could, documenting comments and actions of those involved in this case. What I soon realized was what the official theory believers and myself had in common. None of us were able to prove David guilty. In fact, no human being on earth can prove David is guilty of a double murder-suicide. So why should we act like David has been proven guilty? The question of what proves David guilty leads to the answer that David is innocent and has been falsely accused of a high crime. In the United States of America, we are all innocent until proven guilty. At least that is the America I strive to live in and to help keep alive. I have yet to find anyone who can prove David guilty, starting and ending with the investigative bodies who created the official theory and subsequent conclusion. At the very latest, the official theory began with the Apple Valley Police Department's press release on January 18, 2015 at 11:40 a.m., which was 10 minutes before David's body was examined. Captain John Bermel was listed as a contact person in the press release, and the document claimed what happened at 1051 Ramsdale Drive was the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Once the official theory began, investigating officials may have found it unnecessary to look into any possible alternative theories. As the investigation progressed, it was clear authorities could not find a motive for David committing the alleged crime. Additionally, authorities failed to tie David to the 3 questionable writings inside the Crowley home: the blood writing on the living room wall, the digital note on the kitchen island laptop, and the written note on a notepad in the office bedroom. Now, requests for handwriting comparisons were deemed unnecessary, yet all 3 writings were allegedly linked to David? Based on what? David's blood was found on the trigger and the magazine, but not on any bullets recovered. Even worse, authorities left the crime scene with 6 bullet casings and 4 spent bullets. Apparently, not one single person inside the Crowley house on January 17th or January 18th saw the bullet hole in the living room ceiling, which led to the bullet in the attic. The same is true of the bullet that rolled out of the living room carpet on January 20th. Both of these 2 later found bullets show disturbing DNA results. The bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th, item 53, revealed a DNA profile matching Rania's blood, but there was a second DNA profile on this bullet, and it wasn't from David or Kamel. The bullet found a month later on February 18th, item 57, matched David's DNA, but blood was not present on the spent round. Authorities did not know about item 53 or item 57 because they were not looking for them. Authorities had no clue that the bullet existed until they were informed by non-investigative bodies. Then there are the missing body parts. David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and Rania's entire right arm were reportedly missing. Most of the heads of David and Kamel were also missing. Paleo, the family dog, is credited with the missing body parts, and apparently Rania's fractured rib. Yet there is no indication Paleo deserves credit since dog feces tests were never conducted as far as we know. One of the biggest blood stains in the living room was never tested for DNA. There was a large circular blood stain on the lower right corner of this recliner. The blood was swabbed and labeled as item 34. This item was never tested for DNA results. Plain and simple, this was a staged event. Some believe David staged the scene, while others believe the scene was staged by parties other than David Crowley. Either way, I believe this was a staged event. I believe David has been falsely accused, and unless authorities can prove the double murder-suicide theory, this case should be reopened, and the status should be changed from exceptionally cleared to unsolved. Thank you all very much. That is the final chapter of the book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez, coming out very, very soon. The rough cut just finished, and I hope to have the final version out soon. Thank you all. God bless. A black Springfield XG40 handgun, item 1A, was found on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. The presence of blood was found on the grip, item A1-1, the slide, item A1-2, the trigger, item A1-3, and the muzzle, item A1-4 of the gun. Ridge detail blood was found on the magazine, item 1B, and labeled as item 1B-1. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as item 1B1 and item 1B2. Item 1C was a live round found in the chamber of the handgun. So here we have 3 live rounds found in the gun. Hairs and fibers were found on the gun in the magazine, and they were labeled as item 1A-5 and item 1B-2. Okay, now there are several blood mixtures found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, item 1A-3, and the magazine, item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. That's in BCA Reports and Documents, page 310 of 488. David's DNA profile matches the blood on the magazine, which also had a blood mixture of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania could not be excluded as possible contributors. Detective Brian Bone reported that the crime scene team found a total of 6 empty spent cartridges. The crime scene team also found 3 bullet fragments in the carpet. Bone wrote that due to the lighting in the house and not wanting to disturb any evidence, we suspended a detailed search of the house until the BCA crime scene team finished processing the scene. According to Detective Bone, the BCA CTS processed the scene in detail. After the scene was processed, Bone continued, we were able to move the rug that the bodies were found on. Now this will be the same rug that 3 days later on January 20th, item 53, which is a bullet that'll be tied to Rania, item 53 rolls out of this same carpet. So they didn't find item 53, but they did find a hole in the floor, but not in the ceiling. 2 big misses, huge misses, right in front of their faces. Okay, based on the firearms report completed on May 22nd, 2015, the gun, item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. The cartridge casings are labeled as item 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37. The bullets are labeled as items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57. Now, they did find an unspent bullet that was recovered. This is item 7, but it was not examined either. Even though it was found where these bodies were, could have had DNA as much as some of the shells did, but nothing. No, we're good. So, a single source DNA profile matching Kamel was found on 3 of the 6 spent bullets. Item 42, item 43, and item 44. This is interesting because autopsy reports state Kamel was shot twice. So how is it that the single source DNA of 3 bullets matched Kamel? Because so much of her head was missing, is it possible she was actually shot 3 times like many people have brought up and keep bringing up? Looking at this, I can understand why they keep bringing it up. It's a big question here. Okay, item 45 is the bullet that was shot into the living room floor, leaving bullet fragments on the hardwood floor, and then it lodged itself into the south wall of the basement. According to Joe Cooksley's report, chemical testings of the area around the hole failed to detect the presence of lead. Holes were observed in both the rug area, Cooksley continued, and the wood floor underneath this rug. Chemical testing of the hole in the wood floor also failed to detect the presence of lead. It's BCA report number 2, page 10 of 11. Now, once the processing of the crime scene was completed, authorities left the house with 4 bullets instead of 6. They returned on 2 separate occasions to recover a bullet that rolls out of the living room carpet, item 53, on January 20th, and a bullet found in the attic, item 57, on February 18th. The bullet known as item 53 also contains a mixture of 2 or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Rania. Interestingly, David Timothy Crowley and Kamel Rasul Crowley are excluded from being contributors to the mixture. Based on those results, authorities should have been looking for another DNA profile. Unlike other results, it is not stated that 99% of the general population can be excluded from contributing to this bullet. A second DNA profile was found on this bullet, a bullet that had the major DNA profile matching Rania. Who is the other person? This is another question that members have continually brought up, and they're right to do so. At approximately 1300 hours on 1/20/2015, reported Detective Bone, Detective McKnight was contacted by the company cleaning up the Crowley residence at the request of David's father. The cleanup crew personnel notified Detective McKnight that they had discovered a bullet at the residence. They relayed to Detective McKnight that while picking up the rug from the main living room area, a bullet had come out of the carpet and fallen to the floor. When authorities are notified about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling, they again returned to the Crowley residence on February 18th. Characteristics of the hole, Joe Cooksley wrote in his report, and its surrounding area indicate that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. It's BCA Lab Report number 2 on page 8. After examining the bullet hole in the ceiling, authorities find another bullet, item 57, in the attic above the living room, near the front door. Blood is not found on this bullet, but the DNA profile does match David Crowley. The DNA profile does not match Kamel and Rania. Authorities appear to have a hard time connecting item 57 to the gun. In an attempt to make a connection, authorities use item 31, which is a bullet fragment. According to the firearms report, item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that item 1 fired item 31. I'm not sure how that necessarily connects item 57 to the gun. This is one of the most confusing things that I've read in this whole case. Item 1D is listed as a bore patch from item 1. Item 1E is listed as a test-fired specimens from item 1. Latent print results are dated July 31st, 2015. 2 of the 3 latent prints suitable for comparison were found on the gun and the magazine. LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to this report, no known palm prints for David Timothy Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on the gun. LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. No ties. No ties. Very interesting stuff. Is it clear that the gun was removed from the living room floor by the time Joe Cooksley and the crew entered the house? Remember, Joe Cooksley, in his report, he doesn't talk about the gun. So who saw the gun and which way was it facing? Very important. It's very important for me to have the actual quotes and for people to be quoted. So this book will kind of read very text-like, very textbook, I guess we should say. And that's all right, too. That's the whole point of it. The book is not for entertainment. It's not an entertaining topic. The book is for research purposes. It's just to help people who are doing research on David Crowley and the questions surrounding the allegations against him David Crowley accused of a double murder-suicide, murdering his wife and his child and then killing himself inside of their home, writing Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood, apparently, though there's really no clear way for anyone to tell who actually wrote. We know it was Kamel's blood. The blood on the wall was tested. That's Kamel's blood. There's no doubt about that. The questions are whose hand wrote it and how do police prove that? And it's simply not here. It's not in any of the documents that we have. Not in any of the documents that I have, definitely. So that was another odd thing. And there were more odd things, and there's been a lot of interesting stuff. It's not just about what was tested. It's more interesting to me what was not tested. All of the different things that were not tested. So I go through those, try to label them as items, and really try to take all of the data that we have and put it into one book, one place that people can just begin their research. This is not meant to end anybody's research. This is just meant to be the tip of the iceberg, because that's what this really is. Even with all of the data that we have, all of these documents, there's still obviously a lot more. And the question is, if police have it, it would be mentioned here. We know what they have, and it's nothing. It really is. It's just by the fact it's a process of elimination. That's really it. Because they couldn't find any evidence, not that they looked, but because they couldn't find any evidence that anybody else was involved, they just proved David Crowley is guilty. That is supposed to prove David Crowley is guilty. What did they do to look outside to think that maybe this was a homicide? Maybe these three people were all killed. How far did they go with that investigation? Now, they can claim that they kept going on and on for the whole year until the case was closed. They spent about a year working on this case. And they can claim that they were always open to it. But the fact is that the second Apple Valley Police Department press release specifically stated that they were treating this as a murder-suicide. That was January 18th. It's like 10 or 20 minutes before David's autopsy has even started. And the theory is already that David Crowley is guilty of a murder-suicide. Nothing in the house is found that would conclusively show you that David Crowley is guilty. Yet things are left in certain areas, staged in certain places. And those are the roads, those are the paths that we've been following, definitely. But there is one clear path here. What really happened? And that's the path. That's the big path. That's the narrow path. Side roads will all lead there. And if they don't, well, then we'll have to go back and get back on track. But that is the goal, is to get to the truth. Even though you may be killed resisting, the act of resistance on a metaphysical level has value. David Crowley completed a revised script of Gray State on June 2nd, 2013, and asked a select group of people to review the updated version of the story. On October 23rd, 2013, the rough cut of Gray State: The Rise was finished and ready for review. Exporting the rough cut now, David Crowley wrote on Twitter, "So stoked." On December 9th, 2013, Crowley added 6 months working on Gray State: The Rise. It's finally taking its final form, but holy Moses, what a shit ton of work. David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley moved into their new home in Apple Valley, Minnesota on December 13th, 2013. On December 18th, David posted on Facebook that he had lost a crucial hard drive during the move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The only real loss after moving to a new house last weekend was a crucial hard drive for The Rise. I guess the next few weeks will be spent salvaging everything that was lost. The following day, he wrote, "File recovery sucks, but it's better than not having files to recover. This could take a few weeks." By December 27, 2013, the documentary film was getting back on track. Finally getting back on track with The Rise. She's been teaching me patience by making me work for the 660 missing clips that remain and crashing at least 6 times a day. The manuscript for Gray State was about to go through a serious revision on January 15, 2014. Some seclusion writing this weekend, David Crowley wrote on Facebook. For those of you who read the GS script, it's about to get gutted for the necessity of a clear, concise, entertaining, and effective film. For all the chewy details that are going to get cut, well, there's always the novel. 5 days later, on January 20th, the story for Gray State had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed, is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. The following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered the ending to the Gray State story. It's a strange experience finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning, I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness I've been stuck in it ever since. On January 22nd, 2014, David was still settling into his new home, spending today building 2 big fucking new desks to create a man cave mega desk, then relocating all of the Bullet Exchange inventory to my basement. On February 2nd, David explained the plot of the fictional film Gray State. Gray State, a wounded veteran, leads the insurgency against a corrupt government after his city is put under martial law. The use of force, David Crowley posted on March 7, 2014, no matter the context, should be a shameful last resort, indicating an utter defeat of intelligent faculty. This is the difference between men and children, and also why our childlike society celebrates violence in its exercise of authority. The very next day, David wrote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. 2 days later, on March 10, 2014, David was happily unsubscribing from liberty and conspiracy feeds on Facebook and Twitter. Too much of the backbiting derision they claim to oppose. See you guys. It's been fun. You'll still like Gray State, though. Then on March 11th, David asked the question, you know what liberty feels like? Unsubscribing from hundreds of Liberty or Death Fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. This movie was steadily progressing on March 19th. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, David wrote on Facebook, pages of scribbles, and 30 feet of plot points, I have a 118-page script outline hybrid that may be only days away from a solid draft 1. The original Gray State story took 8 months of solid work. This story took less than 2 and is better in every way. On March 22nd, Kamel was reading the first draft of the new Gray State script, according to David's post. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the groundwork for another 6 films I've been having ideas for. It's nice to finally be free from Gray State. Boy howdy. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. On June 30th, posting as the Gray State page on Facebook, David Crowley gave an update on the Gray State movie. The past month I've been meeting with some LA-based producers, crew, and other industry contacts, and together we are building the team that will combine our passions and talent and belief in Gray State to optimize its message and reach of its exposure. This has been a truly exhilarating experience. My attorney and I are reviewing the option contract this week, and once that sucker is signed, this whole Gray State thing is going to finally, irretrievably, and monstrously take off for the stratosphere. And in such a way that the message will be preserved, and perhaps even continue in sequels, TV series, and video games. Seriously, talk about taking over the mainstream. This has been my life's work for nearly 4 years, and it is extremely gratifying to be backed by such a raging horde of superfans. Thanks for all your patience, guys. See you at the premiere. September 30th, David Crowley spent some time on Facebook answering questions from his supporters. It seems like there are a lot of questions and expectations about this project. For the next 20 minutes or so, I will answer your questions directly. There are two very important posts from David Crowley that were either deleted or have been hidden from public view. One post was made on December 9, 2014, and the other was dated September 30th, 2014. The missing post from September included a question by a supporter as well as an answer by David Crowley posting as Gray State. In this post, David Crowley mentions his plans for rebuilding a trustworthy team. Asked what his biggest holdup was with the fictional movie, Crowley responded, "I'm doing this myself. I say we and team a lot, but when it comes to nuts and bolts work, writing and leveraging the product into securing Hollywood money, it's just me. I hope to change this by reinvigorating the process and rebuilding a trustworthy team." Now, we still do not know who removed or hid this post from the Gray State Facebook page or why. Hopefully this post will reappear one day. Responding to a question about when the documentary Gray State: The Rise was going to be released, David Crowley responded, "The Rise suffered a catastrophic hard loss earlier this year. I am working to get it back together, hopefully for a free online release. You guys deserve a little something. I really have to be careful though, because a mishandled doc release could absolutely sink production on the film or series. I am treading carefully, making sure that everything works out for the best." September 30th was a very important day as David Crowley had big plans for 2015. Today's post represents the first visible beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. I can't get into too much too soon, but with the right amount of hard work, strategy, and miracle juice, the beginning of 2015 should see some amazing progress. Crowley also wrote about a new revamped website coming soon, and many of his last known conversations involved plans for the future of his projects. Over and over again on September 30th, 2014, David wrote about his vision for the Gray State franchise, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert the system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Creating the Gray State franchise was David Crowley's full-time job, and he was doing everything he could to ensure the success of this franchise. It'll either be a great success story, a spectacular, highly visible failure, but either way, I guess we all put in our best shot, right? I guess that could be said about where the country is headed too. The questions kept coming, and David Crowley answered as many questions as possible within those dedicated 20 minutes. Crowley was attempting to reach out directly to his supporters and doubters in order to address the criticism the project received for its multiple delays in production. Starting a Kickstarter campaign for future production costs is more evidence that David Crowley was actively planning for the future in September of 2014. We want to run a Kickstarter, but if we do, it'll be for a very specific purpose, like hiring a behind-the-scenes crew to document production, run live broadcasts, and give constant updates to the fans. I never wanted the fans to fund this. It's like making your kids pay for their own Christmas presents. David was still trying to get big budget funding for Gray State in September of 2014. I believe this shows David was not defeated by his earlier failures in Hollywood as some have claimed. His words seem like those of a rejuvenated artist who had a story to tell and who wasn't going to stop until his concept for Gray State became a reality. Hopefully the strength of this project as a whole and what it represents with the people will help me get a big budget without sacrificing my intent. But hey, if I can't, then I will take it back to low budget indie like the 2012 trailer. This too shows David Crowley had a plan B, just in case the big budget dreams came crashing down. New developments have enhanced the project's honesty and dedication to its origins, wrote Crowley. This is going to be brutal. Crowley also reminded people to stay tuned for updates. We will keep the entire production process as wide open as possible. In response to the comment that it's been 3 years since Gray State was first developed, Crowley responded, "No, it's been a lot longer and there are years to go." In a separate comment, Crowley confirmed his long-term plans. The film is ready to go, but it may take forever. and then still fail at any point in production. A series might be immediately tangible, and instead of interfering with the film, set it up for success a year or two down the road. Big picture stuff. More evidence. Now he's planning for a series that will lead in to a film. More evidence of David Crowley planning for the future. Crowley's most challenging thing about the project was trailblazing this timeline. It's been either a very small team or just me alone working on this thing for years, trying to make it work. I do not just want this movie done so the fans can see it online. I want millions to get blindsided by it in theaters. So this has to be clear. In the first Apple Valley Police Department press release, this was released at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time on January 17, 2015, 2.5 hours after the bodies were found. And they are treating this as suspicious deaths. Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to the residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report of dead bodies inside the house. The initial responding officers located 3 deceased persons inside the residence. The investigation into the matter is ongoing. Agents from Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are assisting Apple Valley Police Department detectives in the investigation. One day later, January 18th at 11:40 a.m. Central Standard Time, here is where they start accusing David. On Saturday, January 17, 2015, at approximately 12:56 p.m., Apple Valley police officers went to a residence on Ramsdale Drive on a report that a person checking on the residence saw dead bodies inside. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults and 1 child deceased inside the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. At this time, it is believed there is no threat to public safety. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is working to positively identify the 3 deceased. Again, not positively identified until January 21st, but we're already accusing David of the crime. They haven't even done the autopsy on David yet, and they're already accusing him of this crime. David's autopsy will begin about 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m., January 18th. Investigation into this matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police Department with the investigation. So now we have the Sheriff's Office also assisting. All right, now the third press release is January 19, 2015 at 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now this one gets a little more in-depth, pretty much the same thing. Responding officers found the bodies of 2 adults, 1 child deceased in the residence, the result of an apparent murder-suicide. Police located a firearm at the scene and have determined the cause of death to be gunshot wounds. This is an isolated incident and the public is not in danger. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office is continuing its work to positively identify all of the deceased. No positive ID yet. Investigation into the matter is ongoing. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Dakota County Sheriff's Office are assisting the Apple Valley Police with the investigation. So by the 5th press release, now we got names: David Crowley, 29, Kamel Crowley, 28, Rania Crowley, 5, all dead of gunshot wounds. Investigators found a handgun next to David's body. The Hennepin County Medical Examiner determined Kamel and Rania died of a homicide, while David Crowley died of suicide. So here it is. By January 23rd, we see what the Medical Examiner's Office has determined. Now we need to understand why they determined that. That's going to be our focus here today. They also say, while this remains an ongoing investigation, updated information is being made available about the incident. The 3 bodies were found in close proximity of each other in the front room of the residence. There were no signs of intrusion or struggle. There's also no sign that they found a bullet hole right above their heads, but we'll save that for later. Investigators have determined the last verified activity from the residence happened in late December. Investigators seized several personal electronic devices and computers from the residence. The Dakota County Electronic Crime Scene Task Force is completing forensic analysis of the devices. The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, said Apple Valley Police Captain John Bermel, but that analysis will take time. The investigation into this matter is ongoing. Minnesota BCA is still involved. Dakota County Sheriff's Office still involved, assisting with the Apple Valley Police Department. January 23rd, 2015 at 10 a.m. When you focus on the documents, you get some clear facts. You have clear questions, but clear facts. Sometimes those facts are just questions. They're interchangeable, apparently. All right, so let's go through this. The medical examiner examining the bodies. Okay, so the final diagnosis of the medical examiner's report stated Rania was shot in the right parietal scalp. The bullet went through her brain and exited the left side of her scalp. 3 gray-colored metal projectile fragments were found in her left temporal skull. The trajectory was described as leftward, downward, and backward. It looks like Rania was shot from behind on the right side of her head, next to the ear. The range at which she was shot could not be determined, but there was no suit or stippling, which would have indicated murder at close range. The final autopsy report, initially dated February 6, 2015, with signatures dated March 16, 2015, stated Rania was found partially decomposed with moderate decomposition. Livor, discoloration of the skin, and rigor mortis, stiffness of death, were absent. Even so, according to the external examination, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, blistering, slippage, and partial mummification of the face, left hand, and feet. Examiners also observed evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging. The evidence was the absence of the right arm. Possibly related to animal scavenging was the jagged and tattered skin and soft tissue defect where Rania's arm would have connected to her shoulder. According to this report, the 10x8 defect exposed the glenoid fossa and the lateral right 1st through 4th ribs. Also observed was a fracture in the 3rd rib and numerous short white hairs adherent to the pants. Kamel's autopsy began with Assistant Medical Examiner Mitchell Morey as the pathologist. Detectives Sean McKnight and Brian Bone observed the autopsy. Kamel was identified by dental radiographs and tattoos. Kamel weighed 85 pounds. Lividity, discoloration, and rigor, stiffness, were not recognized on her body. Body cavities contained small amounts of decomposition fluid. Kamel was shot twice, with both entrance wounds in the left posterior parietal region of the skull. The trajectories of the 2 bullets were listed as left to right and back to front. However, in the external examination, the trajectories for both bullets are listed as left to right and front to back. Large skull fragments are also mentioned. The scalp was absent according to the report. The missing portion of Kamel's head was most likely the right side of her skull. All that remained of her head were portions of the posterior skull, specifically most of the left occipital bone and portions of the adjacent left parietal bone. No brain tissue remained in the skull. Irregular bony and soft tissue margins were consistent with canine scavenging. According to the report, most of the head and the hands are missing. Many of the bones found were consistent with fragmented digit bones. The distal aspects terminate with absence of the hands. Bone fragments, wavy dark hair, and white cotton debris were all mentioned under the internal evidence section of the report. Amongst this bony material, the report continued, are 2 mandibles. One shows numerous restorations. In addition, there are 2 fragments of bone with 2 and 4 teeth. Multiple irregular bone fragments range from 1.2 to 8 centimeters in size. Regarding animal scavenging of Kamel's neck, the forensic pathologist wrote, the anterior musculature, hyoid bone, and laryngeal cartilages are absent due to apparent animal scavenging. All that remained of the neck was the exposed and intact cervical vertebral column. There is extensive bloating, the report continued, skin and slippage, and discoloration of the body surfaces. Hair was found on Kamel's right sock and the interior left leg. The left sleeve of Kamel's sweater was frayed. Decomposition fluid and apparent blood were both present on the sleeve. Underneath the sweater was a Gray State t-shirt soaked in decomposition fluid and blood. At 11:40 a.m. January 18th, 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department released their second press release. This one states David Kamel and Rania Crowley died as a result of an apparent murder-suicide. This is interesting because David's autopsy hadn't begun yet, and the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office was still working to positively identify the three deceased. David's autopsy began 10 minutes later at 11:50 a.m. The pathologist was Jessica Lilinski, who was once again assisted by Mitchell Murray. Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone were both present during the autopsy. Due to the condition of David's head, the pathologist was unable to determine the entrance, pathway, and trajectory of the gunshot wound. They did determine the bullet exited through the left parietal bone and scalp. External beveling, external cone shape, and radiating linear fractures were visible on the left parietal bone. The posterior calvarium and overlying scalp were visible, as was posterior neck skin, soft tissue, and the cervical spine. The scalp had patchy, short brown hair. Skull bone fragments ranging from 1.5 to 14.5 centimeters are mentioned in the internal evidence section of this report. The skull bone fragments articulate well with each other and with the remaining calvarium of David's head. Separately, a non-articulating 8.5 centimeter maximum dimension skull bone fragment has a rounded defect along with one edge with apparent internal beveling. The bony skeleton, the report continued, apart from previously described skull injuries and artifact due to animal scavenging, is intact and normal. The gunshot wound was 2 by 1 centimeters and was a regular edge. The bullet was not recovered at that time. They would not find that bullet until a month later, only because they were notified about it. Examined separately from David's body at the time of the autopsy was a maxilla with well-preserved teeth. The report also claimed Palaio was responsible for the absence of David's brain, the majority of his skull, neck skin, neck soft tissue, neck muscles, the hyoid bone, thyroid cartilage, the tongue, the larynx, the trachea, and the thyroid. The remaining bone fragments are irregular and of unidentifiable origin or consistent with phalanges. Regarding the missing right hand, the distal right forearm shows intact, smooth ends of the radius and ulna and irregularly contoured soft tissue, muscle, and skin. The left hand was mummified. In one crime scene image, the index finger of the left hand is pressing against the thumb. According to David's autopsy, dried drips of red, brown, blood-like material are on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and first finger. Additionally, early to moderate decomposition is evidenced by skin discoloration, marbling, slippage, blistering, and mummification of the left hand and feet. David weighed 128 pounds and was identified by dental records and body tattoos. Medication and food were not found in his stomach. Now, I also wanted to take a few minutes to thank all of the many researchers out there, all of the people who have been helping us on the sidelines, out in public, in their spare time, praying for us, wishing us well thoughts, encouraging us. I thank all of these people who are seriously trying to get to the truth, regardless of your view, regardless of what you think happened, regardless of what you think about the people who are researching it. The main thing here that everyone needs to understand, and a lot of people do understand it, and a lot of people still act like they don't, but they do. There is no evidence that will conclusively prove that David Crowley is guilty. There was no reason to close this case and claim that David Crowley was guilty. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. David Crowley was never proven guilty. How did we get here? In the beginning, you had many people telling us there's nothing to see here. Pay no attention to the man behind that curtain. It doesn't exist. It's not there. Life is good. Enjoy your family. Enjoy life. Forget about this case. La la la. It's an illusion. It's gone. Puff puff pass, right? and it's gone within the blink of an eye. Real life doesn't work like that. And a case like this cannot work like that. When a child is involved, you have to take this seriously. When two young people are involved, these people were under 30 years old. These are babies. These are what I would call babies. They're very young people. We're doing a lot of interesting things. These were bright people. These were not mentally ill people. These were people who had a lot of things going for them and might have had a lot of targets on their back. Those targets will be exposed, whatever it is. We are dealing with multiple things now. It's not just about who did this. It's not just about why they did this. Mr. Alam told Sidra's friend the one thing he doesn't understand is the why. We spoke with Russell. Russell says what we need to understand is the how. I want to understand it all. I can't have one without the other. Gotta have it all. Gotta have the full picture here. Now, regardless of what we might think about the Apple Valley Police and the mistakes that they made, and there were many mistakes, it's not all of them who made the mistakes. Unless we're talking about the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. They all made that one. Nobody saw it. That's clear. If there was a photo of it, or if they noticed it in the corner of one photo that they took on January 17th when they found the bodies, if there is a photo that shows that there was a bullet hole in that ceiling, that's even worse, right? But at least it was there. So a few steps are being taken right now to get that answer, to get that photo. Because the police are telling us the photo is there. If we don't ask for it, if we don't request it, if we don't demand it, if we hit stone walls, if we hit brick walls, if we don't demand that we see it, and we shouldn't have to, by the way, but if we don't, we're never going to get the answer. We're never going to get that clear answer. And it's going to be in limbo. And we can't have that with this case. There's already too many things that we're never going to know. We know that. But they never talk about the things that we are going to know, and the things that we do know right now. And the most important thing, the one thing that counts, what proves David Crowley guilty? They can't answer the question. The answer is not a logical answer. It is a logical thing to ask the question. If you do not get a logical answer, what do? You keep searching, you keep digging. And I am encouraging everyone, keep searching, keep digging. What's different about this is we're doing a lot of this stuff public. Some might say that might hurt what we're doing. It might hurt the end result. I disagree. I think that's how confident we are in this, knowing that there is no proof that shows David Crowley is guilty. I'll give them everything. I'll let them know exactly what I'm doing. It's not just about who gets to know the truth. Who decides that? Who decides who gets to know what really happened and who doesn't? Who gets to tell us when to stop looking, when to shut up? Who has the right to stand in my way looking at this case? You don't. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you did. to me, you are innocent till proven guilty, or until you confess. We don't have a confession here. We don't have a suicide note. We don't have any indication that there was a suicide note, even though early media reports led us to believe that there was, and there wasn't. On and on and on. The narrative is slowly fading away. It's slowly going back into the darkness where it belongs, because the darkness is not truth. This official story just does not stand up. And we'll get there. Thank you for listening. Until next time.
They're gonna put me in the movies. They're gonna make a big star out of me. We'll make a film about a man that's sad and lonely, and all I gotta do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie. Then I know that you'll plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally. We'll make the scene about a man that's sad and lonely, and begging down upon his bended knee. I'll play the part, but I won't need rehearsing. All I'll have to do is act naturally. Well, I'll bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can't never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come to see me in the movie. But then I know that you will plainly see the biggest fool that's ever hit the big time, and all I gotta do is act naturally.
On October 26, 2017, Dan Hinnon interviewed Mike Boggio III, president of Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. During the interview, Mr. Boggio discussed how he met David Crowley, the alleged $30 million deal, and when negotiations with the Gray State Project ended. You ready for this? Hello, Hollywood. Mike Boggio III met David Crowley through a mutual friend. The mutual friend connected us together, so we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting, so that's how we got together. In May of 2014, David Crowley met with the Michael Entertainment Group in Los Angeles, California. It was a very promising project, Boggio told Hannon. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, and advised David to make numerous changes. At first, we were taking it to the big screen, Boggio continued. And then, as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television and have a series made out of it, which would have been a lot better for the concept of David's idea. Without specifically naming names, Mr. Boggio commented on the actors considered for the Gray State Project. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. 2 months earlier, on March 8, 2014, David had stated that Sean Stone wanted a role in the future project. Quote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. Mike Boggio thought that David's version of Gray State would be a great A&E show. It'd be a great cable network television show that could spin off into a film. A&E is also where Eric Nelson's documentary was eventually released. David was always very mature, Boggio told Hennon, very professional, very kind and courteous and outgoing and excited. That's the key word. Mike called David's excitement about the project phenomenal. The original setting for the Gray State movie was in the Midwest Minnesota area, but MEG felt the movie setting needed to be nationwide, coast to coast, north to south. The $30 million deal. We were negotiating with David at the time, Mike Boggio told Dan Hennon. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget in this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. On May 23, 2014, David Crowley posted an update about the deal with Michael Entertainment Group. Quote, it just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned within the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. So there were negotiations, Boggio explained. We were actually trying to option a screenplay. When we option a screenplay, we option a screenplay for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film. Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time. Mr. Boggio then clarified, when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish. As far as MEG's last conversation with David went, according to Mike Boggio, it was sometime in September of 2014, and those negotiations continued until David died. We actually met face-to-face in Hollywood, Boggio relayed to Hennon, sat down right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David. David was out in California, flew out for the night, just to come to sit down with us to discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss the concept and everything else. So that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer and then we discuss, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave him the reason why. You get picked up by a network, and it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving that network. So we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on. And it would pick up a demographic of Sons of Anarchy. So we talked to him about numbers and statistics and discussed, if we take this to a series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer, then at the end of the series it can go to the big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to making Gray State Network. In the beginning of David Crowley's connection to MEG, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, said Boggio, which would have given him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film. So he would have been paid to be a producer on the film. And then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and that's why we all got together. Asked about the allegations that David walked away from the project, or if MEG decided not to go forward with the project, Mike Boggio seemed to deny both allegations. We didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that. And I don't even know where those two ideas came from. Nothing to my knowledge. Again, we never told David to get lost. I tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things. I didn't hear from him or anything. So I was getting a little nervous myself. Not nervous for our business transactions. David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and his family. I did that numerous times until I heard the very strange, disturbing news. So when Mike received news of David's death, he was in total shock. I didn't believe it. So Christmas comes, Boggio continued. December 2014, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camille and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year, and then I still didn't hear anything. So I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person. Let me take a step backward. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, nah, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. When he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself and he just focuses on what he has to do. I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So like another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year's message on his voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from him. Did you go over there for the holidays? The mutual friend had not gone to David's house yet. And then like the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock. Owning the Gray State franchise. Who owns the rights? Who owns them now? If the deal with MEG was only with David, where did Danny Mason fit in? I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were, said Boggio. I can't answer to that. We had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't advise David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you. Dan Hinton then asked if the script still had value. Well, when all this transpired, Boggio answered, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everywhere else. For a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. Whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? We never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. I can't remember for sure, but we had a conversation with them about picking this thing back up and running with it because as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film. Or got the rights to David's estate. So he wanted to do something with it. We started talking with David's dad, and then nothing ever transpired out of it. 4 months after the bodies were found, Dan informed Mike Boggio III, Danny Mason was already in process of getting the Gray State trademarked with an attorney. At the end of the interview, Mike Boggio made his view very clear. We always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart and never balked about it whatsoever to us. If he did something on his own time or around someone else, we were never privy to that whatsoever. Please consider watching the full interview with Mike Boggio III posted here.
All right, that sounds good. Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is October 26th, 2017, and I'm going to be interviewing Michael Boggio III, president at Michael Entertainment Group, MEG. Hello, Michael.
How are you today?
Good, good. Very good this morning. Glad to be able to get on the line and speak with you. You've got some important, I think, pieces of the puzzle that relate to this entire David Crowley case that has gotten very strange over the last couple of years. Not only the alleged murder-suicide, but the aftermath and everything else here that went along with it. But more importantly, Eric Nelson has made a documentary called A Gray State, and I would like to get your honest thoughts on the movie, on the documentary, and first and foremost, have you seen it?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay. And just for the listeners out there, the movie's is not out in theaters. It's not public yet. It has made its rounds through a series of film festivals and whatnot, and private screenings. But so you have not seen it, and now are you in the film?
We are, yeah. My partner and myself are.
Okay.
We did an interview with Eric Nelson out in California at least a year and a half ago. So it's been quite a while.
Oh, I see. So 2015 roughly.
Yeah, I think it was July of 2015.
Okay. Yeah, they came out. They interviewed us, myself, in Minneapolis here, and that was June of 2016. So.
I was going to say it's 2016 we did.
Oh, okay.
July of 2016. Yeah.
Okay, good. So they made their rounds and they did that. How was that? How was that process, and what type of questions did they come up with?
They just asked us questions about our affiliation with the project and how we got involved with David and where it led to, and how long we knew David, how many meetings did we have with David, and pretty much what transpired during our relationship with David is what was discussed in the interview.
Okay, good. And also for the listeners out there, Michael Entertainment Group, or MEG, was founded in 2013. So along with Michael O'Donnell was the other. David Crowley referred to you as the Mikes, and so that was. So you're roughly a fairly new company at the time, because you were in talks with David in the time frame of, I believe it was May through September of 2014. So this is a 1-year-old company at the time. Is that correct?
Well, between Mike and myself, we've been in the industry for a long time, and we decided to partner up together and start our own company. So that's how that transpired. So it's not like, we are a new startup company at the time, but we were both in the industry for many years.
Oh, very good. And then how did and so that interview was good. You felt that was good. You haven't seen obviously the final product, but
not yet. No.
Okay. How did David Crowley and the Gray State Project come into communication? How did you guys connect? Did you reach out to him, or did he reach out to you fellas?
We have a mutual friend, and the mutual friend connected us together. So we set up a meeting with David in California. I talked to David numerous times on the telephone prior to our first meeting. So that's how we got together.
Oh, perfect. And then it got to a point where David flew out there along with Kamel and met with you guys in May of 2014. And Mike O'Donnell wrote in I think it was the Dystopia article from Alec Wilkinson that he said, quote, "It was a roadmap for the next American Revolution." And then your quote was, "This was our most promising project." Can you elaborate a little more on those two quotes?
Well, I can't speak for Mike O'Donnell, but I can speak for myself. It was a very promising project. David wrote the first go-around of the screenplay. We went through it thoroughly, made numerous changes, advised David to make numerous changes. And so it was a very promising project. At first we were taking it to the big screen, and then as we thought about it, we figured, how can we pack in all this information in a 2-hour or 2.5-hour film? Let's take it to television. Let's take it network and have a series made out of it, which would have been, a lot better for the concept of the idea of David's idea. So it was very promising. We were talking about hiring some pretty substantial A-list actors to fulfill some of the roles in the project. So, with the whole concept of David's idea and the idea of the show, and we just figured it was going to be a great film, or even a series on TV.
Yeah, that's what he was mentioning. It could have been a web series or a television.
We weren't going to take it to web series. Web series that's kind of a different market.
Okay.
It depends on what you're considering web series, right? Netflix or something like that, then yeah, we could take it to that, but web series normally is an 8 to 10 minute television show, that's it.
Yeah, there was another thing to clarify for some of those following the cases. It in looking at the interview with that Mitch Heil came out with recently, and after he dropped off the project at the time, and he was more, and I think some of the other Gray State members were looking to get this movie done and focusing on a one-effort movie to focus on, whereas David Crowley was looking at this project more as a franchise, more of different outgrowths from it, and have it long-term deal with the documentary, the movie, the series, potentially. I mean, everything. It was the whole thing, and I think that's what kind of turned off Mitch Heil at that point, because he was like, let's just do this one thing and let's get it done. And David wanted to have this thing with many legs and kind of a lot of going in a lot of directions, and I think people were kind of potentially, and I'm not putting words in the mouth, put off by that, because it almost was like David couldn't focus on what he wanted to get done first. Did you get that gist, I guess?
I never got that impression from David at all. He'd always, every time we've talked, every time we set up meetings, he was always very focused and geared towards, getting the production of this film going, or the television show going. Our ideas, Michael and myself, our ideas were, how do you pack the concept of this idea into a 2-hour film? I mean, it's virtually impossible. It would be so chopped up and so cut up. I mean, it could be done, obviously, right? They do it all the time in Hollywood. It could be done. However, we were looking at it from the long haul, that, hey, this would be a great A&E show. It would be a great whatever, cable network television show that could eventually spin off into a film.
Correct. Okay.
David's ideas, he had so many different ideas and so many different angles that this thing could have lasted on cable network.
Very good. So he was very professional, very business professional, and very mature for his age. I mean, for a young guy coming out doing all of this, did you find him to be very mature, or a loose cannon that didn't have his head in the right spot, and like that?
We never saw David as a loose cannon. David was always very mature, very professional, very kind and courteous, and outgoing and excited. That's the key word for me with that question, is excited. The amount of excitement with him was, with regards to the project, was phenomenal. I mean, how he was in his personal life, I have no idea, because we never got to that point, right?
Yeah.
I talked to David numerous times on the telephone in between our meetings over that period of time, and he was always very, very professional and like I said, very excited. When we sat down the first time after Mike and myself ran through the screenplay thoroughly, and gave him suggestions. For example, like the first go around of the screenplay was very centralized, and he had it centrally located, basically, if you will, in his territory, okay, in the Midwest. And we're like, well, no, because if this is the concept of what your movie, or what the movie's going to be, then you got to be nationwide, right? You got to be coast to coast, north to south. So he went back to work in the studio and started, implementing some changes with regards to some of our suggestions and discussions that we had with him.
So this was, I've got here my notes say that was May of 2014 that you first met. And then in September, David said that he wrote for 31 straight hours and then mailed the new script to LA, so it would arrive on September 17th, the same day as Mike O'Donnell's birthday. And he also included a Gray State poster in with the package, because he spent a lot of time, like you said, with those suggestions, and then repackaging that and sending it out. And it alludes to me that he was very proud of this next package. He had his wife read through it, and they mailed it off. And how was that received from you and the other Mike?
I'm trying to remember that. Now, I know, like, for my birthday, he sent me same thing. He sent me some Gray State merchandise, and he sent me a poster, and he signed it. I actually have a studio at my house, and it's actually hanging on the wall in my studio at my home. I think he had a couple different versions of the screenplay. I know the last version that I got from him, he put it in a 3-ring binder with a cover and wrote a nice little note to me. decided that, hey, maybe this should go to television, this should go to cable network, because there's so much information we can pack into this thing, that it would be better because it would get a longer run. So, and David was excited about that.
Yeah, yeah. Now, are you familiar with the quote from Jordan Page that came out saying that David and Gray State was in the middle of a $30 million deal from a company in Hollywood? Is that partially true? Is that half true? Is that Jordan Page was the musician in the?
Yeah, I know who Jordan is.
Okay, so he came out and said that, and he was criticized roundly for that. But I think a lot of people came back and says, you know what? I think he's got some of that right and partially right. He obviously wasn't lying, but it may have been just construed, because his quote on Facebook said the film was about to start production with a $30 million budget from a major Hollywood studio. So I've got multiple questions on that, but could you talk to that a little bit first? This was kind of ties into my first question for you, that you were kind of a startup, one-year-old company. Was it your firm that he was talking to as far as a major Hollywood studio, or is that another company?
I can't speak for Dave. I mean, I can't speak for that. I don't know if he was in talks with anybody else or not. But I'm going to tell you, we were in talks. I mean, we were negotiating with David at the time. We were talking about budgets for the film. We were talking about getting into production. Like I said, we had a list of A-list actors that I'm not going to even mention in this interview.
Correct.
We had a list of A-list actors that were potential for the movie, and we talked about a $25 to $30 million budget. We could easily see the budget of this film being a $25 to $30 million budget. So, and at the time all this was going down, we were negotiating back and forth with David and his lawyer. So, there were negotiations. We were actually trying to option the screenplay. And when we optioned the screenplay, for a certain amount of time. I think we were going for 24 months, if I remember right. And within that 24 months, we had to get into production with the film.
Yep.
Otherwise, the option goes back to David. So that's what our negotiations were with David at the time.
Yeah, that was good. I think another quote that I saw on the internet, that someone did say that the project was, quote, greenlit, and they were working out the smaller details.
That's what we were doing. We were working out the smaller details.
Okay, so, and I got chastised pretty heavily on social media for saying that there was a deal, not a signed contract with signatures deal, but I'm an accountant by trade, and I've been in business my whole life, and so I think what it's safe to say is you probably had an agreement in principle and an oral agreement on a potential deal, but there was no contract that was signed, and I drew a lot of flack from that, and I agreed that there was no contract signed, but you guys were going down that path with an agreement of some sort, right?
Correct.
Gotcha.
That's correct. As far as I know, we were the go-to guys for David. I mean, the discussions that we've had, within detail, the discussions we had, the conversations we had, the ideas that we had, and just from talking to David, like, I want you guys, but we were out looking for funding. We were doing all kinds of things as we were going through the whole contract process with David and his lawyer.
Yeah,
So,
and I agreed that. Okay, go ahead.
All that was being done simultaneously.
Yep, and I think that, and David's lawyer, by the way, was Adam Gislason, and and he was no longer at the company that he's had. He had since switched. I have reached out to him to get another interview as far as talking with David's, state of mind and things like that. But that is correct. It was Gislason that was working with David in the Gray State. And the other question that I think that you can help clear up is, when you're talking a $30 million budget, that is, to me, from a business standpoint, is how much a project would cost. People are taking that David signed a $30 million deal, therefore he was sitting on a check written to himself for $30 million, and he was rich. That is not, and never would be, the case. He would have gotten installment payments, correct, if this deal would have gone down to himself, or installments of some sort of a deal. But he was never at any time sitting on $25 to $30 million in his bank account ever, right?
Never. No.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's what. And when we talk about $25 to $30 million, that's what we budgeted for the film project. That's what we budgeted for everything to do from start to finish with the film project. So yeah, it was never here, David. Here's $25 or $30 million check. Let's get moving on the project. That's never the case.
Yeah, and that's important to point out. I think it's an important point because the film, if it gone out to the big screens, could have grossed 60, 70, 80, 90 million, but the cost or the expense of making and producing the film was what your number of 25 to 30 was really at, and that was the expense to hire and produce and to get the actors and actually, make. That would have been out-of-pocket expenses for the company. Okay, very good. Very good. Well, that really helps clear the air on some of that, because at the same time there was concern that David was depressed, didn't have money, bankrupt, and at the same time people were talking that know that he was rich, but he did spend many years making this, and he didn't have a full-time job per se. So those statements are also correct to some extent. And now I think you're correct that he wasn't working with any other companies. I think that he was focused on you guys and taking the changes and the suggestions that you offered to write his subsequent. It sounds like there was potentially up to 6 different versions of the script. So I think it's safe to say he wasn't working with anyone else, but that's just my opinion.
I agree with that. I agree with that. With the conversations we had, and he never let on to work with anybody else. It doesn't mean he wasn't talking to anybody else. Just from my opinion and my thoughts here, that it's just like we were the go-to guys.
Yeah, and then on September 26th, David receives a response from Michael Entertainment Group saying that his script would be better suited for a TV series, and this was after it looks like Mike O'Donnell ran the cost of the project, and that's where he came up and said basically it's better suited for a TV series. And that's the last we really hear from communication from you three folks, and people think, or there's conjecture that this got David down, this got David depressed, and ultimately in the time frame where he started isolating himself and his family. How do you think that his response was to that TV series?
Well, we actually met face to face in Hollywood, sat down. I don't remember the name of the establishment we were at, but it was right on Sunset Boulevard. Sometime in that time frame with David was out in California, flew out for the night just to come sit down with us and discuss the updates on the screenplay and discuss concept and everything else. So, and that's when we sat down and he actually made a new trailer. We're sitting in there watching the trailer, and then we discussed, hey, let's think about taking this to television. And we gave the reasons why. It's you get picked up by a network. And it was just off the heels of Sons of Anarchy leaving the network.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And so we figured this could be a good spin-off for the network that Sons of Anarchy was on, and it would pick up the demographics of Sons of Anarchy. So, we talked to him about numbers and statistics and discussed, if we take this to series, then not only do you have a series, it can play out longer, then at the end of the series you can go to big screen. And he was excited about it. He was open-minded about it and thought it was a great idea. So to sit there and say that, with the message from O'Donnell that we're going to take this to the network, the pressure didn't play in one bit to that, as far as I know, because he was, like I said, when we discussed it, he was excited about it. He thought it was a great idea. And if we could follow through with that, then let's, and discuss it, and it's the right move, then we could go that route. So I don't know where the whole depression comes into play when it comes to regards to taking Gray State Network.
Yeah, I think that was, and that line, that narrative, I think, was injected into the story to help sell the official narrative that he was down and depressed, but he was actually excited for this entire project because at the same time he was working on his documentary called Gray State: The Rise, and he was going to release that on YouTube actually for free around Christmas time or the end of the year there in 2014, which was basically he was putting the final finishing touches on that. Now, were you involved at all with the Gray State The Rise, or did he mention and talk to you guys about that piece, or is that just an individual project that he was working on the side?
Yeah, we weren't involved with that at all. I mean, we knew he was doing it, he was talking about doing it, but we had no involvement with that whatsoever.
And so releasing a documentary like that, 2.5-hour documentary called The Rise, he was going to give it away essentially for free on YouTube just to get the message out, inform people, educate the public. And that kind of flies in the face of folks saying that David was doing all this for the money. He was out for the money. He was out to get rich. He was trying to make a boatload of money on all these projects. And that was not David's personality. Can you talk to that a little bit? He knew he was going to make some money on this, but he was not out there. He was more to get the message out and his script. Is that correct, or was he a gold digger per se in Hollywood, trying to hoping you guys would bite on this story so he could become a millionaire?
Well, I can't speak for what his thought process is, but I can tell you from my run-ins with David, money is always a factor. I don't care what you do in business, money's a factor, right? David's an artist. David was an artist through and through, period, okay? He had an artist mindset, and he had a belief in what he was doing, okay? And he did it for the love of what he was doing. However, in the back of your mind, you're always thinking about money. And we discussed money with David. I don't remember the parameters of what we discussed, but we discussed money with David. And David's from my recollection, David's first love was the art that he was performing, okay? But there was always money as a factor. I mean, everybody's in business to make money. I'm not in business to give stuff away for free and, at the end of the day, be, who I am. I mean, it's a matter of, there's always a money factor. Now, with our deal with David, I'm not going to discuss figures or anything like that, but our deal with David, we put out an offer to David to option the contract, which would have gave him some money up front, and then we would have went and ran with the film project or the television project. David would have been a producer on the film, so he would have been getting paid to be a producer on the film, and then he would have reaped some of the benefits of whatever the film grossed. We all would have. So that was the factor here, and it wasn't like David was a money-hungry, grabbing guy, and he was trying to weasel his way into Hollywood. David had an idea, and it was a very, very, very strong idea, and so that's why we all got together. But again, he did it for the love of the art, but also knowing that, hey, this could be a payday.
Correct. Oh, very good. That's all good information. Trying to get the listeners to this, kind of get their head around David's personality and his mentality, because a lot of that, in your talk right there, your description ties in with everyone that I've talked to. It aligns in with his personality. I never met David myself, never even spoke to him, so I started following this case after the bodies were found, but that's very much in alignment with what I've been hearing. The other concept that I'd like to square away with you guys from Michael Entertainment Group is there was conjecture that David, either the talks broke down and you guys cut him off, or David left, or David, quote, walked away, and the agreements just didn't work out. So it ultimately got down to there's two types of people out there following this case. They fall into two camps. One believed that Michael Entertainment Group essentially fired David or broke off the talks and says, screw you, get lost. Or David said, I know I got the offer, I'm all set to make big bucks. You know what, it's not for me because I want to run I do not want to be just a producer. I want to be the director on the film, and I don't want anything changed. I don't want anything altered with this script. Therefore, see you later. I'm going to move and part ways. Those are the two camps that we're dealing with, and if you could talk to that a little bit as far as what you think was more of the truth.
Neither one of them. Neither one of those even came into play when we were in discussions with David. And David knew he wasn't going to be the director. We discussed that early on with David because he wasn't a known director. So budget, David couldn't be the director. We would have needed a top name director in the industry, which has clout. Okay, so and David knew that from day one, and David was fine with that. David was going to be actually an AD. We were going to make David the assistant to the director, and that's what we discussed with David. So we didn't fire David, or we didn't get rid of David, or however that went, and he didn't walk away from us. I mean, there was never any of that, and I don't even know where those two ideas came from.
Yeah, I think there was.
At least to my knowledge. At least to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Again, we didn't tell. We never told David to get lost.
Yeah, and I think.
I tried contacting David after our September meeting or discussion. I tried contacting David for months to discuss things with nothing. I mean, I didn't hear from him or anything, and so I was getting a little nervous myself. Not nervous for our business transaction, but just nervous because I couldn't. I mean, listen, David and I became friends. Not only were we business acquaintances, but we became friends. So, I mean, I called him on the holidays and wished him a happy Thanksgiving to him and the family, and whatever. I mean, I did that numerous times until I heard the very, very disturbing news. So.
Now, how was your how did you receive the news of this, and how did you process that after working so close and becoming friends with David?
I was in total shock. I didn't believe it.
And then,
I actually so Christmas comes, December 14, I guess it is, comes around. I called David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camilla and the baby happy holidays. I went out of town for New Year's. When I got back, I called him to wish him a happy New Year. And then I still didn't hear anything, so I felt it was kind of weird. So I contacted a mutual friend that David and I both had and asked this person, let me take a step backwards. Prior to that, I called this person saying, man, I haven't heard from David in at least a month. Have you heard from him? He's like, no, but it's the holidays. You guys got him in the studio writing. He's been, when he gets into that writing mode, he shuts down and he secludes himself, and he just focuses on what he has to do. He goes, but as the holidays are coming up, I'll run by and see him and see the family and see how things are going. And I'm like, all right, cool. So another month goes by, and then after New Year's, after I left David a Happy New Year message on this voicemail, I called this person and said, man, I still haven't heard from David. Did you go over to Brawley? He's like, no. And then the next day, the guy calls me and says, did you hear? And when he told me, I was in total shock.
Wow, because and you also knew Comel. She was out there for one or two of the visits also, and took a picture of you guys standing together. What was your thoughts on Comel?
I thought she was amazing. Her and I have a lot in common. She was a nutritionist, and I'm very heavily into nutrition and paleo and all that other stuff. And so her and I hit it off very, very well because we have the same interests. Right?
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, we had many great conversations about the whole paleo diet and nutrition and eating healthy and all that other stuff. So, I mean, we always had great conversations about that.
Oh, excellent. Was there any truth to David and Comel looking to buy a home or rent an apartment in L.A.? And if so, how close were they to doing it? Did they have a real estate agent or anything, or were you aware of that at all?
No, I was not aware of that at all.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. That came up in some discussions, and I thought you might be aware of that. And then, just in our last few minutes here, what was your thought when you found out that David's mother, Kate, died unexpectedly in August?
I didn't even know about that either at the time. I didn't know about that either.
Okay.
So, David never made mention of that. I mean, obviously, if I would have known that, we would have done something, sent flowers or something, but I had no idea about that.
Oh, well, no, she died after the bodies were found.
Oh, not prior.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you know what, I honestly don't remember.
Okay. It was about 8 months later, and she was, according to police reports, really the only person close in the family that questioned the narrative of this going down that way. So people, including myself, thought it strange that she mysteriously died. We never did get an answer as to how she died. She was young, healthy, worked 2 jobs, and then just mysteriously died on her back patio one night, and so they found her body. So I don't want to get into the conspiracy side of that, but I find that very strange. But that was news to you then as well.
Yeah, that's news to me. You know what? I didn't even hear about it. Not that I can remember.
Now, at the end of it looks like my last question here is more legal related with Adam Gislason, and you might be able to have some comment on this, being in the business. Now, David went to his main character star in the program, was Danny August Mason, was his main actor, and wanted to get him out of the program, out of the copyright, out of any rights in the film, and so went to his lawyer Gislason to send Danny in an email, an attachment that just says, here you go, here's a form to sign to release your rights to this film. We're moving forward without you. And Danny never responded back to that. And then in December, around the 7th, David Crowley wrote back to Danny August Mason and says, what's the status on that? Have you signed that away? Because I need to move forward. And, we need to, essentially, for this project, cut ties. Danny August Mason said that, I need to run it by my lawyer before I sign anything, and I'll get back to you, and he never really did. So it was clear that we've got evidence that David wanted Danny out of the project. He never responded back. Is that a common thing with as far as signing away your rights? Because if David would have become wealthy and made this project, Danny would have been sitting on the sidelines with absolutely nothing. Is that a common thing, or how would someone take that if you were served with a paper like that, essentially, with your essentially one of your friends working on it?
I have no idea what David and Danny's deals were. I can't answer to that. And we had nothing behind that. We didn't have anything to do with that whatsoever. We didn't invite David to do that, so I don't even know why. I know that was brought up when we were doing our interview with Eric Nelson, but other than that, I have no idea why David did that, to be honest with you.
Okay. Yeah, he was on the verge around the. It seems like the September-October time frame is when he was doing some house cleaning with the guys on his project. And I don't know if you knew any of the fellas there, and I'm not going to ask you that, but he was cleaning house because he wanted to put together a new, quote, trustworthy team, and he was pulling away from everyone in his group, and I think that got spun into the media narrative that he was distancing himself and going into a deep depression and isolating himself, but really he was cutting ties with those closest to him because he didn't find them trustworthy, and I think that's what kind of leads into this whole when you get into the motive of the potential murders. He's sitting on this script, whether David was alive or not. That script could have been budgeted for $25-30 million, and that was the value of it. That was the potential value of the script, whether David was involved with it or not. And if he was wiped out, knocked out of the way, someone else took it over, they would have been able to reap the benefits of this project. And so that's kind of the thinking that those of us have as far as a motive for this. And the only people I'm getting hit with hard as people against that theory is the people in the gray state. They're saying there was no deal, there was no value, the script was worthless, David wasn't working with anybody. And, so it comes into that whole means, motive, and opportunity that many think that it's actually the gray state members themselves had the potential greatest thing to gain if David was out of the picture. If the body was found and someone else came and presented you with the script, would it still be viable? Will it still be the same asset value? Or was David the linchpin holding it all together?
Well, when all this transpired, we backed away. We backed away because of all the conspiracy theories and everything else. We just, for a long time, for at least over a year, we didn't even discuss it. We just figured it was too toxic to even be involved with. So whoever got involved, I know since then they've made something. I know there were a couple guys out there that contacted me saying, hey man, we made this thing, we want you to see it, what's your thoughts? And we never even got involved. Then we had a conversation at least a year, if not a little longer than a year after David's death, with David's dad, and I think it was Danny Mason. I think it was. later, but we had a conversation with him about picking this thing back up and running with it because, as far as I remember, David's dad got the rights to the film, or got the rights to David's estate. So
Yeah.
he wanted to do something with it. So we started talking with David's dad, and then nothing ever transpired out of it.
Yeah, and it seems like I would bet that the other person would have been Danny August Mason, because 4 months after the bodies were found, Danny was already in process of getting the Gray State name trademark with an attorney to get the the name and phrase Gray State trademarked already. So he was moving forward with the project. So it must have been him, as was what would be my guess.
Yeah, it must have been.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to let you go here, Mike. I thank you for your time, but do you have any other closing thoughts to wrap this up, to help clear the air if there's anything out there that you can think of?
Not that I can think of. I mean, again, I'll reiterate myself, but we always had a pleasant experience with David. We never saw any downside to David whatsoever. Very, very motivated young man. It was actually a pleasure working with David. He took all of our ideas and all of our thoughts and took them to heart, and never balked about it whatsoever to us. So, I mean, if he did something on his own time or, around someone else, we were never privy to it whatsoever. So.
Excellent. All right. Thanks. That makes sense. All right, Mike, thanks for your time. I think it's very helpful information. I'll get this out so people can make their own conclusions from it, but at least have some basis from someone in the know, someone worked closely with him in his last final months, and I think it's very, very helpful. So I can't say enough. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye.
I believe it's page 31 in the PDF file for the BCA lab report. They compared item 31, a bullet fragment, against the test-fired bullets from item 1 and item 57. They were performed, and the results were the following. Item 57 against 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired 31. The bullet fragment that is item 31, it was found over towards the window. There's a casing that was found there also. That's closer to where David would have been, I think.
That makes me think they're not 100% sure this came from the same gun. And how can they be if they found it 1 month later? They shouldn't be. So.
That's the impression that I'm getting also. I'm looking at the photos. It would be item 30 would have been the casing that they found over by the window. Item 2, the cartridge case. Edge of the carpet and recliner in living room. Item 3, cartridge case by the small stool in the living room. Item 7 is a live round. It is on the rug by hair clumps and torn Quran pages. Item 9 is a cartridge case on the rug by the Quran page. Item 30 is a cartridge case under the bookcase by the big window. The bullet fragment was item 31 by the bookcase, blue yoga mat by big window. Item 36 is a cartridge case by torn Quran pages by the couch on the rug. Item 37 cartridge case, by the corner of the rug, by couch, and by the pink Surface Pro. Then the bullet 42, 43, and 44 near Camille on rug. Item 45 was a bullet and basement wall. Bullet 53 is the one that fell out of the rug after the cleaners moved the rug. And then 57 is the attic bullet.
It doesn't make sense that they would say, okay, we found 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37 on the 17th, but we didn't find the 6 bullets that matched it.
But somehow they missed 53 and 57 that first day, too.
You're right, they missed 50
on that day.
Yeah, you're right, they missed 53, because they found 53 a couple days after.
Mm-hmm.
They found 53 on January 19th, 2015. So they missed 2 bullets when they left the house.
Mm-hmm. Because anything that they found after that day, they give it a higher number. For instance, 53 was found a few days later.
I wonder what 54, 55, and 56 are now, too.
54 is classified as CD with images. And then after that it says item 28/1.1.
They weren't even expecting 53 through 57.
Or 57.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you said 54, 55, and 56?
54 is images. 55, a CD with questioned handwriting. 56 is with footprints. And it's more images. 57 is the bullet in the attic.
They were not expecting to find any of that.
No, they weren't. These are things that were brought to their attention.
Yeah, or else they would have never known about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Which gives you a headache. Because I mean, come on, okay, things outside of the house, like an extra journal, whatever, other stuff later, yeah, but anything in the house, man, you guys should not have missed anything inside of that house, period. I think it's a known fact that there's no blood, no flesh, nothing. None of Camille's blood or flesh were found on the daughter and vice versa. Not a single sample that was DNA tested had David or Rainey's blood in it. It would be interesting to see if the rest of the blood that was taken, that they took samples of, even comes back with their DNA on it. I mean, how is it possible that 3 people were brutally shot in a house, but there's no mixtures of their blood?
That just can't be. They can't all die in the same room at the same time. You can't have the mother and daughter die in the same room at the same time. It just doesn't add up. That part just does not add up.
Tommy Booth had gone through and had picked the items that should have been tested. The rest were then being held at the BCA lab. These were random tests. So the odds of David and Rainey's blood not being found is just, I mean, it just leaves you thinking, how is that even possible? It is almost like, and this is just an assumption, to me, it seems like David and Rainey were killed someplace else, brought back, and then Camille was killed there. And that's the only explanation for why just her blood is found. But like I said, it's an assumption. I am not saying that as a fact.
Right.
Because I don't have the actual proof besides DNA.
Is there any of David's blood, any of his flesh, found on any of the other 2?
No. No. The only DNA found of David is on the gun and the magazine. And then there's touch DNA that was on the bullet in the attic and the knife. When you touch something, you leave hundreds of little skin cells. Logically, if he stepped in her blood and left footprints, there would be DNA from him if he was barefoot. There would be. Skin cells will be in there. Just like the wall. Unless he wore gloves and he wrote on that wall, his DNA would have been in those samples. Especially because he's like rubbing against the wall.
There's no fingerprints. How do you tie it to David Crowley?
That's right. Unless gloves were worn or if they used some type of item to write it with, but they didn't take the scarf into evidence. So
Right.
I know that several people had discussed the scarf that looked bloody. That was never taken in evidence, so I'm fairly certain it no longer exists.
Which is crazy. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree. Why not test the clothing? Just to rule out any other intruder or anything like that. I mean, just think of the evidence that could be on there. Not only would there have been the gunshot residue, but there would have also shown other DNA. Several of the tests, I believe it was 7 tests, came back with mixed DNA of 2 to 3 more people. Yet, we don't know if that was contaminated. We don't know if that could have been DNA left by whoever committed the murders.
Right.
We don't know what to think. But if we would have had the clothing at least tested, we could find out if there was signs of the killer on there or anything. I mean, there's just so much more information. But it's very frustrating.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. The more that we look at this, the more we see there's nothing that ties David Crowley to any of this. Why would they think that David Crowley would have written this on the wall in his wife's blood?
The submit to Allah now on the post or on the notepad, I don't believe that the now was even written by David. I believe it was written by another person. His N's are completely different. The O is different. The W. He writes his N's in almost like a lowercase kind of rounded N. That one, it looks like it was written by a left-handed person. There's different things throughout the crime scene where you sit there and you look at it, and it's like the person who wrote the now on that note, I'm fairly certain is the one who wrote on the wall. Some of the writing just lines up with it, the angle. I've come to the conclusion that David didn't do this, even in the reports. Detective Bone, he states over and over that no forced entry, there was no signs of struggle, no apparent missing items. So the only conclusion he can come up with is the fact that David did this because he didn't see signs of forced entry. And then you're thinking to yourself that the back door was left open? Why would there be forced entry? Like the submit to Allah, which is really, really weird, was spelled one way, and then you look at the wall, and the Allah Akbar is written in a different way than the Allah is on the notepad.
Right.
David, from all reports, he was very consistent in the things that he did. So why would he spell Allah one way and Allah a different way on the wall? I think I can say with certainty that this was not an Islamic hit.
But could it have been something made to look like one?
Oh yeah.
And then the other question is, well, was that David who made it, who wanted to make it look like something that it wasn't?
I have thought about that. I just don't see the rationality behind it, but I also don't see the rationality of killing your wife and child.
Right. Which is why they had to make him look crazy. They had to make him look crazy, or else then it's like, well, there's no way he would have done this. So they had to go to that crazy point. And the fact that they did it so early and so soon was just strange. Very, very strange.
It was within hours that they came to that conclusion. I'm almost fairly certain that they came to that conclusion as they walked into the house, starting from the 911 call.
Yeah, that's where they got the first line.
I think, like I stated before, the really big thing that keeps bugging me is the lack of DNA or mixture DNA found in Camille's blood.
Right.
It still bugs me. The odds of their blood not showing up at all. If they were killed in that same general area, it should be there.
Yeah.
And it's not. How does it not beg the police? How are they not questioning it? I think they just wanted to close this case. As we discussed in prior conversations, in the BCA lab reports for the DNA, there are 3 bullets that have Camille's DNA profile on it. And the bullets that were used, the .40 caliber hollow points, when they're fired, they become like a mushroom. And the parts that will travel, that part of the bullet that travels through you, when it becomes a mushroom, there's these little ridges around the top that come out that are like petals. And that's what rips through your skin, through your body, and bone. It will collect all that around those little ridges. And so the 3 bullets, 42, 43, and item 44, all had just Camille's DNA on it, which would leave the assumption that all 3 had gone through Camille's body. Most of her head was missing, and her hands were missing. So we honestly don't have an actual trajectory of where each single bullet went through. They were able to pick up some skull fragments, but I don't believe that they were able to pick up enough. The 3 bullets that you have photos of, 42, 43, and 44, that were right on the carpet, the ones that were actually fired, those belong to Camille.
Okay. I'm just writing that down.
And those were the ones that were found the very first day. The bullet that was fired through the floor and into the basement wall, that was item 45.
Okay.
And there was no DNA profile on that bullet, which means it did not go through anybody at all.
Okay.
It would have, those type of bullets, they would have collected something if it went through somebody. It would have collected tissue, bone. I mean, they're horrible. They're wicked bullets.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen any of the videos on YouTube, but the damage that they do, oh my goodness. There's a reason why some people use them.
Uh-huh. How long would that DNA or anything, blood, all that stuff, flesh, how long would it stay on these bullets? Do we have any indication of that?
Well, they're inside a house, and so it's in a controlled environment. There's not rain or rushing water or anything like that coming down on them. Because I'm not an expert, it would be very hard for me to give you an actual time frame. It can corrode over time, DNA, but that's over a long period of time and exposed to elements. In a house where things are not actually, like the environment is not ruining it, in my opinion, it would last for an extremely long time. To give you an example, or to compare the bullets, the attic one, that one was found a month after the body was discovered. They only found touch DNA on that one. There was no blood detected. That would be on page 26 of the BCA report. So that would leave the assumption that it's just touch DNA if there wasn't blood on there.
Meaning the bullet was just fired into the ceiling. It didn't. It's not the bullet that killed. Like you've said many times already. And it's not the bullet that David killed himself with.
Yes, and it's the same type of bullet that was used in these killings, though. So David had handled that bullet in his hand as he put it into the clip magazine. So that DNA still stayed on that bullet, even after fired and gone through the ceiling and landed in the attic someplace.
All right, so here is the big 485-page PDF. Now, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you download a PDF and you see that it's 485 pages. I get it, but it's worth it. It is worth going through. And I'm going to try to give you a little teaser here of why you should go through this, I guess. The first reason, obviously, is for facts or is for data. So if you don't believe what is being written in this report is necessarily facts, it is data. So we are collecting data. The first thing you're going to find from page 1 through 5 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS 2015-28. Report is dated 1/17/2015. You have the occurrence dates of 1/17/2015 at 1400 to 1/18/2015 at 5:30 a.m. 0530. Page 6 through 8 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant, January 17th at 15:06 military time. That would be 3 p.m. Page 9 and 10 is the actual search warrant that is signed by the judge of the district court at 15:06. Page 11 is Brian Bones' receipt, inventory, and return. This shows that at 1651 they searched the house, the vehicles, and the bodies. They collected items AV-1 through AV-22. Pages 12 through pages 13 are written by Sean McKnight. The receipt, inventory, and return. Date of search warrants issued by the judge is the wrong year on both pages, 12 and 13. The collected items AV-23 through AV-55 were collected, or at least written down, by Sean McKnight. And you can see on this, you can see that it's noted who actually collected that item. You'll see a TB, Tara Becker, SM, Sean McKnight, and so forth. BB, Brian Bone. So that's what those little indications are next to it. Page 14 through 17 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS Investigative Supplement Report, 2015-28/1. Report date is 1/22/2015. Two case files are mentioned here. The AVPD 15-303, and the other case file that is mentioned here is the MNBCA Forensic Laboratory S15-00662. Okay, so 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3 are CDs. There are 3 CDs out there. 1.1 contains the raw digital images of latent prints from the crime scene. 1.2 is a CD that contains raw digital images of handwriting on wall from the crime scene. And 1.3 is a CD containing raw digital images of bloody footprints found at the scene. Page 17 specifically mentions blood footprints. Now, I know that there is an image out there, a couple of them out there, that when I first saw the pictures of bloody prints on the kitchen living room area floor, I thought they were handprints. I really did. I go back and forth sometimes, but I do, right now at least, I do believe, yes, they are footprints. So I've been looking at any evidence of them being either footprints or any mention of them being fingerprints. But here, they are specifically mentioned on page 17 as footprints. So we're going to start there. Okay, we're going to say, okay, this is what the BCA, this is what the investigators concluded at this point, that they were footprints. What's even more interesting is that you can clearly see that it is one foot. It is a right foot. So here's what I have some notes for about page 18 and 19. This is a laboratory analysis request at the attention of Tommy Booth. The estimated due date for these latent prints would be 4/26/2015. The estimated due date for the question documents, which we'll cover later, would be 4/26/2015. So they're saying by 4/26/2015, they should have some answers about the latent prints and about the question documents. The circumstances and purpose of the analysis is for the latent print comparison and the handwriting analysis comparison. Sticking with that document on page 19, the document was submitted by Elizabeth Elyers of the BCA and received by Carol David on January 26, 2015 at 11:17:48. Page 20 is interesting because it's a draft page. Draft is written 3 times in red on this page, and there's really not much to this. This was filled out, and this is, okay, so we're getting into the ACISS report. Now remember, ACISS report 2015-28. And what you're going to see is a lot of these documents are going to have the same name, ACISS report 2015-28, but then it's going to have a /2/3. Let's go to page 21. MNBCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/3. The report date is 1/26. This is the preliminary autopsy. Okay, so page 23, 24, and 25 are the press release report about this case regarding David, Kamel, and Rania, released by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office. And it basically says David died as a result of a suicide. Kamel died as a result of a homicide. Rania died as a result of a homicide. By 1/21. There's no doubt in their mind. Or they wouldn't have released those documents. But they needed to, especially for public panic, and really, especially just for all of the conspiracies. But I didn't think that they really gave the conspiracies any chance. They did not even want to consider a conspiracy here. That's the way I saw it. I don't see any. I mean, you can read these police reports and you can clearly see they're very careful to mention the public is not in danger. Everything is fine. We got this case solved. That's pretty much all we were getting. And that just fueled so many conspiracies. And instead of helping these conspiracy theorists kind of understand what was really happening, a lot of people just went silent. They went dark. And I can understand, it really puts the investigators in a very tough spot, especially if they really do want to help the public understand what happened here. It's a very tough spot now because it is an ongoing investigation. But at the same time, they're completely discrediting any possible theory of foul play. They're completely glossing over any possible explanation, any reason, anything that might show that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty. It's one thing to accuse him, but it's another thing to actually prove it. They were successful in accusing him to a point, and up to a certain date is what I think. They were very successful in trying to convince the public and trying to convince the average person that David Crowley was guilty. They failed, and they continued to fail. And the reason the case needs to be reopened is because they will continue to fail to prove David Crowley is guilty because they cannot prove it. I truly, honestly believe that. Now, can I prove that they cannot prove it? Yes. If these documents, if what I have, if everything that I've seen is what they base their theory on, unless they have secret knowledge, some hidden information, unless they have things that we're not seeing, yes, I believe we can prove that they cannot prove David Crowley is guilty based on their evidence, based on their documents, based on their photographs, based on their reports, based on their comments, based on everything they have given us. There is no way that the police, that these investigators can look at the documents, look at the photos, look at everything they've given us and say, okay, you will understand now why David Crowley is guilty. They really didn't even try. They were already thinking it didn't matter what they told us. We were still going to think David Crowley was not guilty. That's their own fault. And they were monitoring the group page. They were monitoring the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group and the Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So they knew that there were people like me who were not convinced. They lumped people like me into a category where everybody thought that the government killed David, and that was it. That's totally wrong, and that's totally unfair to real people who were really looking for what really happened here. They did a big disservice to us. So I think they were kind of like, well, it doesn't matter what we tell you, you're still going to think David Crowley didn't do this. And to me, that made it sound like, okay, so then you're not going to put any effort into it, right? That's pretty much what you're telling me, and that's what I told, well, I didn't tell Gummert. That's what I should have told Gummert is, you just said that no matter what, you think we'll still be convinced that David Crowley did not kill his wife and his daughter and then kill himself. Even though I've stated publicly many, many times that I'm open to it, that I want to see it, I want the evidence. They didn't even look at that. They didn't even care. Because it wasn't about that. Those are the people they should have been focusing on, not the people who were set that the government killed David, or that David was part of some global conspiracy, or it's going to release some movie that was going to change the whole world, or whatever. So they did a very big disservice to the public, because they did not help us understand. They didn't even take the time, really. So anyways, Gummert did. Gummert at least took the time to answer those questions. He tried to back out, kind of, not really back out, but he, at first he was not going to answer those questions. But he's a man of his word. Gummert is a man of his word, and he answered those questions, and I thank him for that. Page 26 is ACISS attachment 2015-28/4, report date 1/26/2015, and this is in regards to the latent prints of David Crowley and the DD-214, which is his military record. That was requested by Chris Olson. Status was approved, and the approved date is 1/26/2015. The record originating date is 1/26/2015. It says on January 21st, 2015, oh, here we go. Here's the FBI thing now. Because it was always, were the FBI involved? Were the Department of Homeland Security involved? Were the FBI involved? Who was involved? So now we have the one mention of the FBI in these documents. I think this is the only mention that you'll ever see. And it's only for Olson to request from the FBI, from the Minnesota FBI, David Crowley's fingerprint card taken by the U.S. military on 6/24/2003. And this FBI agent, Travis Yarberg, sent Olson David's DD-214 on January 21st, 2015. This shows they had David's fingerprint. This is going to be one of the most important things that you're going to read in these documents, simply because of they have one match to David's fingerprint, one. And it's on the notebook in the office bedroom. That's it. They don't have a fingerprint. They don't have a palm print of David's on that gun. They can't do it. Now you could say, well, it's because the gun was there for 3 weeks. You could say it's because of the dog. Whatever you want to say. That is a fact. They could not put the gun in David's hand. That's a big thing. It's a huge thing. It's one more reason to reopen this case, I think. You talk about the smoking gun. The bloody gun might be the smoking gun. Okay, so Olson gets the fingerprint card from the FBI on January 21st. Then on the following day, he receives David's DD-214 from SAIC Michael F. McDaniel. So even though we were told that the FBI were not involved, technically they weren't, and technically they were, right? They weren't involved in the investigation. There's no proof that they were involved in the investigation, but they were contacted. So, semantics, yeah, okay. I'll give them that one. And then page 28 through 31, another ACISS crime scene supplement, 2015-28/5. So now we're into the fifth part. Still dated 1/17/2015. The crime scene processing. That's what we're going to be going through here now. The BCA received a call at 14:17. They arrived at 15:30. Their work was completed on 1/18 on the following day at 4:30. The BCA, on page 28, you'll see the BCA took 800 photographs. They took a photograph of the exterior, the interior, general area, point of entry, no. Point of exit is no. Shoe prints, no. That was interesting. Footprints, yes. Tire tracks, no. Tool marks, no. Victim injuries, yes. Weapons, yes. So when you think about just another thing, going back to those shoe prints, I did notice that comparisons to the officer's shoe prints were made to shoe prints in the snow. And then I wondered, did the police ever compare David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow? And then I wondered if the police ever compared David's shoes to the shoe prints in the snow. Page 31 shows Ellier's story. She was contacted by the BCA's Operations Center, and she was requested to respond to the crime scene in Apple Valley. SSA O'Donnell documented the crime scene through video, which was recorded onto a mini DVD and which was later transferred to a DVD for easy viewing. So the photos are on a DVD that is marked item .2. Page 32 and 33 cover the Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/7. So now we're to the seventh document associated with this. The report date is 2/13/2015 from 17:05 to 17:13. Okay, these reports and exhibits are received by the Apple Valley Police Department. Report by Chris Olson. On 2/13/2015, S.A. Olson received 20 PDF files. 20 PDF files. These files included reports and other investigative exhibits relevant to this investigation. If you look at page 34 through 37, you get half a list of the top 200 donors. Start with number 1, and it's a big jump from number 1 to number 2. Okay, so page 38, you'll see here, we got the training here that Kamel and David took. If you're looking at page 40, you'll see Kamel's training verification through Quorum Security Incorporated. Page 43 has the gun that David gave to Danny Mason as a gift. Page 44, Kamel's firearms bill of sale, purchased on 7/25/2009 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. She paid with a check, total of $508.76. She bought a Springfield XD 40 caliber, serial number US 163310, signed by Kamel. Page 45 through 47 is David's training verification certificate. Course completed on November 8, 2009, and done by the same company, Quorum Security. Page 48 is David Crowley's private firearm transfer to Adam Schambauer. It's dated September 17, 2010. It's given as a gift, and it's from the AR-15. It is the lower receiver, serial number 61242. Page 49 is a private firearms transfer from David Crowley to David Stark, dated June 17, 2012, conducted as a sale. David sold Mr. Stark a Springfield XD 40 caliber subcompact, serial number US 163310. Kamel buys this gun on 7/25/2009 in Dallas, Texas for $508, sells it, or David sells it, to David Stark June 17th of 2012. Page 50 through 133 are the police reports. And here we go again, the police reports. There are some police reports in here, and there are some police reports that are missing. The ones that are missing look like it's generally the ones at the end of the 94 pages. So that's curious. The last update that we get where the case is exceptionally cleared is not in this set of police reports. That's a big deal. The other interesting thing to notice about this is some of what was censored in the 94-page PDF is not censored here. So there is some good data there. There is some good stuff to actually go through. And it'd be good to have a full comparison of everything about what is blocked out in the original 94 pages, and then compare that to what is not blocked out here in these 70 some odd pages that we have of police reports. Page 134, 137 is the BCA lab analysis request by Tommy Booth. The section involved the crime scene team. The estimated due date is 2/17/2015. Firearms, the estimated due date is 5/18/2015. Latent prints, the estimated due date 4/18/2015. The nuclear DNA, estimated due date 5/18/2015. And the question documents, estimated due date 4/18/2015. This is all on page 134. The evidence list begins on page 134 as well, and goes through all of the items number 1 through 48. Now, you'll notice just 1 through 48, because right now they don't have 49 through 56, and then later they'll have 57. So you're going to see this document, 3 sets of the same document here. Okay, and as we move on to page 138, the AVPD press release. Now we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these press releases. Note these dates, note these times. This is very important. All right, so on page 138, this is the very first one. This is the first press release. Suspicious deaths. And you'll note here, It does not mention a double murder or suicide. This was set to release at 3:30 p.m. January 17th, 2015. Little over 2 hours have passed, and the first press release goes out. Suspicious deaths. Doesn't really say much. Shouldn't say much because they don't know much. This one is dated January 18th, set for release at 11:40 a.m. This one does mention a murder-suicide, but they're very clear to make sure that there's no threat to public safety. To me, that shows, and I think this has been brought up many, many times, but just to say it again, it does show that by this time, the police were working with the theory that David Crowley was guilty. That is their working theory. They don't have 2 bullets yet. They don't have item 53. They don't have item 57. Item 57, obviously, they don't find that one until February 18th when they're told about it by Chris Klein, or else they would never have item 57. So thank you, Chris Klein. Think about that for a second. Let's say they never had item 57. This wouldn't match up. Nothing would match up. Of course, only 4 bullets and 6 casings found on January 17th does not match up either. So if you're still looking at page 139, you can see, based on this, that the medical examiner's office is still working to positively identify the 3 dead bodies. They haven't identified them yet, and they're already working with this theory that David Crowley is guilty. Even on January 19th, they don't have a positive ID, page 140. But they're already treating this as an apparent murder-suicide. So maybe they're just being cautious. Maybe that's just legal speak, and they're just making sure CYA. And on page 141, dated 1/21/2015 at 3 p.m. Now they have a positive ID. So by 1/21, they have a positive ID. They have already said that they believe that this was a murder-suicide. We can conclude that by 1/21/2015, the police are working with that theory that David Crowley is guilty. They're not looking at other theories. They're not looking at foul play. They've ruled out foul play. Okay, page 142 is going to be the 5th and final press release that we're going to see here. And the investigation is still ongoing. Last verified activity from the residents was late December of 2014, according to investigators. Captain John Brummel is actually quoted in this last one. He is quoted, "The analysis of these devices could provide important information about this incident, but that analysis will take time." Page 144, 145, and 146 all look like they are trying to identify Kamel. January 18th, 1:49 a.m. Ryan Olson sends Sean McKnight this image on page 145 to identify her by her tattoos. Probably one of the fastest, easiest ways to identify a person, I would think. We're going to move on to page 147. Page 147 shows how they were trying to identify David Crowley through the tattoos. And you will note that date originally sent from Ryan Olson to Sean McKnight on January 17th, 2015. Okay, page 150 to 151 is a release form where they are releasing the dog to Dan Crowley Jr. The dog was obviously impounded on 1/17/2015. It's a mixed breed. It's a male. Dan Crowley Jr. claims that dog on January 21st, 2015, according to these documents here. So this fax that we're seeing here, this document was faxed from the pet hospital to the Apple Valley Police Department on January 21, 2015. You can see that on page 151. On page 152, you will see that on January 23rd, 2015, Tommy Booth is notified that the forensic scientist assigned to the nuclear DNA section assignment in this case will be Rebecca Diane. Page 153 is the handwritten report with a list of authorities involved. This lists everybody who was involved in this case. Page 154 through 157 is Kamel's messages with an unnamed person. The dates include Monday, November 24th at 9:57 a.m., where she met with somebody at a coffee house. Kamel's plans for after the holidays. Quote, I'd also be interested in planning a more elaborate, fun get-together after the holidays. On page 155, she's corresponding with somebody on December 3rd, 12:39 p.m., and she responds on Friday, December 5th at 11:53 a.m. So you can read page 154 through 157, and you can see, and you can judge for yourself, because we get down to page 156, and now we're in December of 2014. Page 158 shows what guns were taken from the house on January 18th, 2015. There are 9 in total. On page 159, you'll see that Brian Bone is trying to get access to David Crowley's Dropbox. He is requesting a preservation of the account and any account associated with this specific Gmail account, crawls04@gmail.com. Page 160 through 162, we're back to the BCA Forensic Science Service, filled out by the AVPD Brian Bone. This is for the nuclear DNA test. Specifically, look at what it says under latent prints here. Elimination principles from all principles? No. Major case prints, finger/palms for crimes against people? No. Is the evidence process? No. DNA cases, known DNA samples from all principles? Yes and no. Still on page 161. It clearly says yes and no. Both of those boxes are marked on page 161. Page 162, the elimination principles names David, Kamel, and Rania. All right, page 164 shows Joe Cooksley as the forensic scientist assigned to the crime scene team. Page 165 shows that Catherine Roach is the forensic specialist assigned to the nuclear DNA section. Page 166 through 318 shows David Crowley's Facebook account activity. Page 319 through 332 is David Crowley's conversation with Brendan J. Look at page 335 and 336 now, and you will see this post that was removed. You won't find this post anymore on David's social media. This was removed, a removed post, page 335 and 336. So the police were able to get a record of this. All right, page 337 shows Sean Wright with Luke Radowski. Again, you got to ask why. What is going on here? Well, obviously, to the police, page 337 relates to 335 and 336, or it also relates to 338. Check out 338. That's when Sean Wright starts asking for the admin rights. So I was just wondering, when I looked at page 341, I was like, why is this post here? And then I scrolled up to page 340, 339. Now, the thing is, if they already think David Crowley is guilty at this point, why are they doing all this? Why are they going through all this stuff? I don't know. Page 342 is the email exchange between David and Jason Allen. Now, Jason Allen forwards this email to Sean McKnight on January 20th, 2015. David sent this email on 12/17/2014. He was planning for the future. He was actively planning for his future. How does that equal suicide? How did they go from planning your future to committing a double murder suicide? Page 345 is a picture of David, Danny Mason, and others on Facebook. Page 346 through 349 is the AVPD Property and Evidence Report. Very important document here. Page 350 is the Property and Evidence Report, dated 1/22/2015 at 1:59 p.m. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet. It's also listed as item 026 on there. Page 352 is another Property and Evidence Report with the bodies in the bags. This is print dated 1/27. Page 353 is David's clothing list. Page 354 is the evidence receipt for David's clothing list. Page 356 to 358 is the same thing for Kamel, her evidence receipt. Page 362 is the property release form for the same bullet that was found on January 20th that rolled out of the carpet. Very interesting. The item number 53 was found on January 20th. Okay, page 363 to 367, forensic laboratory analysis requests for nuclear DNA comparisons for item 50, item 51, and item 52. David's known blood sample, Kamel's known blood sample, and Ranya's known blood sample. They also requested nuclear DNA comparisons for item 53. That was submitted on 1/23/2015 at 10:05. Page 368 to 372 is Brian Bones' application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit and search warrant. 373 to 375, Brian Bones / Sean McKnight receipt, inventory, and return. Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. AV-1 through AV-55. You'll notice on page 373, dated 1/17/2015, but on page 374, it is dated 1/17/2014. Simple error, minor error. Here we have 23 through 44. Looking at page 375, going to AV-55. 367 is the receipt of filing search warrant. Contains a copy of the warrant. 378, AVPD Detective Michael Tietz to AT&T National Compliance Center for AT&T, sent on 1/22/2015. Page 379 shows AVPD's attempt to contact T-Mobile. Page 380 through 384 is a search warrant application for AT&T phone record 651-333-0072 between the dates of 9/1/14 and 1/21/2015, signed on 1/22. Page 385 to 389 is a search warrant for AT&T phone record 212-470-5794 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 390 to 394 is a search warrant for the T-Mobile phone 254-616-0461 between the dates of 1/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 395 is a search warrant for the AT&T phone record 612-999-4890 between the dates of 9/1/2014 and 1/21/2015. Page 396 to 399 is when Gummert learns in regards to Rania School that David and Kamel had multiple emergency contact numbers on file at the school, including the number 612-999-4890. Page 400 to 404 is Sean McKnight's search warrant for the computers and digital media storage, and the list of items are included. This evidence may show motive, pre-planning, intent, or a recording of the crime itself in video, still images, or audio form, and we know that's not true. 28 devices were found in total. This says the autopsy of David has not yet been started. If you look at page 401, just going to quickly go to a different document here to refer when the autopsies of David were done. Autopsy here says 11:50 a.m. So page 1 of David Crowley's autopsy says 11:50 a.m. But Sean McKnight's report clearly says the autopsy hasn't even been started yet. And it's signed and dated 13/30, 1/18/2015. Okay. Page 405 to 409 is Brian Bone's application for a search warrant and supporting affidavit. They are requesting financial records, Wells Fargo records. On page 407, there's indications of financial trouble. From what they say, Detective Bone thought money and debt can be a contributing factor to motive in cases of homicides. He doesn't specifically say this case on page 407, but he mentions that they might have financial trouble. There's indications. What are the indications of their financial trouble? Because people told them that? Page 410 through page 413, David Crowley's financial records warrant and application requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. They are requesting AAA credit screening and financial records. Page 414 to 418, Kamel's financial records warrant and application, also requested by Brian Bone on 2/2/2015 at 2:13 p.m. Page 419 to 421 cover David Crowley's Dropbox search warrant and application. This is also requested on the same date, 2/2/2015, 2:13 p.m. by Brian Bone. Page 422 to 427 is the Equifax request from AVPD with the warrant attached. This is requested by Brian Bone on 2/4/2015 at 4:22 p.m. They are specifically requesting financial records for Kamel. Page 428 through 432 is pretty much the same thing, but for David Crowley, it's an Equifax warrant and application. Same date, 2/4/2015 at 4:22. They want David's financial records. So they have this stuff. And we see at the very end of this, again, there is very little proof of any financial trouble, from what I can see here. And that doesn't include David's pending deal for his Hollywood project. And it doesn't include the $14,000 check that was left on their front doorstep. And they're still saying that there's indications of financial trouble. With the $14,000 check found on the front doorstep, it's hard for me to believe there's indications of financial trouble. Why aren't the police seeing the same thing? Why aren't investigators seeing that same thing? Why did Mason Hendricks not want this to be made public? Did not want this in the police reports that were given to us? He told me that. Because this kills that story. This kills the whole theory that they had major money problems. Page 433 is the Apple Valley Police Department Incident Recall Report from Sidra. And this one is dated 10/18/2014. This is when Sidra goes to the Crowley house and is turned away. She wants to go see her sister. She goes there to pick up one of her dad's cars. She does not see her sister. She does not see her niece. She only sees David. From what she says, David won't let her in, won't let her see them, and she's worried. Who wouldn't be worried? You should be worried. This is the second call. This is Sidra's second call to 911. The first call you'll see on page 343. And that one happened same date, 10/18/2014. This call was at 19:08. They arrive at 19:30, and this is closed at 19:51. That's page 434. Take a look at that one. 2 calls within 2 hours. So she's in the lobby of the police office asking for assistance getting the cars back. The police can't help since it's a civil issue. All right, page 435 to 436. Back to the BCA ACISS Crime Scene Supplemental Report. This is 2015-28/8. The report date is 2/18/2015 from 0 to 0. This is item 57, a bullet found a month later. Police will try to tie this bullet to David's murder weapon. I don't think that they'll be very successful. The call was received at 2/18/2015 at 16:30. The time that they arrived is 17:30, and the time completed is 19:30. 2 hours. Exactly. 28 photographs were taken this third time that they've come into the house now. They recovered a spent bullet. Christopher Olson. On Wednesday, February 18th, 2015, Special Agent Lance Lehman is contacted by the BCA's Operations Center to respond to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. Lance Lehman is briefed by BCA Special Agent Chris Olson, and the purpose of this event was to document and recover a spent bullet from the attic. And the BCA crime scene team was on site as well, including Joe Cooksley, who was there on the first day, on January 17th, 2015. He was there, and Beth Wolf. Special Agent Lehman took the 28 photos, item 8.1. This is all on page 437. Really good stuff here. The record original date is 2/19/2015 at 9:55 by Lance Lehman. Page 439 to page 442 are the crime scene drawings. Very interesting stuff here, especially when you think about the 3 different dates and you look at the dates on here. So there's no doubt they had to update this twice. Page 443, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment. The report date is 2/3/2015 for nuclear DNA. And this is 2015-28/10. Page 444 is the Forensic Science Laboratory report on the examination of the physical evidence. For nuclear DNA, it lists items 1 through 53. That's it. That's what they're testing for nuclear DNA in this document at this point, up until this point. Page 446 are the results of the lab exam. This is the blood. Presence of blood is found on the pistol, item 1A, in 4 areas. It's 1A-1, which is the grip of the gun, 1A-2, which is the slide of the gun, 1A-3, which is the trigger of the gun, and 1A-4, which is the muzzle of the gun. They also find presence of blood on the magazine, item 1B, in 1 area called IB-1. They find blood on the knife, which is item 8, in 4 areas, 3 samples collected. 8-1, which is the blade, 8-2, which is the inside, 8-3, which is the handle. They found presence of blood on the pin, item 40, 40-1, on the grip of the pin. They found presence of blood on the notepad, item 41, 41-1, on the front cover, 41-2 on a page. They found, okay, now we're getting into bullet. I'm going to call this bullet 1, item 42, bullet 1. They found blood on the bullet, item 42-1. 42-1 is the actual blood on the bullet. Bullet number 2, item 43. They found blood on the bullet, item 43-1. We're still on page 446. And we're going to look at bullet number 3, item 44. Blood on the bullet. And the blood on the bullet is labeled as item 44-1. Here's where blood was not found. Blood was not found on 1B1, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1B2, which is a cartridge. Blood was not found on 1C, which is a cartridge. Again, blood was not found on 45, which is a bullet. Page 447 shows the hair and fiber and when they were collected on. Not examined at this time were items 4 through 7, 10, item 13, item 16 through 22, item 25, item 26, item 28, item 29, and item 31 through 33. This is signed by the forensic scientist in charge, Rebecca Dian. Okay, page 448, Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/11. This is dated 3/11/2015. Lab number 2, crime scene team. Page 449 is a forensic science laboratory BCA result of the field examinations report 2, item 1 through 57. Brian Bone requests BCA crime scene team to go to the house to look at the hole in the ceiling and search for any possible related bullet. So Brian Bone calls the BCA Operations Center sends out their team on 2/18/2015 to recover item 57. Hours in the house from 1745 to 1945. Page 452 shows the observations of the scene. Page 453 shows the description of the bodies. This is a very important read. Okay, page 454 shows HCME entered the scene at midnight on 1/18/2015. The bodies are taken 90 minutes later. Fragments of bones and tufts on the hair were observed on the area rug in the living room. Page 454 is a list of items collected. Item 1, Springfield XD, XD546473 with blood on it. Cartridge cases, items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37. Cartridge item number 7. 3 bullets, 42, 43, and 44. Bullet fragment item 31. Book with blood on it. Item 4. Pages torn out of the book with blood. Item 5, 6, and 10. The knife, open, locked back knife. Item 8. Page 454 clearly shows that the knife was open. Blood swabs from the wall, A and B, items 11 and 12. Page 455, blood swabs from the east wall, item 29. Blood swabs from the south wall behind the Christmas tree, item 33. Blood swabs from lower front right corner of the recliner, item 34. Blood swabs from wood floor outside of area rug, items 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20, and 32. The magazine from item 1 had blood on it, ridge detail, loaded with less than 4 cartridges, also a cartridge in the chamber. Page 456, item 57 is mentioned. A projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited the attic. From the island counter wall below the countertop, items 16 and 17. Blood swabs of underside the island countertop, item 28. Blood swabs of the laptop's A key, item 24. Blood swabs of the keyboard surface, item 23. Blood swabs from the island countertop next to the laptop, item 25. Blood swab of tissue box, item 26. Blood swabs of cell phone, item 35. The dishwasher was open, dish racks pulled out. Blood swab of the kitchen floor, item 21. Blood swab inside the dishwasher, item 22. Page 457, items 46 and items 47, the notepad and the note page, possible handwriting samples from Kamel. Page 457, item 48, checkbook from David, possible handwriting samples from David. Blood swab collected in hallway outside of the office, item 27. Blood swabbing of office desk, item 39. Blood swabbing of notepad, item 41. Possible bloody ridge detail and blood on previous page 2. Blood swabbing of pen, item 40. Open safe in the master bedroom. Loaded magazine with keys and miscellaneous items. There is a swabbing of push keys on the top of the safe, item 38. Page 458 is the house diagram. You have the basement wall bullet here. You have the hole in the south wall. Chemical testing failed to detect the presence of lead. Bullet item 45 was retrieved from inside of the wall near the hole in the basement. This is all the basement wall bullet. The bullet hole in the living room was underneath the area rug. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath that rug. Chemical testing of hole in wood floor failed to detect lead. Page 459, additional items submitted. Item 49 by Special Agent Chris Olson. Item 50 through 53 by Whitney Dorn. Item 54 through 56 by Special Agent Beth Ellers. Nuclear DNA tests were done on items 1 through 45, items 50 through 53, and item 57. Latent prints were done on item 1, item 40, item 41, item 49, and item 54. Firearms, item 1 through 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, item 37, item 42 through 45, item 53, and item 57. Question documents, item 41. No analysis at this time was done on items 46, 48, 55, and 56. This is dated 3/11/2015. Page 460, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab results attachment, 2015-28/12. The report date is 3/16/2015 for nuclear DNA. Page 461 is about Rania Crowley's known blood sample, which is item 52, single source composite DNA profile. Page 464 shows the nuclear DNA tests were done on item 1, the gun, which is 1A and 1B, item 8, the knife, blood swabs for items 11, 14, 23, 27, and 35. Nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 38, the push keys from the gun safe, item 41 from the notepad, item 42, 43, and 44, which are all bullets, item 45, which is the bullet in the basement wall. This is all nuclear DNA tests. These nuclear DNA tests were also done on item 50, which is a blood sample of David Crowley, item 51, a blood sample of Kamel Crowley, and item 52, a blood sample of Rania Crowley, page 465. These tests were also done on item 53, the bullet that rolled out of the rug, and item 57, the bullet that police found in the attic. No blood on that bullet. Sampled, collected, labeled as 57-1. Still on page 465, here are the DNA results. Item 1A-3 is a mix of 2 or more people with major male DNA profile that matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Rania cannot be excluded from being a possible contributor. Kamel is excluded. Item 1B is a mix of 2 or more people. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Rania. Kamel and Rania cannot be excluded as contributors. Estimates 99.95 to 99.97 of the general population can be excluded. Page 466 is item 8-1, which has a mix of 2 or more people. David, Kamel, and Rania cannot be excluded from being contributors. 99.95 to 99.98% of the estimated general population can be excluded. Items 11 and items 44-1. Single source female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 14, 23, 27, 42-1, and 43-1. Female DNA profile matching Kamel. David and Rania are excluded. Item 35 has a mix of 2 or more people. Kamel and Rania can't be excluded. David is excluded along with 99.9998% of the general population. Page 466, item 38, which shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. However, David and Rania cannot be excluded from being possible contributors to the mixture. Page 467. Item 41.2 has a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Kamel. Major DNA profile does not match David or Rania. David and Rania are excluded. Item 45-1 shows no DNA profile obtained. Item 53-1 shows a mix of 2 or more people. Major DNA profile matches Rania. Major DNA profile does not match David or Kamel. David and Kamel are excluded. This is very important right here because item 53-1 is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th. What you're reading here shows they did not have the bullet that they will say killed Rania until 4 days after the bodies were taken out of the house. That's ridiculous. 4 days after, January 17th goes by. Bodies are taken out January 18th. January 19th goes by. January 20th, when there's cleaners in the Crowley house, a bullet rolls out of a carpet, lands on the hardwood floor. Cops are called in to collect this bullet. This document on page 467 shows this is the bullet that killed Rania, most likely. That's what it's telling me. They missed this bullet too. The only bullets they found, if their logic is correct, the only bullets they found on January 17th were related to Kamel. Page 467 to 468 covers item 57. There is a male DNA profile that matches David Crowley. Kamel and Rania are excluded. Insignificant genetic information led to no statement on minor types. Page 469 is the autopsy reports. Minnesota BCA ACISS attachment 2015-28/14. The report date is 4/14/2015. This is the final autopsy reports. Page 470 shows that Chris Olson receives the final autopsy reports. Final autopsy claims David died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Page 471, the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/15 with a report date of 5/24/2015. Lab 5-FA. Page 472 covers the forensic science laboratory tests on firearms. Lab 5, there's an item list. This is dated 5/22/2015. Page 473 shows the results of the laboratory examination. On item 1, the gun fired item 2, fired item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37, for a total of 6 .40 cal Smith & Wesson cartridge cases. Now, item 1 also fired item 42, item 43, item 44, item 45, item 53, and item 57, for a total of 6 .40 caliber Smith & Wesson bullets. They find matching features between item 57 and item 31. So item 1 fired item 31. Item 7 was not examined. It's a cartridge. So they take the matching features between item 57 and item 31 to show that item 1 fired item 31. Examinations of item 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from the Winchester PXD1 brand cartridges. You know, when I first read this, I thought it was the other way around. I thought they were using item 31 to help prove item 57 was fired by David's gun. Reading this now, I'm looking at it differently, and now I'm thinking they're trying to say what they found with item 57 helps them prove something about item 31. They don't even know that David's gun fired item 57, and they're going to use item 57 to help prove that David fired item 31. Lisa Kinsella is the forensic scientist here. Page 474 is the Minnesota BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/16. The report date is 7/2/2015. Lab 6. This includes a list of question documents, includes 41A-1 to 41A-59. Lots of items to cover here. Okay, page 476, we're talking about blood. Item 41A-20A. 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of item 41, the spiral notepad. Item 41A-21A. 2 SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of item 41. So the comparisons will not be done at this time. If you're looking on page 477, comparisons of item 41A-30 and question writings and photographs saved, item 55, will not be conducted at this time. Still in the handwriting now with page 478 with alternate light source examining results. Exams of item 41, front, back, 59 pages inside, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Items 41A-1 through 41A-59. So they go all through these 59 pages. 41 is the notepad. 41A is the paper on the notepad, and 41A-1 through 59 are the pages. The indented impression examination results are also listed here. These impressions were done on 41A-20A and 41A-21A. Limitations. Additional writing impressions were developed that could not be interpreted. Page 480 is the BCA ACISS lab result attachment 2015-28/17, dated 9/10/2015, September 10th, 2015, done by Lab 7. Page 482 shows the latent prints, dated 7/31/2015. List of items submitted are all from page 482 to 484. This includes the gun, the magazine, the pen, the notepad, 59 pages. Item 49 is a known fingerprint card of David Crowley. Item 54 is a CD with images of 25 NEF images. Item 58 is a disc with images of latent prints from 1A, 1B, 41A, and 54. Latent prints. Item 1A, latent palm print, which is labeled as LP1A-1. Item 1B, latent fingerprint, which is labeled LP1B-2. Item 54, a latent palm print, labeled LP54-1. File names BCA 499, NEF through BCA 5001, NEF. A limited examination of latent prints is apparent blood from item 41, 41A, 41A1 through 41A59, all submitted as item 41. So on the notepad, they find 2 latent prints that are suitable for comparison. The latent prints, item 41A-30, latent print impression, could be from a finger or a palm. Item 41A-31, latent fingerprint, LP41A-31-1. This is blood. Now don't forget, they searched in the Muffin database and no suitable candidate was generated for these latent prints. Latent print results, page 485. LP1B-2 is a fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. LP41A-30-1 is a palm or fingerprint inconclusive to Crowley for the same reason, because there's a limited quality and quantity of information in the latent print. It's not a good enough latent print. LP41A-31-1 is a fingerprint of David's left middle finger on the note page. 2 palm prints, LP1A-1 and LP54-1, could not be compared due to no known palm print of David, according to page 485. This is dated 7/31/2015, well after they had contacted the FBI and the military. So they have palm prints, but they can't match them to David. They have a fingerprint, 2 fingerprints. Can't match them to David. Yet they're still going to go and claim David is guilty. Contact information is left if additional examinations are necessary. I believe they are, so hopefully we can get to that. Contact the BCA latent print section. This is written by forensic scientist Jennifer Kostrowski. They reviewed 5 latent print results, 3 fingerprints, 2 palm prints. Okay, the 3 fingerprints, LP1B-2, inconclusive to David Crowley. LP14A31-1, inconclusive to David Crowley, which is the notepad. LP1A30-1 is inconclusive to David Crowley, and this is the note page, number 30. LP41A31-1 has David's left middle finger. This is the only fingerprint that they have, is of David Crowley's left middle finger, found on the note page, page 31 of the notepad. That's it. It's all they can conclusively say. That's what they have. A left middle finger for all of us, pretty much. Okay, palm prints. LP1A-1, no palm print comparison. LP54-1, no palm print comparison. They have no palm print comparison for David Crowley. The fingerprints don't match except for one. Don't match the gun, don't match anything else. Until we meet again, the gray stage continues. Here is the Apple Valley Police Department Property and Evidence Report, print date 1/20/2015 at 10:43 a.m. Item number 1 is the mail recovered from the mailbox for 1051 Ramsdale Drive, collected by Brian Bone. Item number 2 is a toy wrapped in black and white gift wrap labeled From Uncle Danny, collected by Brian Bone, AV2. Item number 3 is a brown paper bag containing a bill, a black flashlight, VFW mailing, a card with check for $14,000 from Daniel Crowley, and a gift from Sue and Al containing a coloring book, collected by Brian Bone. In the notes section of item 3, which is also AV-3, this says, contains check, be sure to properly destroy. This was found on the front step of the residence. Item number 4 is a world map wrapped in black and white gift wrap with label From Grandpa, collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-4, found on the front steps of the residence. Item number 5 is a bundle of assorted shooting targets, also collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-5, found on the front step of the residence. Item number 6 is This Week newspaper dated 12/26/2014, found by Tara Becker. This is AV-10, and it's found in the kitchen trash can. Item number 7 is a document with the name Kamel on it, found by Tara Becker. This is known as AV-11, and it's found in the kitchen. Item number 8 is a report card for Rania Crowley, dated fall of 2014, also found by Tara Becker. This is AV-12. This document is found in a Cypress School binder on the kitchen counter. Item number 9 is a document with a list of contributions. This is also AV-36. This is found in the office printer. Item number 10 is a 2010 daycare document from JC Child Care, a 401k statement in the name of Kamel Crowley, a healthcare statement with Park Nicolette Clinic stamp on it, an immunization record for Rania Crowley. Item number 11 is the firearms document, also known as AV-39. Item number 12 is a blue folder with the medical documents for Kamel Crowley. So they had her medical documents or some type of medical documents. This is also AV-40, found in the office file cabinet. Item number 13 is a birth certificate and medical and dental records for David Crowley. This is found in the office file cabinet as well, and it's AV-41. Item number 14 is a black rectangular gun safe with keypad on top, collected by Brian Bone. Item number 15 is a Springfield Armory handgun magazine containing 11 rounds of .40 cal Smith & Wesson ammunition, collected by Brian Bone. AV-44. This is found in the gun safe of the northeast bedroom. Item number 16 is a box of Winchester brand .40 cal Smith & Wesson ammunition, collected by Brian Bone. This is collected in the trunk of the vehicle in the garage. This is also AV-46. Item number 17 is a black plastic Springfield Armory gun case containing manuals, also collected by Brian Bone. This is AV-47. It is a gun case found in the trunk of the vehicle in the garage. Item number 18 is a Marlin Model 60 rifle collected by Michael Tietz. This is also AV-48. It is a weapon in the southeast downstairs bedroom. Item number 19 is a gun case containing a HK USP 40 handgun found by Michael Tietz. And this is also found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. This is AV-49. Item number 20 is a Remington Model 700 rifle with scope and DBM collected by Michael Tietz. This is also AV-50, and this is found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. Item number 21 is a Remington Model 700 rifle with HFP collected by Michael Tietz. This is AV-51 in a black Pelican case with item AV-50, found together with AV-50. And this was found in the southeast downstairs bedroom as well. Item number 22 is a black plastic gun case containing DPMS AR-15 with scope, handguard, and black flashlight. This is AV-52, and it's also found in the southeast downstairs bedroom. And lastly, we have item number 26, which is a bullet found at the residence after a call from the cleaning crew. And this is ammo found on the scene at 1/20/2015, print date 1/22/2015. This is the bullet that rolled out of the carpet when the cleaners were there on January 20th, 3 days after the bodies were found. This bullet will eventually be tied to Rania, meaning they did not find the bullet that they're going to say most likely killed Rania till 3 days later. Item number 27 is one bag identified as 15-0366 David Crowley, contains clothing from victim, list of bag inventory scanned into case file. And this was given to them by the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office. Item number 28 is one bag identified as 15-0367 Kamel Crowley, contains clothing from victim, list of bag inventory scanned into case file. This is the clothing for Kamel. Item 30 is photos of David Crowley. It's put on a CD disc, and it's given to Brian Bone by the Medical Examiner's Office. Item 31 is photos of Kamel. And item 32 are photos of Rania. Item 33 is the crime scene video on a CD. This was given to Brian Bone by the BCA. Item 34 are the crime scene photos from the BCA on a CD. And again, this is given to Brian Bone by the BCA. Item number 35 is a CD with all the Wells Fargo records received via email from a warrant. This is given to Brian Bone by Wells Fargo. Item number 36 is a CD with all AT&T records received via email from a warrant. Item number 37 is documents, credit reports for Kamel and David Crowley received from Equifax. Okay, and it looks like all of the firearms were released to Brian Bone on 4/1/2015. All the firearms except for the murder weapon, of course. And then on 4/6/2015, all of these firearms were picked up by Dan Crowley. I'm not sure if it's Dan Crowley Sr. or Jr., but you will be able to tell by the phone number. Item number 39 are the bone fragments located near David Crowley's body by the medical examiner. Item number 40 are bone fragments located near Kamel Crowley's body. Item number 41 is a USB flash drive from Dropbox.com with files from David Crowley with his password here. Item number 42 are records from AT&T for the phone records. Okay, and then in these documents it skips down to number 50. Item number 50 is a computer chip. Item number 51 is number 6 on AV warrant, ECU number 14, listed as electronics. Item number 52 is also electronics, and it is number 7 on AV search warrant. Let's see what number 7 is. It's also electronics. Number 7 is an iPhone, okay, with the brown plastic case with the skull, found in the kitchen by Tara Becker. Item number 53 is number 9 on the AV search warrant. Okay, number 54 is number 13 on the AV search warrant, which is an iMac computer. It's like it's found in the kitchen. Item number 55 is number 26 on the AV search warrant. Let's look at number 26. Miscellaneous power cords. Okay. Item number 56 is number 35 on the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. Let's look at what number 35 on the AV search warrant. It is a Pelican case with 6 hard drives. Item number 57 is number 20 on the AV search warrant. Let's take a look at what number 20 is on the AV search warrant. And that is a password list. Okay, password list. There we go. Item number 58 is number 21 on the AV search list, which is another password list. 2 password lists here. Item number 59 is number 22 on the AV search warrant, which is a hard drive, Rugged Lacie, L-A-C-I-E, orange color. Oh, one of those big ones. Okay. Item number 60 is number 24 on the AV search warrant. I don't know why they can't just list this for us, but whatever. Let's go ahead and find number 24 is a black jump drive. So item number 60 is a black jump drive. Item number 61, which is number 25 on the AV search warrant, is a card reader with scan disk, 64-bit. Okay, number 62 is number 27. Number 27 is a Lexar card reader with memory card. Item number 63 is number 28 on the AV search warrant. And 28 is a hard drive with iron enema on it. Item number 64 is number 30 in the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. Let's take a look at what number 30 is. It's a Seagate Anchor 008. Item number 65 is number 32 on the AV search warrant. And 32 is another hard drive, a Maxon. Item number 66 is number 33 on the AV search warrant. AV33 on the search warrant is a blue USB thumb drive. There you go. Item number 67 is number 34 on the AV search warrant, and number 34 is a Skillcraft USB thumb drive. Item number 68 is number 37 on the AV search warrant. It's also electronics. They have 37 listed as a hard drive. And this name is interesting. Go ahead and look that name up. Tell me what you find. Item number 69 is number 42 on the AV search warrant. And 42 is a phone with a black case. Item number 70 is number 45 on the AV search warrant, and 45, let's take a look what that is. 45 is a tablet with a pink case. Item number 71 is number 23 on the AV search warrant. Looks like hard drive for family photos. Number 23, I'm going to go back just to check that. Toshiba hard drive family pictures. Okay, number 72. Item number 72 is number 8 on the AV search warrant. And this has Black Mac laptop. It's a computer. And item number 73 is the ECU record. It is a CD disc. Okay, so that was 57 pages of Apple Valley Police Department property and evidence reports covering all of the items. You'll notice there were some items missing, specifically items 23, 24, 25, 38, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. So I'm going to try to find out what these other items are that I was unable to find here. I guess there will be a part 2 once I find out what those other items are. Okay, everyone, thanks for staying. Thanks for listening. The gray stage continues. We will get to the bottom of this. Truth is on our side. Never give up. It's very interesting that there is a request for known DNA samples for victims, but not for a suspect. That makes me wonder if at this point they are also treating David as a victim. We know very soon that's going to change. He will be a suspect. It's pointed out that no one has been charged in this case. Page 84 is specifically referring to David Crowley, and it is quoted as saying, only the back portion of his skull remained attached to his spine. Rope/bracelets on his left wrist. His bare left foot was covered by a blue blanket, and his right bare foot partially exposed. A rip was observed on the left thigh of his pants. A portion of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's lower right leg. His right sleeve was pushed up, and a tattoo was visible on his right forearm. For Kamel, her left arm was under her body, extended towards the right. Her right arm extended over to her left. Both of her hands appeared to be missing. Only a portion of her skull appeared to be attached to her spine. They also noted a rip in the rear right leg, and they state that she was lying on top of a blue blanket. For Rania, she was lying on her left side with her left hand extended out to her front. Her right arm was missing. She had a blue top with white polka dots that was pulled up around her neck, exposing her torso, and she was barefoot. Page 85, personnel from the Hennepin Medical Examiner's Office entered the scene at approximately midnight on 1/18/2015. A hole was observed in the remaining portion of the skull attached to David's spine. 2 possible holes were observed in the remaining portion of Kamel's skull. A hole was observed behind Rania's left ear. Additional tattoos of David's left forearm and tattoos on Kamel's back were also found. Still page 85. The bodies were removed from the scene at approximately 1:30 a.m. on January 18, 2015. Several fragments of apparent bone and tufts of apparent hair were observed in the area rug in the living room. They found 6 cartridge cases, item 2, item 3, item 9, item 30, item 36, and item 37. They found 1 unspent round, a live round, it's item 7, 3 spent bullets, item 42, item 43, and item 44. They also have item 31, which is a bullet fragment. Regarding the bloody footprints, looking at page 86, they state that a chemical was used to enhance any possible ridge detail present within the prints. The prints were documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Page 86. So here is just one example of them taking photos before and after things are moved, before and after chemicals are sprayed and used. It's interesting, on page 87, they're already talking about item 57, where they say a hole was observed in the living room ceiling near the front entry. Characteristics of the hole and its surrounding area indicate that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. A bullet, item 57, was collected from the attic in the vicinity of the hole. It's also important to note that there were 2 ways to get into that attic. You can get in there from the master bedroom, but you can also get to the attic from the garage. There's another entry in the garage. Sticking with the basement bullet, there's actually 5 holes here. It begins with a hole in the area rug in the living room. The second hole is in the living room floor that goes through that wood. The third hole would be above the ceiling tile in the basement. The fourth hole is the removable ceiling tile. And the fifth hole is where the bullet is retrieved from inside the wall near this hole on the south wall. Going back to the description of David, looking at page 101 now, we see that there is a rip in the navy blue shirt, quote, ripped on bottom. There is a rip near the left leg, possibly, if I'm reading this right. The left foot is covered by the blue blanket, right bare foot partially exposed. Part of Kamel's sweater was draped over David's leg, arms fully extended to his sides. Right hand missing with possible tissue attached. Still on page 101. From neck of the shirt, visible vertebrae and back portion of skull attached. Piece of skull within the back part of his skull was still there. The right forearm is purple and black. Left hand is purple with leathery textured appearance. There's a tattoo on the right forearm. David's stomach is exposed. Light skin with purple discoloration. His left leg through the rip, light skin with yellow discoloration. Right foot, purple discoloration with leathery appearance. Right forearm cool to the touch, stiff. Stiffness in stomach. Skin slippage, mummification, possible animal activity, and skeletalization, page 102. For Kamel, there is a rip in the right sweatpant. Brown sweater lifted partially up. Black undershirt, gray state shirt. We know that's a gray state t-shirt she was wearing. Tan undergarment exposed, still page 102. Lying on her stomach with her left arm under the body extended towards the right. Right arm extended over to her left. Just the skull was observed through the neck hole of the shirt, I'm guessing. I'm not sure. Neither hand visible. Right leg rip. Yellow, purple, green skin exposed on lower back and right leg through rip. A bead of liquid on the lower back and right thigh. Temperature and stiffness not checked. Skeletalization. Possible animal activity. Possible bloating. Blankets above head area of Kamel, page 104. For Rania, page 102 to 103, she was barefoot, gray sweatpants halfway down the buttocks, all the way up the front. Shirt was around her neck, entire torso exposed, on the left side, left arm extended out in front, right leg crooked and knee upward, entire right arm missing, first stated as her left arm. Red, purple, yellow discoloration at the torso and left arm. Purple discoloration on both feet. Skin slippage, marbling on the torso, mummification of fingers and toes, detached hair, possible animal activity. Taking a few steps back to page 103 through 104, and some of this will be found on page 106 and 107 as well. The cartridge cases. Item 2 was found in the corner of the carpet. Item 3 was another cartridge case on the east side of the living room near the stool behind the recliner. Item 9 was found in the living room. Item 30 near the south wall to the left of David. Item 36, another bullet case to the left of David. Item 37 was found on the floor by the couch. Those are the 6 casings found here. Item 2, Item 3, Item 9, Item 30, Item 36, and Item 37. 6 cases. They should be looking for 6 bullets, but they're not. They find 4, and that's it. They find 4 bullets and leave the house. So item 42, 43, and 44 are spent cartridges that are found in the living room carpet with hair on. Item 45 is the bullet that is found in the basement that is tied to the hole labeled as F. Item 45 is the bullet from the basement that is tied to the hole labeled F. So here you have 4 bullets here. That's it. And they're happy with that. Now there is another fragment. There is item 31, which is a fragment, a bullet fragment, that is found in the living room carpet near the south wall to the left of David, page 104. Then you have item 7, which is a cartridge found in the living room, never used. Did this jam? Did the gun jam and that bullet had to be taken out? Why is this bullet, why is there one live round, one unspent round found in the same area as Kamel, in the same area as where these 3 bodies are? Okay, if you look at this, if you were to look at 42, 43, 44, and 45, okay, we know that those are bullets found, right? Item 31, you could try to tie that to one of the other bullets. They still leave the house with 6 cartridge cases and only 4 bullets. And there's 2 other bullets in the house that they won't find till 2 days later and 1 month later. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. So right now we're going to look at all of the photos that we have. I've tried to separate them and sort them so that I can give you all of the different photos that we have of the front of the house, back of the house, west side, east side, etc., room by room, based on all of the photos that we have from the Apple Valley Police Department and from the BCA. We're starting here at the front of the house. Good thing to note is the snow. Note where those presents are. It's very important to know the distance of this window here and how high you would have to be up to actually see anything on the ground, or to actually see where those bodies were, or to even possibly see where the blood writing was. It's not as easy as some might think. So again, this is just the front of the house that we're covering here in this section based on all of the photos that we have. Not in particular order, but I try to give it some type of order here. And you can see the way that the presents are laid up. This is after Colin Prochnow stacked them up too, so it's not like this is how they were found. We don't really know how the presents were found. Colin Prochnow knows, and maybe he stacked them up the same way that he saw them. I'm not sure, but I think it's very important to note that this is not exactly how the presents were found. They were more scattered, based on what Colin told the cops. They were more scattered down. These presents were probably out there for about 3 weeks, I believe. You can see the window there, and you can see the curtain a little bit open. You can see that in several of these curtains here, in the window curtains, they're kind of open. Note the snow too. It's also very important to note the snow. You can see another cable going there, but you can see that the driveway, there's no snow there. How much snow is on the roof, and is this common? Is this just the way that it should be? I wonder if by looking at the snow on the roof, could you get a good view, a good idea of what the snowfall was like, when the last snowfall was. Obviously you can go and you can actually look that up. Several different websites that you can look it up. Dan Hinnon has looked that up, and I guess it really wasn't that snowy. It wasn't really snowing at this time. Snow was on the ground, but that was about it. All right. It is a common courtesy in this state to blow out or to shovel your neighbor's driveway. So Colin Prochnow did that at least once, maybe twice, to this house. We're not really sure. But he didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. There was no activity in this house, as far as they knew, for at least before Christmas. I think Judy Prochnow said the last time they had seen the Crowleys was before Christmas. Nice little town here, some nice shots. Some of the shots I don't really understand why the police took, but that's all right. You can see everything is taped up here. But again, look at those shingles. Look at how much snow is on top there. And we get another wide view, another angle here from across the street. Police cars are there. Police tape is there. It's an interesting area. It's an interesting home. If you look at the home now, if you were to compare the home how it is right now to these photos that we're looking at, there have been some major improvements, not just physically but also spiritually, from what I was told. So you can see these presents. Obviously the big question is, well, how do the presents last for that long? And they don't look soaked, they don't look wet. I mean, the bag does look wet, everything does kind of look wet. That's just my view on it. So I don't know what type of wrapping paper that would have been, but very curious to see that. Okay, thanks a lot. We've just gone through the front of the house. And we're now going to look at the presents and the front door as well. So we're going to get a little closer view of those presents, of how they were. Again, this is not how the presents were found, but this is how Colin Prochnow stacked them up. At one time, Colin was going to take them back to his house, and for whatever reason, he stacked them up, heard the dog, and saw the dog attack that window. So now we're going to look at these presents. I don't want to hear any complaints about these presents. There's nothing wrong with these presents. These are great presents. There's nothing... Some of that stuff really bothered me, but maybe that's just me taking it a little too personal, of what people say. Everybody has the freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. So these zombie targets, that's all normal too. It's just one of the zombie targets looked like one of the guy that was shot in that Bundy case. But so we're looking at these presents. You can see the damage of these presents here. You can see that the paper does look warped. Yeah, there's that brown bag, and inside that brown bag is where that $14,000 check is going to be, along with the bill from David's lawyer. Both of those things are in there. I think the bill is only about $500 or something like that. But you can see these shooting targets. You'll see some of the same shooting targets will be found in the garage. We'll see those later. But very heartbreaking stuff here to really see these presents. And apparently they were there for about 3 weeks. And I know some people have raised some questions about, wow, they look really good for being there for 3 weeks. And I would have to agree, especially if those paper targets were just set up like that, just set out there. But if there's no snowfall, okay, and they were kind of scattered around as well. That's the interesting one right there. And there is another very interesting one. These zombies, I'm not sure what's up with the whole zombie thing, but inside this one is a world map, and I believe that is from Ranya's grandfather. Very cool map. I actually want that map. I need a map like that. This one is an interesting toy. We happened to get this for my nephew on the same year that I was looking at these photos. And it is a very frustrating toy here. I don't know if you've ever tried that, but this is brain work. This is good for the child's brain. There was a lot of good things here. Coloring crayons, just I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to go off on some of the comments about what people have made about those presents, but now we see this flashlight here. We're seeing some of these other gifts. Wounded veterans are in crisis, the VFW. This is a gift to Rania from her aunt, and that's awesome. That's great. And you can see Rania draws. She draws a lot, right? She's always drawing, always got that stuff out. So they got her a nice little pack there. I think these presents are great. So I'm not. And here's that world map. Nice world map there. And there is the invoice for $50. Okay, I said a few hundred. Okay, obviously it's not. It was for $50 to Hothead Productions, which is David Crowley. There's the front of the house. We're going to look at the front door. They're very clear to focus. Take multiple shots of that front door and to just see no forced entry, I guess is what they're looking for. This is one of their... so they believe there was no forced entry because they're looking at the door. Door looks good. We're even going to look at the inside of the door here. We're going to come back to the inside of the door as well. You can see some shoes there. And you can see some of this door looks brand new. Some of it looks old. Just an interesting thing about the door. And they're just showing there no forced entry. Some scratches, some marks, some things like that. And they're very clear to focus on that. It almost looks like it was kicked in or something. It's weird. I thought that was kind of odd, but that wood on the last part was kind of strange. So here's the mailbox. You can see this nice mailbox here for 3 people. 1051, 1048, and 1047. And you'll notice there's only one paper in there. There's a few papers in the 1048, but only one paper. One Sun This Week newspaper. This is a weekly newspaper that was free. There should be 2 more. There should be one in the house, which we'll see later. There's one here that we can see. And there's 2 that are missing. Where are the other 2? I'm very curious to see what happened with those other 2 and why they're not here. But as you can see, there were in 1048. So here is the mailbox that's open. You can see all the mail. How much mail does that look like? A couple weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Your guess is as good as mine. But those dates on the mail will be very, very helpful to see. And we can obviously see one more shot there of that Sun This Week paper. Here we go. This is what it looks like on the outside. January 2nd. Dated January 2nd, not delivered January 2nd. Very important to note that. We'll come back to that. All right, they pulled out some of these documents to see. And what's interesting is Tara Becker was actually standing next to the mailbox when the mailman came. So it kind of gives us an idea of when the mailman would actually show up more in the daytime, maybe around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. But here we have some more mail. I noticed one thing here, Hothead, right? There's the Hothead Productions, 1051. Crowley, here's another one. I don't know who this one is from, but it's postmarked December 29th there. So you can obviously see that. It's ripped open because the police opened it, by the way. Now we're going to move on to the west side of the house here. And here are the two garbages. You'll notice you saw the little box there that was there that's not there anymore. And now we're looking inside of the bigger garbage as well. Still inside of that big garbage. Note the little marks to the left there. And here is the recycle garbage can, the smaller one. We're going to open that up. There's also a couple drops on the top of that can as well. And we're going to look inside and see 1, 2, maybe 3 pieces of paper. And that's it. Maybe 2. However you want to look at it. But it's interesting to see how those got in there. Obviously somebody put them in there. So trash date was, I believe, on Tuesdays, if I remember correctly. Dan Hannon did some great research on that. Here is that door. One of the first things that I noticed is it looked like blood on this door. It really looked like blood on this doorknob. So I still go back and forth. Because it's not recorded as blood, I'm going to go ahead right now and just say, all right, well, I'm going to give the authorities the benefit of the doubt. Could be some varnish, maybe even paint. And actually, looking at it closer, it could be brown paint that just, but then you look at that brown paint there and it's like there were some touch-ups done. So maybe that's what it's from. You can clearly see where the touch-ups are done in this photo here. So not really blood, definitely brown paint. That would be my guess there. We're going to see 2 different sets of photos here. We're going to see some photos with the door slightly ajar, 1/4 of an inch, and we're going to see this door fully open. And here we can see apparently there were animal tracks and human tracks, and now we get a further view of where those animal tracks and human tracks were. You can see how far back they went to take photos. Here's some deeper ones. This gives us a kind of a measure of how deep that snow was. There is the front door that is open. In the photo that we just saw, you did see Paleo. Paleo was there. He was in one of the photos there. And now, for some reason, now the door is closed. So I'm not sure exactly when this was taken, if it was before or after the dog was taken out. Not really sure, but they take photos of this as well. And I know some people have pointed out some of those red markings on that door. And so it's a little misleading. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right word for it, but that's okay. I mean, that door, you can clearly see right now it is closed, but I'm not sure what those little red marks are, what's going on there, but it's definitely something. And again, it doesn't have to be blood. I'm not saying it's blood, but it's something. It's some markings. That's all we know for sure. But we know these photos here, again, I'm not really sure. You can see they're getting darker. Maybe the sun is going down, and I'm not sure. Now the door is fully open, so now with the door completely open, we can just walk right in, right? So here's another extended view back there. That gives you kind of a good view of that window and how the dog might have pawed at the window. We're now inside of the house, looking inside here, looking at that door, trying to see if there's anything of value here. And I believe this again goes back to I'm not sure what that little piece is, that little black piece is there, but that open door was probably one more thing that they said, no forced entry, because there wouldn't need to be any forced entry. Now they're looking at these shoes, calculating these shoes, and getting some measurements, because there were a lot of footprints in the backyard of the snow, in the back of the house, and I'm sure you all saw that. So it just went back to why are there so many different ways, so many different trails. So they're measuring their feet, and they don't really ever come to the conclusion, I don't know how they ever could, to say that, well, all of those footprints were ours. They don't really say that. There's human tracks and there's animal tracks back there too. So it could be critters. I'm not sure what type of critters would be in this area. Obviously there was something. Couldn't have been that dog, because the dog was locked up in the house for 3 weeks according to official reports, official theory, I should say. These shoes, these Skechers, I think these are David's shoes. I think these are David's shoes from inside of the house, from behind that recliner. I could be wrong, but I thought that was interesting that they took photos of them wearing the shoes, and then in that one they had photos of them not wearing. So now we can see all of these tracks, tons of tracks there, right? Some human, mostly human, but somewhere in there are animal tracks in there as well. How deep is that snow? For all of you snow lovers and all of you experts on snow, tell me how deep that snow is, you think. I'd be very curious about that. All right, and that will lead down into the basement. You can see a little dent there. Now we're getting into the windows. We're still in the back, right? We're still in the back of the house. We can see those curtains. We want to see those curtains. One of the kitchen windows in the back was also unlocked. It wasn't open, but it was unlocked. Everything else was locked except for two things in the kitchen window and the rear slider. Everything else is locked except for those two. So there you go. So no need for forced entry. You got two ways for people to get in, right? And we're now going to look at the east side of this house. Again, you can see lines going from the top level into the basement, at least two there. And really not too much here on this side, but only thing of value is the fact that there's no windows on this side. You can see maybe some animal tracks right there on the left side, lower left side there, but other than that, that's about it for that one. Now we're inside the house. We're going to look at that back room. One of the things we're going to notice about that back room is we did not get any photos of the back room when we got the first 464 photos from the Apple Valley Police. Look at all that dog poop. You can see a lot of dog poop there. I think this was one of the areas where the dog was kind of going poop. This is misleading because the basement door to the left looks closed. It apparently, in my view, it was not closed. This door was open, meaning the dog had access to it. You just saw to the left, you just saw dog food there. There was dog food. We just saw the image that we just saw right here is the only image where you might be able to see that there was a bullet in the living room ceiling. But we're looking at the kitchen right now. We're looking at this back room, and now we're going to the kitchen counter, and you can see there's some milk bones on that counter. You can see the coffee. Can you measure by the food, by what you're seeing, by the coffee, by this, can we measure how long these bodies were there? There's some money in there. Number 11, I'm not sure what that is, but you can see some pills out there on the counter. Definitely had some there in that drawer. And this window is probably the kitchen window that was left open. It's the only kitchen window, so it must be. And of course, here we go, the grease as well. We've done a couple grease tests. Done a couple tests with this stuff, and I think we need to do some more tests on this. How long was this pan sitting there? How long were these things sitting there? Looking at the refrigerator. We never got photos of inside of the refrigerator, but I would have loved to have gotten some, and I hope that in the future we can get some photos to see what is inside of that refrigerator, because we don't see any beer anywhere. We see nothing like that. University of Minnesota, School of Public Health. Here's that note that we see, which I think is between David and Kamel, back and forth. You know, couples writing weird random letters. You'll see that in a couple different places. There's also a note behind there. These are tagged as number 46 and number 47. There are two separate tag numbers, so you can get some of the tag numbers 46 and 47 confused. Here is what that note that was folded up said, and there you go. D, I love you, baby. Grug bug. Compare that handwriting. Make sure it's the same. We're looking at the counter now. You can see number 17. We got some blood there. We're going to get into the, oh, it's a blurry picture. We're going to get into this blood, and we're going to see there's some hair on the floor as well. But this blood, and there's some other blood markings, but this is the one that they really captured. You can see all of the other ones. Obviously, they couldn't get them all, but number 17 is that blood marking there. And there's number 20. This is underneath the counter, that kitchen island. This is underneath that kitchen island, this kitchen island that we're looking at here. A lot of interesting stuff here, and I don't know if there should be, I'm not sure why the cell phone is there. It's bloody, but it's placed there. There's some blood on that tissue box that we'll see as well. And we'll see a lot of interesting things here. That's number 26. Clearly see that, and that is clearly a finger from my view. But why is this here? Not only is this here, look at this, okay? So you have a bloody phone that has a crack in it, a couple cracks, but the headphones don't look bloody. Nothing wrong with those headphones, but it's all taken out of the pockets. Somebody said, we got to take this out of our pockets. Empty your pockets, buddy. That's the first thing that I thought of. Lighters, there's another lighter. You're going to see lighters everywhere, lighters all over this house. Okay, that looks like, it looks cracked to me. It looks cracked. So I'm looking at the cell phone, number 35 there. And look at all that blood on there. There's a lot of blood on that thing. But what's interesting is there's no blood on the headphones that were on top of it. Now we're looking at the other side. They've turned this over. This is David's cell phone. There's really no doubt for me. On the island counter is David's cell phone. Here's another little iPad that we're going to see, number 6. All of these things, all of the electronics were taken in. They were gone through. They went through everything. And they found no reason why David would have committed these crimes. That needs to be clear. Here's his driver's license. I mean, everything is just right out there. It's, oh, hey, I just killed everybody. I'm just going to throw it, put everything out of my pockets. And yeah, it's just, no. I'm sorry. Not following it. All right, there's some of the BCA documents there, which is kind of odd that they have all that there. And we're still looking at the counter. There's number 16. So you can see the trajectory of the blood, maybe. Are these, is this a result from somebody being shot? Is this a result from somebody wiping blood off of their hands? There's definitely blood on that cell phone. This kind of looks like that there was somebody shot there. So there we go. So now we're getting into the laptop. The laptop is one of the most important things that we're going to see here. Look at that little Bluetooth little device there. Number 24. And number 25 has some blood on the side as well. It's very important to see that. There's 25 without the label. And there's 25 with the label. And there's a lot here, right? What is going on here? Look at that. It's kind of just scattered around. It's just kind of there. It's kind of out there. But I'd be very curious to see what those test results were. Now the MacBook Pro was off. You can see the screen is off. Here we are, another indentation. But looking at the keys, judging by the keys, number 24, you can see exactly what was written, most likely in blood, what is covered in blood and what is not. So everything, I have loved you all with all of my heart. All of those keys should be bloody. That white, I think, is more snow, more related to some type of snow. I could be wrong again, and there's blood all over there. All over this keyboard, there's blood. Even on the command key, you see some blood there. On the shift key, and some blood on the lower side, number 23. Almost looks like a palm print there. So you could, in theory, compare this palm print to what you see on the floor and see what is a palm and what is a foot. But I'll leave that to you. There's some hair as well. A lot of hair that's mixed in with this. You can get a closer view inside of that cup. And now we're going through not only 23 and 24, but we got ABC. Now none of this is going to tie to David. So they can't prove that David wrote this. That's the way that I interpret it. Because if they cannot tie this to David, how do they know David wrote this? They're claiming David wrote 3 things in 3 separate rooms. Okay, you can claim that, but can you prove it? And the answer is no. Did you try to prove it? Yes. And the results showed no. Why? Because they could not get a sample of David's palm. Well, then how do they know that David did it? Here we go. Here's another. It's not luminol that they sprayed here, but they did spray something similar to it. Many people have pointed it out to me what this is, and I hope somebody will leave it in the comments. I can go and look up. I can go look that up too as well. But that's why I love our group members and our non-group members and all of our great people that are looking for the truth to find out what is going on here. So they spray all this, and still nothing. Still no tie to David. Oh, how sad. Well, then how do you know that David did this, right? They're accusing, they can't prove, but they still keep accusing. If you accuse and you can't prove, the next step, the third step, should be to say he's innocent. Okay, here's one of the only pictures that we have that shows I have loved you all with all my heart. And now it's gone. All of a sudden it's gone, right? There it is. So once they start swabbing this, they start taking it out. And there we can see a closer view of some of the playlist stuff. Now, obviously you can see some of these are not in order because you can see the screen is on in some, it's off in some. So there's the back. You see that love. There's a lot. It's a key thing here is love. And yet they're telling us there was no love. He killed everybody that he loved, whatever. There's the dishwasher. There's been some questions about that. My only question is, was it on? Was it off? It's hard to believe that it was on for 3 weeks. I get it. Here's the kitchen garbage. We're now looking inside of the garbage here. People have wondered about some presents. Where are the presents? You can see at least one present from Rania to her mom. Some eggnog in the back. And some hair dye as well, possibly. Now here we have December 26th, so this is the one that should be here. Now the date on which this was taken to the house is still in question because you have 3 different people telling you 3 different stories. The guy who dropped off the paper says one day, his mom says a second day, and the person who is in charge of this paper going out gives us a third day. So you can look more on that in my Gray Stage article that I did a long time ago. But it definitely covers that and really makes my head scratch. And the only thing left to do is to ask the coordinator what the heck was going on here. So here is the dishwasher. And we can see the dishwasher is open. It was found open. This is how it was found here. Number 22, this little blood, another little blood speck. What is this blood speck doing here? All the lights are on that dishwasher. Here's another close-up view. So if the lights were on, that makes me think that they were about to run this and something happened. The scene was interrupted. You can clearly see that by the fact that you see the dish soap there. The dish soap thing is open. So, I don't know. Here's number 21. These little spots, where are these spots coming from? How do these little spots get here? But there's no other footprints or anything like that in any of the other areas. It is strange. I definitely agree with people who have brought that up. It is strange. Where's all the footprints? Where's all the fingerprints? Where is everything? But then you have one little spot here and a little spot there. Okay. Okay, we're now looking at the photo leading into the living room. And here is that living room, looking at it from the kitchen. And there is the blood writing on the wall. Very disturbing. You can even see a foot at the bottom of that photo there too, just some of the tips of the feet. And you can also see on the couch, if you're looking at this image on the left side, there's bone wrapped in hair. We're getting here a closer view of the Allahu Akbar. A little blood there on the ceiling possibly. Look at the time. That's very important. The books that are over there. There was a Quran found, so the question was that Quran part of this? Was it on that bookshelf there? And the question about the blood writing, was it a live hand? Was it a dead hand? Was it a gloved hand? So those were some of the things going back and forth. This gives us a really good view here of what was written. There's a very sad picture, cool picture of all 3 of them together, and a close-up of that one too. This is on that bookshelf, so I was wondering where and of course one of the only images of the bodies that you can see there, and possibly the skull. I think maybe the temporal bone. I know it's been some back and forth on that, but there's that skull there. Some of the Quran pieces, a lot of Quran pieces torn out, different areas, and the question, I guess would be, was this purposely laid out like this, right? Were these just random pages? So I never really got too deeply into the pages that we're seeing here, but it's very interesting stuff. There is the live round that was found. That's an interesting one. How did the live round get there? And you can see some other flesh and hair, lots of hair everywhere, all different types of hair. There is the part of the teeth in the upper corner, and a close-up of that knife, which is open, which to me would also show a sign of a struggle, maybe not forced entry, but a sign of a struggle. Was the hair cut? There's no indication where the documents say that the hair was cut. Here's a knife, how we first got it. And I thought it was just camouflage, but there was blood on that knife. Some of the shell casings. These are all submitted for testing, and nothing is found on them. So no tests were conclusive as far as I remember. And there is the hand. Look at David's left hand, the hand sign that it's making. You can see the Quran there closer up. Number 4, it's item 4. There's another one of item 9, which is another shell casing. And of course some more hair and some flesh, and just mixed in. Look at everything that is just mixed in. Was that from the dog, or was it something else? I'll let you decide that. Christmas tree. That blue tube in the back, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, so that gives us another indication there. There's number 30 with another shell. They're all tested. All of these shells are tested, but nothing's really found, nothing of value if I remember. It'll be good to go back and look at that. But the living room is definitely the most important part, because that's where the bodies were found. And the lack of blood, unless the blood is mixed in with that carpet there. And there's item 31, which is a fragment. Item 31 was one that they used to compare to item 57 later on. There's another shot of the skull in the upper corner there. Here's the Quran. Open to this page, it was interesting. You can see a little bit of David's finger there. You can see how close the Quran was. Well, the other question is, how close was the actual gun? So there is some bloody fingerprints there, mixed in with hair. Pages ripped out. Was it ripped out here purposely, and why was it set here? If David did all this and set it there, it just set it there? Or are they going to tell us that he was holding the Quran while he shot himself? I highly doubt it. But you can see the lack of blood here, right? There are brain matter and all that type of stuff. There's number 37. Here's another shot. There's the decomp most likely, but could also be blood. But I'm going to, again, let you decide whatever you want on that one. You can see the little curve below the number 4 on the carpet there. And you can kind of make an outline of where the 3 bodies were, at least of where David and Kamel's bodies were. Maybe not Rania, because she was kind of leaning up against Kamel's left leg, while Kamel was face down, facing number 44, in that area, somewhere in that area. You can see all the carpet, all the blankets are now moved. Looks like blood or decomp on that blue blanket in the left corner. The laptop is also there. And we get some more another view of that. You see all the different hair, different colors of hair at some point. Some of the shawl has been ripped right there. Could that have been from the dog? We can assume that, I guess. And here's another close-up of that Surface Pro, Kamel Surface Pro, that she was watching allegedly when she got shot. And they put it up on the kitchen table to take a better shot. There's number 42. In the upper corner above number 42, there was a question about if there was a bullet there too. So trying to see, because police did miss number 53, and that is the bullet that they will tie to Rania's blood. So how they miss that is one thing, and it rolls out of this carpet, unless there's another carpet that we're not seeing here. Number 53 rolls out of this carpet and is found 2 days later, after the police are gone, after the bodies are taken out. So very disturbing stuff here. There's a closer shot of number 43. Now getting into 44. And it's just devastating. And you can see where the bullet is, where the bullet landed. Very interesting stuff there. That's number 44. Some of the hair up there did kind of look cut. So be curious to see what's going on with that, what's going on with all the cut hair. And here's another shot. All the different angles, just trying to give you all the different angles to see this carpet. And I do believe a lot of that is just, that's why we're not seeing a lot of blood, is because it's this carpet stained, etc., etc. Again, I don't know anything about this. I'm just guessing. Could be wrong. There's number F. F is going to lead into the bullet that we're going to see that is lodged in the south basement wall. We're going to see that one later on. We'll definitely get there. Some more closer shots showing how it went through. Obviously, police were able to look down and find this bullet, but for whatever reason, they could not look up and find item 57 until 1 month later when somebody tells them that item 57 exists. So here's part of the fragments of F, of item F, that will go down into the south wall of the basement, be lodged into the south wall there. So lots of holes here, holes on both sides of the carpet, obviously holes on both sides of this wood floor, and of course the hole into the side of the, so F is a big one that goes down. And then of course there's another good shot of F. And we're also going to see where Kamel's body is bagged. That's not where her body was found, it's just where it was bagged. You can see on that table, the pyramid photo, now there's a ring. It's either, I don't know if it's Kamel's ring or David's ring, but there was a ring there on that table all of a sudden there. You get a nice shot of those footprints or fingerprints, whatever you think it is. It's there. And you can see the direction of the blood. I think that's also key to see where that blood goes. Everything looks like it's leading from the living room carpet, which is one reason why I do believe the bodies were killed here. But again, just a guess, just a theory. This is where they were found, obviously. We have to start there. Measuring the dog poop, looking at the dog poop and how old that poop could be, will that help us get any indication of how long the bodies were actually here in the house? I think that's a big one. Because you saw Kamel's foot there. The sock was, I guess, was from the decomp, not necessarily from any blood or anything. But these are bloody footprints there. There's number 13, where they're just kind of probably looking at the direction of how the blood is, where the blood goes. Very disturbing stuff here. I was disturbed. Going back to those prints there. Number 14. To me, they look like footprints. The authorities call them footprints. They're labeled as footprints, but again, you can judge for yourself what you think it is. But that's number 14 there. Different number 14 than other 14s you might see, because there's different item lists. I think there's three lists. Now that to me is number 15 is one of the more clearer ones that looks like a foot, like a right foot. And more hair everywhere. How far the hair went and where some of the blood was. Here's another interesting one where you just get some of the little blood splatter there. We're number 16. Looking back on this floor here, again, you can kind of see where the blood is coming from and get some idea there. And that could be because there's so much blood on that recliner. Maybe that's why we're not necessarily seeing a lot of blood in the area. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to look at all this from all different ways here, but definitely some of the later photos, like I thought that they would, do show more blood. Not everything is tested. Even that looks like maybe a little paw print or something there. Might have been a little paw print in that one. Because the dog was walking around next to number 18, to the right of number 18. And then here in the center of this photo here as well. Kind of looks like maybe a paw print. But I don't know. You would kind of expect more. The dog was definitely here. There's dog poop there, so it was in this area. There's, you know, the lack of blood, I guess, is what it goes back to. There's number 2 obviously. Number 2, that's another interesting. Why is number 2 way over here? So I was curious about that, but okay. That's another casing. So we got a lot of photos on this part here. A lot of photos that show this. Some of those lines, you know, some of that lines underneath 18, I was thinking maybe that was from the dog or something too. You can see how far that hair went. And why was there only one right foot? Only the right foot was bloody. That would be the logical answer, I would say. Yeah, very disturbing. Very disturbing images here. For many reasons. That one kind of looks like they're countercrossing. Number 14 and E kind of look like they're countercrossing. So that's D and 15. And I think where E is, I think that's the same foot. So, but man, very wide steps. David was about 6 feet tall, maybe a little under 6 feet. So, but it would have to be very wide steps. Just take one off the carpet and then one to the to take out everything from his pockets. And then go back, I guess. And this is after these are sprayed here. And those, you can almost see the ones that were sprayed. I don't know if this, and there's the shoes in the background. This was before the marker was out. That's where item 2 is. There's number 2, another shell casing with some hair there. Hair is everywhere. Hair and the casings go hand in hand. Some more dog poop. You can see some is fresh, some is old. All different types. And that one down at the bottom does not look very healthy at all. So again, this is just a collection of all of the photos that we have that we're going through. So you're seeing some of the same things. There's the 3 body bags. Not where the bodies were found. Again, couch is pushed back. Now this recliner, item 34, makes you think somebody was shot at a low level, maybe on the ground, face down, I don't know, face up, but this whole area, this 34 area, that is not ever, it's not ever tested. It just kind of gets lost in the shuffle. I don't know what they could have done. They could have ripped that out. If they were able to rip out some of the south basement wall, why couldn't they rip out a piece of this recliner and test it? And then how did the hair get way up there as well? And you can see some of the blood splatter and how far it actually goes. How close would any body had to have been, and from what angle, from what height? This cage where the dog is, the dog could have been put in that cage. It was left out purposely. Maybe the dog at some point was in that cage, and you can see how far some of this stuff goes, or that item, that number 32, and how far that goes out there, right next to where the dog cage was. This stuff travels. It's going very, very far. How does it get way over here? It has to go past the Christmas tree, past that recliner. It's very interesting, unless something was dragged here. That was kind of my first view of how you could see in the upper right corner where the yellow marker is. Kind of looks like something might have been dragged. And they're going to find another casing there. It's interesting the way that they label. I guess they're labeling them from just walking from everything from the back door in number 2. I believe this is going to be number 3. Yep, number 3 there. You can see David's shoe. That was a shoe that I was talking about to compare to the one that they had for his footprints in the snow. Nothing came of that. So there's number 19. More blood. And just spots, right? But what angle? From what angle? Where is it going? It kind of looks like multiple, right? We got 2 different angles here. It's an interesting one right there. 22 is kind of like, was something dragged? I was wondering, was anything dragged here? And if it was, why did it kind of stop here? Or was this where the dog just kind of walked right into it? I'm not sure. I don't know what this is. That little the little water spot, though, I believe is from the authorities when they came in through the back door from the snow on their feet. Just a guess. I don't know. or else that doesn't make any sense either, because that definitely is not going to be there for 3 weeks. But by this time they had marked everything, so I think it was just from their shoes. And there's 20. 20 is an interesting one because it almost looks like a finger. Almost looks like a finger. So I don't know. Maybe it was somebody grabbing there? I'm not sure. And on that vase, you can see how far up it goes. And what is that? 29. You see number 29 there is all of these drops. They tweak the camera. That's why the wall looked very different there. It looked pink almost. So let's look at the front closet here. Not really a whole lot here. You can see there's a military jacket. I kept this way. I did not tilt it like I could have because it did not look right. It made the photo look kind of weird. So just want to give you a view of everything that is in that front closet. This is one of the more recent ones that we got. I did not have this, and this closet was closed. And again, just shoes, really not much there. No blood. I think somebody said there might have been blood in that front closet on one of those jackets there. There shouldn't have been, unless somebody took it off or something. And here's more of the photos of that front door. Front door is another interesting one here, because in some areas of where that doorknob is, right there, the doorknob itself doesn't look very new, but that wood, it just, I don't know, it just kind of looks off. Something just looks off. It looks like something else was added on. Who knows? So when I mean added on, just David was doing some minor upgrades, right? That's all I mean. Not anything after the death, just what David was doing. He was the handyman of the house and doing this himself. So they're just looking for forced entry or lack thereof. You can see again another little blood splatter that is all the way next to that light, which would explain why Sidra, I believe it was Sidra, had spoken about some of the books that they got back had blood on them, and that would explain why, how far that blood traveled. Blood would have had to have been on the Christmas tree, and of course that's not where the gun was found, obviously. And you can see again how far it goes. It goes very, very far, and so it doesn't, I don't know, it's from what angle, I guess, how would David have had to have been sitting down, kneeling down? Here's another interesting one where you have the gun and you have the blood on the gun, on the trigger. David's blood was on that trigger. His blood, there was a positive DNA of blood on that trigger that matched David's. However, it did not match, they were not able to conclusively tie the magazine, the one in the magazine, to David, but they couldn't rule out Kamel, and they couldn't rule out Rania. It's an interesting one. So there you can see the gun and the hairs. The hairs there too, especially where the hairs are. It just looked like somebody got pistol whipped. I don't know. Maybe it's just the hairs. That just doesn't naturally happen like that. So at some point, I think whoever had this gun, they had to reload, because you can see some of the markings there. Now they tested those, but they could not get a conclusive match to David on those prints because they didn't have a match of the prints. There were 2 bullets in there that were inside, and then there was 1 in the chamber. So I wanted to make that clear too, so everybody knows that. 2 bullets inside of the magazine, 1 in the chamber. They could not conclusively tie this to David. They could put his blood on the trigger. I do want to make that clear. Let's move on to the hallway and the office bedroom. Here in the hallway, there you see how far that blood really travels. Those little splatters, they all travel. And I tried to give you a good view of the hallway all the way down, photo by photo, kind of walking you down room by room. First we're going to go into the office room to the right. Rania's room is straight ahead. David's room would be to the left, to the far left. And kind of in order down the hallway, here are the photos that we have here. So some very interesting stuff that we're seeing. The thermostat's set to 68. It's going to hold at 68. And there you go. There's your temperature. So here's a collage of some of the photos there. Kind of looks like this might have fallen down and was picked back up just by the way that the photos are in there. Unless it was purposely meant to be like that. I find that hard to believe. So I think at some point that fell down. And here there's egg on your face, and you got the photos there. Nicer view. Better shot there. All the family. So I mean, they had photos up of their family. Didn't seem like they didn't love their family, or it didn't have a big problem with their family. Whatever it was, there's no indication that it was something too serious, just based on the little information that we have here. So going down that hallway, next to the office room, right outside of it, is number 27, which is it's definitely blood, right? You can tell that it's blood, but from a finger, most likely, right? All right, now we're going to go into the office bedroom. We're going to look at the couch. There's that couch there. Similar to the couch they have downstairs in the basement. There's what's going on. There's what's in the garbage can. So we can see all that. And of course, notes everywhere. Post-it notes. Lots of writings. Handwritings. And there's Hera Act 1's. And so I was curious to see what that is. It's I forget what it was, some type of play or something, but there's a password list right there. Got David's there, got Camille's there, books they're gonna read. Lots of post-it notes. So paper people. That's what I would have been looking for, is paper. And there it is, look at that. Another paper towel there. It's out. And as you can see, we'll get a closer view, a better view of what's on that screen. There we go. There's a much better view right there. It's definitely working. Definitely working. I mean, it was open. This stuff was open. It was on. It's in motion, is what it seems like. Work was in motion. There's love right there. You can see that in the on the top. Kind of going to go back, I guess, a little bit here. And we're looking at some of the other photos. These are the BCA ones, I believe, but again, try to put them in some kind of order. They're not really in the best order here, but you can see when the screen is off and then when it's on, so you kind of get a view of that. But I think the screen would have had to have been off in sleep mode. There's a note. You can look at the way that the chair is set. All of the stuff missing on the bottom. There's definitely dirt, dust. Here is that note. This is how they find it. That pin, they're going to be able to get one swab from that pin, and that's about it. So you can see Christmas is coming. It will be a new year. And that 6 looks like it was a 5, or maybe it just looks a little weird. What do we got here? Kevlar helmet in aluminum foil. So lots of notes, lots of writings. I'm assuming all related to the project that he's working on, to the Gray State project. Note where the chair is now. The chair has been moved a little bit. Markers are up. Everything is being marked. There's number 13. Screen is back on. That is on the table there too. Yep, and there's some more of the passwords for 21. Oh boy, lots of them. But there, it's all on paper, so yet they have a note that they type out later. Okay, there's 39 there. Some more blood, and none of this really. None of it really goes back and directly ties to David. That's the biggest problem that they've had, and that's the problem that they're going to continue to have, unfortunately. There it is, Submit to Allah. Open the Rise, most recent version. Some blood there, and it's flipped open. It's flipped open on the back side, actually. I thought that was interesting. So here's one side of it. And you can see the Sandy Hook, Fast and Furious, BHD, Graduation, some interesting stuff. The Titanic, Building 7 crossed off. That one was always an interesting one to me. And here, if you look at the lower level, it just looks like an area where something was wiped up or just not that much dust, whereas everywhere else is very dusty. So here are the terabytes, the hard drive, the terabytes of data that they got, that they didn't find anything showing them any motive of why David was guilty. Nothing. There's nothing there. But of all of these terabytes of data, interesting. Yep, they'll still just say that he's guilty, and that'll be it. Got one of the family pictures. And there's another one there. Nice hard drive. Got one of those. Lots of hard drives. Lots of backup hard drives. Everything's stored. Kind of, I guess it's stored offline. There's an old school one. Good for photos, things like that. Seagate. Yeah, everything back up. Everything is being backed up. GSC, Gray State. Oh, Gray State C, Gray State B. So A, B, C, D. So a lot of these could have just been, copy 1, copy 2, copy 3, copy 4. Or maybe it was just, part 1, part A, part B, part C, etc., etc. There's GSA. Be curious to see if the same stuff on GSA is on GSB and GSC. A little blurry there. Number 18, BX. Number 19, HHP, Hothead Productions. 26, there's some of the chords. Oh, Lexar. Missed that one before. Alright, now we're looking at the wall here that's leading up to that closet inside of the office bedroom. I've always loved you forever. Little Mexican thing, forever. Registered nurse. It's Kamel's files, her documents in there. It's a working office. There's another, maybe iPad, Surface Pro, something like that over there as well. Dear Any American. Some checklists. All showing signs for the future. GS 2015 schedule. It's all there. Okay, there's the WGA. There is the Gray State. That's what it is for the writer. He's the writer of Gray State. Expires 6/5/19. Oh, it's going to expire this year. Interesting. Curious to see what happens then. Here's his unit. A couple photos of the unit there, and then we're getting into the closet. Gray State, the Rise. More stuff. There's the camera. You can see the camera up there. More documents on the bottom. Kamel stuff. Second closet. There's the Bohemian Grove owl. We only got one shot of that. You get a little closer shot of the bottom of the owl there, but that's about it. The printer. The keys. That was another one. The keys right there. Maybe a title. Car title right next to it. There you go. Somebody gonna sell this car? Looks like it. More of the hard drives. Another backup. Lots of backup hard drives. But I think the keys on the table were some of the most interesting to me. Yep, another hard drive, another backup. GS Backup 03. Look at this, the Rise. Oh, more stuff about the Rise. I mean, definitely doesn't seem like someone who's coming to an end. It seems like just someone who's storing things, stacking things, having databases, having backups for backups, and there you go. Everything is backup. CT backup. The keys, a little closer view of the keys there. Another archive 003. They're labeled. Everything is nicely labeled, so he knows what's on them. That would make sense. There's a Seagate. Another little hard drive there. Again, they have all of this stuff and nothing there. Now this one's interesting because it does look like maybe there could have been some blood on that. This hothead one, this is on the couch. I'm not sure where that number 35 came from, but there's more backups. There's a lot more stuff in there as well, more hard drives. Now the printer, number 36 here, that we're going to see, it was, and there was another lighter at the bottom of this desk too. But here is the contributor list. I believe this was from the Democratic Party, 2007 maybe. I always forget what year exactly, but David had that list in there, and he also had, there's their marriage certificate. But yeah, it was curious that David had that list, and it was curious that that list was inside of the printer. It's not very likely people leave it in the printer. That's probably another hard drive there, number 37. And now we're looking at the wall. We're going to look at some of Kamel's accolades. But I think the fact that there was the printed up stuff inside of the printer still in the printer tray, to me that also looked like a scene that was interrupted. That's just my view. And there's some more of the Kamel, the University of Minnesota, Master of Public Health. Very cool. Now we're going to look at the daughter's bathroom, the second bathroom inside of the house. Here are the two sinks. You can see one is used, the other is not. Used by the daughter, by Rania. I don't know if she had to use like a step stool to maybe get up there, or I'm not exactly sure how tall she was, but there's a sponge next to it too, almost like it was going to be cleaned. The way that the sink is, I guess not this sink, but the other one that we're going to look at, but the way that the second sink is, just is kind of odd to me. I guess, you know, you brush your teeth, but generally you would wash it out, or even later, a couple days later. So it makes me wonder, when was the last time that they brushed their teeth? There's the three photos, and I've had some differing views on those three photos as well. They look kind of odd to me. I'll just leave it at that. You can see the toilet seat is open. Two towels there on the floor. Another thing to note, there is toilet paper there, but we're not going to see toilet paper inside of that toilet, as far as I know. Close-up of those towels. You can see that the toilet seat lid looks wiped, but is that toilet paper, or is that more closer to possibly towels, paper towels, or is it something else? It's not bread, it's not food. There's another cup, but there's the toys, but the curtain is not up. So another strange thing I would think would be taken into consideration. Now we're getting into the toys here. And of course, that's not how they were found. So you'll see multiple photos with toys next to the door, and then other photos where the toy isn't next to the door. So, of course, you had two entries. You had the Apple Valley Police Department, and then you had the BCA team. And the detectives, Apple Valley Police Department detectives too. More toys all over the ground. And doesn't this look like a scene interrupted? I mean, obviously it's a child's room. It could just be a regular child's room, but I would also look at signs of maybe not signs of a struggle, just signs of weird stuff, I guess. But you can see that the curtain is open. The child's room curtain is a little bit open there. Here's some of the photos. Lots of photos of everybody, not just of David, not just of Kamel, but all three of them. Lots of photos of all three of them together. They're focusing on that bed. They're just taking photos of how they found that bed. Seeing what's on this wall here. Into My Little Pony. Now we're getting closer to the closet. And no blood, nothing like that was found. Nothing of value, pretty much, from what they're telling us, was found here in this. This is all just normal. Just a regular child's room. And nothing suspicious, no signs of intrusion, no signs of a struggle, nothing like that in this room. There was also another world map at the top that we kind of missed, but there was a world map there as well in the upper left corner. Okay, now looking at the master bedroom, first thing you notice, dog feces. Notice the socks on the floor. That window was open a little bit. Now watch this bed. Watch how things move around as the investigation continues. You can see the gun safe in there is open, but as it continues, you'll start to see things on the bed moving around here. Of course, you can see the dog feces there. You can see which rooms the dog feces was in and which rooms the dog feces was not in. There's the socks. There's a little notepad, a little piece of paper. Anybody could have written a suicide note right there if they wanted to, but I guess didn't do that. Getting a close-up view here. Nicer view of the pen and the paper. Nothing on it, nothing of value. They don't mark it. They don't take it in for evidence or anything, so I'm assuming there's nothing of value on it. You can see the number 38 on the gun safe in the back. There's a magazine, a full magazine inside of that gun safe there. You can see it looks like it's plugged in somewhere too as well. You can see right above the Vicks Vapor Rub. And you'll see in some of these photos the vacuum is out, and other photos the vacuum is in. So we're going back and forth a little bit here. And if you look at that bed, it looks like some of the bed sheet might have been cut a little bit on the right side. So again, one of the windows, both of the windows look like they were just open just a little bit at the bottom of the curtain. Of course, right there, they're not. You'll see some of that stuff that is underneath that gun safe at one point. Some of that stuff will be on the floor. It does look like a gun holster that is in there. You can clearly see a marijuana pipe, some wristbands there. And this safe does open two ways. There's also a set of keys that we can see. But the safe does open two ways. It is by the touchpad up top, which is probably like a keypad. I believe it is labeled as a keypad. And you can also open it through keys. There is a place where you can insert a key as well. And there you see it right there. Unless you got to do both. I don't know. Be good to find out. There's that lamp. Full mag inside. Mag looks black, but it's actually silver. And they'll give us some close-up views there. It's number 44 and one of the evidence tags. It's from another angle. Almost looks like there's something at the bottom, like an S at the bottom. It's interesting too. Safe is number 38. The safe is taken as evidence, whereas number 34, the recliner, or at least part of the recliner, is not taken. Of course, big difference in the size, but still. Some things are taken, some things aren't. There's no blood on that gun safe either. It's just touch DNA, and it only matches Kamel. Another close-up view. It definitely looks like a 5 at the bottom in that view. And here you can see that this is loaded. There are 11 rounds in this one. That was made clear. At first I thought this was tied to the murder weapon, but it's not. This is the second one. This is the one that's found in the gun safe. Has hollow points as well. Now we're looking up. You can see above the lamp there some little markings. David's pants on the ground, other stuff on the ground, a blanket on the ground. Kamel. So it was always a question of what side is this? Was this David's side or Kamel's side? Also looks like there's a knife, another knife right there. I'm not sure if that's a knife. Hard to tell. It's something though. The watch, Sharpie, some books. All this stuff just right here. So I'm not sure if this was the side that David slept on or the side that Kamel slept on. Hard to tell. There's the holster on the ground. Somebody brought up that the jeans look kind of wet, so let me know if you see that. If you look at those jeans in the past photos, if they look wet to you. I'd love to hear your guys' view on that. And now you can see the vacuum is back inside. Of course, the vacuum was inside of the closet at first, and then in later photos the vacuum was pulled out, and I'm assuming that's when they went behind the vacuum. There's another large trunk case. Never did find out what was in that trunk case, but it'd be good to know. Some of Kamel's purses, some of her items, more of her items. Does this look like a scene that was interrupted as well? Any signs of a struggle, anything like that? Looking at more, see the wire going up next to where the books are. I was curious what that is, just a set of lights or something else. The attic is right above this area as well. Probably connected to those lights up top is where that power plug is going in. Let me know if you notice anything on that bookshelf as well. Some interesting books over there, I'm sure. And there is the entryway into the attic that they won't find until much later. What else do you see here? What do you see of value here? Not seeing too much, but still curious. And of course, weed out on the table, kids around, but just gonna leave the weed out on the table like that. The weed out on the table, the way that it is, looks to me generally like a scene that was interrupted. Somebody got interrupted doing something. Nobody just, puts this stuff out there and then decides to go kill their kids. You can see right now the credit cards are not out there in the image before they were. So they're pulled out there and then they're all photographed. But right now, this is what we're looking at right now is how it was found. And that's probably Kamel's cell phone. And there's the weed just laying out there in transit, about to be used. The weed was closed. Be good to know if we could tell how old this weed was, how long it might have been sitting there. I think that would be a good thing. Number 42, Kamel's cell phone. And you did see those credit cards and the debit cards that were out there, but those were not out there like that. They were put out there by the police and photographed. See the window, the curtain open a little bit. Now we're going to make our way into the bathroom here. A few key things that we noticed inside of that bathroom that were interesting as well. Obviously the sink, I first thought that was blood in the sink. Police don't indicate that it is. I don't know what it is, bong water, whatever it is. It's something. Paper towels again on the ground. Paper towels in every room. Now this one doesn't have any toilet paper. No toilet paper in this sink. But you can see, what is this? What are we looking at here? If it's not blood, I'd love to know what it is. Is it more darker? These better photos kind of look a little more dark. It still looks reddish to me, so I don't know. There's the bong there in the corner. And a nice little note there. Another cup. We're going to see cups next to every toilet. For some reason, there will be cups. But I just found it a little strange in this one that there's no toilet paper when this should have been the one that I would expect it to have toilet paper first, but apparently not. There's a lighter on the ground. Probably that could have been used to light the bong, I'm sure. A towel. So now they open it up. You can clearly see that it's been wiped. The top of the seat has been wiped. There's a toothbrush there, probably used to clean that bong water as well. Some of Kamel's stuff. So definitely a shared bathroom. And the curtain. So this one does have the curtain, at least. Curtain is attached. And again, just looking inside, they don't find anything of value. Nothing, no blood, nothing like that. No signs of a struggle. We're now looking at the Crowley garage. We're going to see the two cars in there. The black car was the one that Sidra dropped off in October, and the gray one is one that Mr. Alam bought for David. Here's David's little tool shed area. You can see all the nice tools there. Some interesting stuff on that wall. There might have been a camera mounted on that wall, has been one of the theories. Haven't really found too much to it, but here's another close-up view of that desk there. And you'll see in the back there's a Gray State photograph or Gray State poster that shows the prices and stuff of the t-shirts, stickers, etc. $20 something. There is another chest there, another black box there, and we're just getting a nice view of the whole car here as well. This black car again was the one that was brought by Sidra. Sidra picked up a different car and left this black one there. So this one was there since October of 2014. They got the plates on there. And the other car, the gray one, from what I was told, was the one that Mr. Alam bought for David. We're getting some more shots of the tools, everything that's on the walls there. 2 bikes, 2 helmets in the back, all the tools, show snubbling tools, everything like that. Here's the other side of the garage. There's an American flag. There's that garage door. You get to see the other side of the garage door there. And how nice and neat some of the stuff on those shelves are as well. Another Gray State poster. Ron Paul sticker. You can also see those targets in the back, some of the same targets. And you can get a general view of where the garage was and the distance into the house. There's some of those targets again. Some of the same ones were left outside of the house. RFID clinic. Interesting there. Now we're looking a little closer at the gray car. Both Toyotas. Look like one might have been up for purchase. They might have been wanting to sell one of these cars. See about that. There was theories that they had planned to move to California, so they wouldn't need 2 cars. So even more reason to think that they might have been wanting to sell one of them, if that's true. Now we're going to look inside of that gray car. Again, this is the major car here, and lots of survival things in there. Some might say that this is a get out of Dodge packet. You never know. It was very important to note that it was found in this trunk, and nothing is mentioned about the other trunk. But you gotta have some ammo. He's got the gun there, so if he needed to take his gun with him, boom, throw it in there. It's all legal. It's all right. Maybe not in California. So, good shots, good close-up shots of all this stuff here. That makes you think that they were planning on leaving. Tickets, you can look at the date of the tickets, when they're valid too. This is one of the item number 46s and 47s. There are I believe 3 or 4 different item lists, so there's a close-up of those bullets. You can see the shape that they're in. And we're going to look at those shelves that we were talking about. There's a bullet exchange photo in the back. Some tiki lights for outside, probably in the backyard. And just, yeah, another good shot there. I think we're going to start closing up on that door. Getting a nice close-up view of that door there. Definitely some barbecue gear. Some paint rollers. And they close up on that door just to make sure no signs of forced entry or anything. So when they're talking about no signs of forced entry, that's one of the things that they're talking about. And there it is. There is the guillotine shot. And now we have come to the basement. Now we're going to start looking inside of the basement. You see here the door is closed. In the next shot we're going to see the door is open. I do believe the door was open, then it was found like this. And now we're going to try to give you all of the different shots that we have of those stairs going down in some type of order. So you can see all these first shots that we're going to see here should have the stairs in them at some angle at some point. We're looking down now. And the hair, that I thought that was kind of weird, that some hair was just kind of randomly there. Looking for any signs of blood, anything like that. If a hand or something like that was dragged down here. No signs of that, but definitely a little piece of hair that we're going to see. No flesh or anything that's found, but the hair is very interesting. And then the poop that's found. That hair looks like it's consistent with the hair and stuff that was found upstairs. A couple of shots of that, of the dog feces here. Good close-ups there. Still looking at the stairs, trying to give you guys a view of almost like a 360 of what it would look like if you were to look at the stairs, because when we first got some of the photos, it was still hard to figure out where the stairs were. Of course, now we have the actual diagram, so if you guys need those, we definitely got those for you. You can see the dog poop on the ground. You're going to see that everywhere. It's all over this area. When they say all over, it's not like it's piled on top of each other or anything. It's just you see some here, some there, and it's everywhere. If you really look at all these shots, if you were to calculate them, you'd see a lot of these shots do have some type of dog feces in them. I thought the Spider-Man was interesting because there was one one of Kamel's friends said David was going to be a part of the next Spider-Man movie. I was trying to find the timeline, figure out what Spider-Man movie they were talking about. Maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. All right, and still looking at this, you can see this is when the police come down here. Obviously, they're like, "What is this?" I'm going to see some guns, some other weapons, some military stuff, props, things like that, whatever it is. But definitely would raise their eyebrows to see if this guy is stocking up for like World War III or something like that. Of course, we know that's not true or anything, but still, I mean, they don't know. They don't know what's going on at this point. So. More stuff of the table there. This is all still in that open area on the bottom. There you go. There's some ammo. And some interesting stuff here, but this is all kind of in that open area still. We're still there looking behind where that black couch is. That black couch, also behind that black couch, we're going to see what might be some decomp that leaked through the living room floor. We're going to see that here close up. And these weapons. More shots of the weapons, of course. Yeah, I mean, props, whatever, dummies, paintball stuff. Whatever it is, to the cops, it must have looked kind of strange. It must have looked strange to them to see all this stuff here. But it wouldn't take them long to figure out that this was a soldier, right? And why is all this stuff here? Were they packing up? Were they getting ready? I mean, was this part of their move? It's, there's movies on the ground you can see over there too as well. So, I don't know what that pipe is. Oh, like a bong pipe. Oh, I didn't notice that before on that black case there. It's always something that I don't notice. Why I keep going over these and making sure everybody has them, because another set of eyes might see something that I missed. So with the drum set, you can see how old that drum set was, how new it was. You can see David's U.S. military bag there on the ground. We can see the "Don't Tread on Me." That's a big one. I believe the flag was a Pakistani flag. I believe that was took a little while to figure that out, but a quick search and someone was able to quickly figure that out. The head there, the white head, I think that is part of, there's a scene in the trailer that shows this guy's head turning white with blood, and I think that was used for that prop. The Muse, I don't really know that much about them, so you guys probably do, I don't know. I'm not really into that, but Patriots Rise, getting another close-up of the Gray State photo here. Where those pillows were is where one of the windows are. You can see the one of the boards on the ceiling is now out. David's equipment, all of his music gear, all right down here, still in this open area. Some more posters. Some more shots of that. It's a close-up of that. All these photos. Nice FEMA shot there. The Dark Knight, Batman, definitely. I was a fan of that. And here is some of the decomp stuff that we're going to see in the back on that wall. You'll start to see what I first thought was blood. I don't know what it is, but definitely if it's not blood, it's decomp, a mixture of both, etc. It's something, but I question maybe it was some type of leak or something. That could be too, I guess, but I just found it kind of odd that this is also in the same area where the bullet will go into the south wall. So this is all on the south wall here. Is where it's all going to be. And now we're going to get into that bullet shot. This is F from the living room. So this is the bullet that goes down, shoots into the south wall and is lodged there. Getting some good close-up shots of that. This bullet travels. It travels pretty far. Goes through wood. I believe that's real wood. Goes all the way down through the paneling, and lodges into that south wall. So Interesting. And of course, nothing ever comes of that bullet. There's no blood. There's nothing tied to it. They don't even have lead that's tied to it. So that was kind of odd. But when they cut it out, you can see that's, at this point, they've cut it out to kind of preserve it as best as they can. They've taken out some of those boards on the top. This will give us a better view, a better angle of where that bullet went, where it came from, because it's a very important one. This is a missed shot, whatever it is, whoever did it, somebody missed. They shot at the ground and missed. I don't know, that's the way I took it. So that's the other side of F that we're seeing there. This is what it looks like. We saw this in the living room when the carpet was pulled back. Now we're getting a shot of it from what it looks like on the basement, and where it's lodged there, I think, is also interesting. You can get a very good shot there of how big that bullet hole is. And going down, now it's a little wet. If you look at where F is, in that last shot when it was labeled, it looked a little wet, a little different. There's another shot there. Some of that side wall goes right into this, lands right on top of here. That was interesting too. That drywall just lands right in the drywall there. Getting some other shots, and they're just kind of, and again, these are from 2 or 3 different sets of photos, maybe from a combination of 3 or 4 different cameras, so that's why it looks kind of different. But here it looks a little wet. If you look at F the way it is, it looks a little wet to me. And you don't see the bullet there. And that just shows kind of how deep it went in. Wow, look at that. That's really deep. And that's where it's lodged. So they cut that out. This is F. This is number 45. I'm number 45, bullet number 45. And if you look up number 45, they don't find anything. They can't rule anybody out, but that just means they don't have any way to tie it to any of David, Kamel, or Rania either. And they're cleared to note that. All the documents note that as well. Alright, you can see a lot of dog feces there. Now we're going to go into the bathroom. We're going to start to make our way into that bathroom. It's very easy first looking at the photos to get kind of confused of where the layout, what the whole layout of this house is, unless you've been there, unless you've seen it. Now we're moving into this bathroom. This looks like a built-in bathroom. This maybe David built this himself. It looks like he was building. There's a couple rooms back here. It's actually pretty nice. You can see that tubing. That's still a question that I have. Also, the sink is plugged. Definitely good to look inside of that toilet. Even though we're looking at the sink here, really nothing there. You're not seeing anything similar to what we've seen in the sink in the master bedroom. This looks just like a sink that hasn't been cleaned. This looks like a man's sink. This is like a man cave. This is all part of it. These circle things are actually insulation. So I think, I don't know if that was because of the whole music thing that he was working on, but you can definitely tell that here, unless there's more to it there. But it just seemed like David was a builder. He was building these things. He uses 2 different types. Some are the blocks right under that toilet paper. You notice toilet paper is pretty full too. And there's a cup next to that toilet. We're going to get another close-up shot of that toilet, because this is a very important one to measure that water. See how low that water is. And it's clean, no indication of any dog or anything accessing that water, but the dog would have had access to it. And there's the towel, the bleach towel right there. And now we're gonna get another shot of the towel, and then we're gonna make our way out of this bathroom. I think that's about all the photos they have of that bathroom. You see that photo there? Going back down this hall, and we're gonna make our way back into to where the washer and dryer are. And we see some more dog feces on our way. There's 2 more rooms back here to the left, and I believe to the right. And there's that door. That door is just kind of randomly there on the ground. There's a pantry to the right of this photo, I believe. To the left is where the washer and dryer are. You can see some Christmas present wrapping paper there. You can see another dog carrying case, some more luggage, some interesting stuff there. There's actually things in the dryer is what it looks like. So again, not too many people kill themselves. They leave all of this out and then kill themselves. It's hard to believe, but just getting some more shots of that sink too. And here's the back area where the heater is. Some more of the military gear, probably for props, things like that. Just storage, a lot of storage space here. Some of that Morton looks like, what was that, cement? Oh, salt, right? The salt, probably to salt down the garage, the driveway. Sorry. All right, now we're going into that pantry. See some water there. You see a lot of. This is good. Everybody should have stuff like this. You really need this because you just never know. It's always good to have. If something major happens, you can't get to the grocery store, you can't get to water, etc., etc. Everybody should have something like this. If you have room, if you have space. So they definitely did. Some of that e-food stuff. Looked into some of that. Storable foods, what it looks like. Breakfast, rations. Pretty well stocked up. Some sausage and tomato sauce. Alright. Water treatment, water filter stuff. So they're definitely know a lot about the bad water that we have, the bad air, the bad everything. Tons of water there, so they got their own water. But they are ready. They are stored. They are stacked. They are ready if they needed to. If they were not able to get to the grocery store or not able to get to food, water, they were ready. I think that's the most important there. And I want to thank everybody for watching this, for looking at this. I hope this helps. I hope I hope looking at all of this helped you guys, because we got a long way to go here and a short time to get there. Let's go. We are now going to look at item 53. This is the bullet that was found on January 20th, 2015. I'll show you the photos first. There's only 6 photos, and then we'll discuss it. So let's go through these 6 photos here. This is pulled up against the blood wall. So where that couch was, the couch has now been moved, and this desk is pushed up against that same wall. You can see to the far left, you can even see that the white painting of that wall, because when the cleaners came in, they painted this wall white to cover up that blood painting, the blood smearing, all that stuff. So when the cleaners came in, they painted this, got rid of the Allahu Akbar written in blood, but this is that same wall. This is the west wall. You can barely see that mushroom bullet right there in the center on the floor. This rolled out of a carpet. I'm assuming the living room carpet. We'll get to that. Here is a comparison to a pin. Shows you exactly where it is. Let's go to the next one. Taking measurements here. Doesn't appear to be any blood or anything, but apparently blood was found on that, and the blood matched Rania, the 5-year-old daughter. So on January 18th, they leave the house without this bullet. Here's another shot of the bullet. Reading from Brian Bones' report here. At approximately 1300 hours on 1/20/2015, Detective McKnight was contacted by the company cleaning up the Crowley residence at the request of David's father. The cleanup crew personnel notified Detective McKnight that they had discovered a bullet at the residence. They relayed to Detective McKnight that while picking up the rug from the main living room area, a bullet had come out of the carpet and fallen to the floor. They were uncertain exactly where the bullet had been on the carpet, but said that it had fallen out of the rug and onto the adjacent hardwood floor. I responded back to the scene where I assisted in collecting the bullet that was discovered. I photographed the area, finding that the crime scene cleanup crew had cleaned up the residence. So they're not exactly sure where the bullet was, but it was attached to that carpet. And somehow the crime scene team, the BCA, they missed this. Collecting evidence. Everybody collecting evidence missed this. The bullet will be transferred to the BCA crime lab for further analysis. It should be noted that the bullet was predominantly flat on the back and was sitting on the front mustard portion of the bullet. The bullet appeared to be mostly intact at the time of our discovering it. The photographs of the bullet were later downloaded to a secure server at the Apple Valley Police Department. So that's what Brian Bones says about item 53. Here's what Detective McKnight says about item 53. Since these meetings, I've worked with the family on a number of issues, including getting the dog that was found in the house to DJ. They also asked that I work with the biotech crime scene team and escort them into the house. I was contacted by the cleanup team while they were in process. They stated that they had located a bullet that had been rolled up in the carpet. The bullet had rolled out under the hardwood floor that had already been cleaned. I went to the house and assisted Detective Bone and Booth in collecting the bullet. Here's another interesting thing about item 53 is when the blood tests are done, when the DNA tests are done, it is found that there is a mixture of 2 or more people. David and Kamel are excluded from being contributors. So we have another person here, another person that contributed to item 53. Very curious there, right? Perhaps this might be the biggest smoking gun of them all. Does this show that somebody else was in the house? Does this show that somebody else was in the house at the time of the murders, at the time of these killings? How does item 53 match Rania, but not David or Kamel? It's an interesting one there. There's also mentioned in the BCA report that item 53 was shot from item 1. So if they believe that item 1 shot item 53, yet item 53 is showing 2 people's DNA and David and Kamel are excluded, could that mean that somebody else fired item 53 from item 1? Whatever the case, it is 2 or more DNA profiles that were found on item 53. One matches Rania. It does not match David and Kamel. Let's now look at item 57. Item 57 is also a bullet that was found on February 18, 2015. No blood is found on this bullet, but the DNA profile does match David Crowley. In all of the photos that we have, there is one that shows the ceiling where the bullet should have been on January 17th. Let's look at that one. And here is the only image that we have so far that would show whether or not a bullet hole was in the living room ceiling when the police first entered this house on January 17th, when these photos were first taken. This photo is included so that way you can see what it looked like 1 month later, what the house looked like there. In the second image, we're pulling back a little bit. You can see that the marker on the south wall is still there. I'm not sure if blood is still there or not. Let's look at the third image here. Getting another shot. And you can see definitely some things look white there. 2 different types of curtains, both red, not matching at all. The shoes are still there on the ground. Let's look at the next one. Now we're getting a closer image. So hard for me to say exactly if that's before or after Joe Cooksley puts his finger through this hole. So the reason that this hole might look a little big to us right now is because by this point Joe Cooksley has already put his finger through it. Alright, here's another angle of that hole that you can see there. They don't mention any traces of blood or anything like that here, so let's go to the next one. An even closer image. This is going to lead up into the attic. Let's go to the next one. Now we're pulling back a little bit so we can see where somebody would have to be standing or sitting, kneeling, etc. for the bullet to enter in this way. Let's go to the next one. It's going to give us a little more close-up view here. It's a pretty big hole. Obviously, you're not going to miss that one right there. So I'm assuming that is when, definitely after Joe Cooksley put his finger through it for whatever reason. Here's another image scrolling to the next one. We get to see that hole in the distance from the light for one last time. That'll be the last one at this distance. Let's go to the next one with the marker there, and you can see. Now, if the marker is up, I would hope that this was taken before Joe Cooksley put his finger through this hole. Hard to really tell. It would be good to follow up on that for sure. Here's from another angle, same one. You can see the distance. It's a big hole at this point. Now we're going into the attic. This is from the master bedroom. You can also get to the same attic from the garage. And I believe one person went up this way, and the other BCA crime scene team person went through the garage, and they scattered the attic. They looked through the attic. What you'll notice here, though, in the next photo right here, is that there is a ladder there. And this ladder was not there when police left this house on the 17th. Not clear if it was there when the police left the house on January 20th or not. But that's how they got up there, or that's how somebody got up there. So somebody was up there, and we know that that was Chris Klein, Mason Hendricks, and that cast of characters, a group of them. Depending on who you ask, you might get different stories about who exactly was in the house on January 19th. We'll get to that later. And here's another shot to show the distance, how far back it was. Let's go to the next one. We're now in the attic. Okay, so hard to see there where it is, but it's kind of in the upper left corner is where the bullet is. Let's go to the next photo. Getting another angle so you can see the drywall. The bullet goes up through this attic. Skip to the next one. Hits this top paneling here. You can see by the white marks there. Let's go to the next one. And lands right here. You can see exactly where the bullet lands. Next shot is a little close-up view, closer view of that one. Let's go to the next one here. Here's a close-up view of that hole. Let's go to the next one. Close-up view of the plywood leading to the roof. Next one. It is now labeled as item 57. Next shot, a closer view of item 57 as well. Next one gives us item 57 still, but now we're pulling back a little bit so we can see exactly where the bullet went into the attic and then bounced back down. Hopefully that will help somebody give us some clear indication of where the bullet was coming from here. Here's an even further view, a little pulled back a little bit more. These are all DSC, by the way. Next one. Now some of these were included in the BCA photos that we got later on, unlike item 53. And let's go to the last image here, and you can see where the white markings are and where the bullet probably ricocheted. But in order for it to ricochet here, to land back down where item 57 is found, how far away would someone have to be? Would someone have to be literally on the ground? And none of that answers the question of why police miss this either. So let's read from the police reports. This is Brian Bones' police report about Chris Klein. This is where it gets very interesting. Okay, on 2/17, I spoke to Christopher Klein, who identified himself as a friend of the Crowley family. I had been trying to locate Klein to learn why he had been at the Crowley residence on 1/19, as a neighbor had called in about a suspicious person at the house. Klein received my business card at his residence and called me back at approximately 1700 hours on 2/17/15. Klein wanted to ask me questions about the status of the investigation and was speculating about how many rounds had been discharged at the house. He indicated to me that he had been in the house since the discovery of the Crowley family at the residence. He said he had been there with David's father and brother and had seen there were 2 shot rounds in the floor and roof. Prior to this conversation, I was unaware of a round being shot into the ceiling roof. Detective McKnight assisted me in contacting David's father and to ask for consent, to enter the home to look for the damage to the ceiling. On 2/18/2015, Detective McKnight spoke to Daniel Crowley and obtained permission to go into the house. At approximately 1500 hours, Detective McKnight and I used the house key in the front door lockbox to gain entry into the house. We immediately found what appeared to be a bullet hole in the ceiling near the front door and adjacent to the living room. From my initial looking at the hole in the ceiling, it appeared that the bullet may have come from the living room area. Based on the angle, the bullet appeared to have traveled through the sheetrock. We looked for access to the attic area of the house and found that the attic access from the master bedroom room closet was open. This had not been open at the time of our initial search of the house on 1/17/15. I contacted the BCA crime scene team and advised them of our findings. I requested they assist us in documenting the damage and assist in looking for the bullet in the ceiling and attic area. We secured the house, and Detective McKnight maintained security on the house while I obtained a warrant for the house. I prepared a search warrant for the house to recover the bullet believed to be in the ceiling or attic area. On 2/18/15 at 16:25 hours, the Honorable Judge S. Moynihan signed a search warrant granting us access to the house to recover what was believed to be a bullet from the ceiling. Detective McKnight and Tietz assisted me in executing the warrant with the assistance of the BCA crime scene team and Special Agent Olson with the BCA. During the warrant, they found what is believed to be a bullet in the attic area of the house. See the BCA crime scene team's report and photos for more information on the bullet. The BCA crime scene team collected the bullet and completed a property receipt, which was left at the house. Here's where it gets interesting. On 2/19/14, I viewed photos taken from the initial search of the house. In viewing these photos, I could see the hole in the ceiling, which we discovered on 2/18/15. So he's claiming the photos do exist. This is still Brian Bone. The photos do exist that show a bullet hole was in the living room ceiling on January 17th. But he also states here that he did not see it. He was not aware that a bullet hole existed on January 17th. Nobody was. Nobody was. Detective Gummert was a little more evasive in his answer about that. He said that he did see the bullet hole, but he wasn't sure when. And I think what it comes down to is nobody saw it on January 17th, and nobody knew about this bullet until February 18th, a month later. Wow. Detective McKnight writes something similar. He says, on 2/18/2015, I was informed by Detective Bone that there may be a bullet hole in the living room ceiling at the home of David and Kamel Crowley. The party giving Detective Bone the information was Christopher Klein. Klein reported to be a friend of the family and had said he had been inside the home with Dan Sr. and Jr. and had seen the bullet hole then. During the initial processing of the crime scene, we knew that we could not account for several bullets that may have been fired from the gun used. The information given to Detective Bone could not be verified since we could not establish a definite connection between the reporter and the family. I contacted Daniel Crowley, Daniel Sr. I contacted Daniel Theodore Crowley, the father of David Crowley. To our knowledge, he is the next of kin in this case. He told me that he was not aware of the bullet hole and had not gone into the home with Klein. I asked for permission from Dan Sr. to enter the home to verify that there is a bullet hole. He agreed to let us in and provided us with the lockbox code. Detective Bone and I went to the home and found the bullet hole near the entryway in close proximity to where the Christmas tree had been. We exited the home and ensured it was secure. I waited in the driveway until Detective Bone could obtain a search warrant. He obtained a search warrant authorized by the Honorable Judge Moynihan. He also contacted the BCA crime scene team to search for the bullet and document the scene. The bullet was located in the attic rafters under the insulation. The measurements and collection of the bullet was completed by the crime scene team. I stayed at the house the entire time and assisted the crime scene team in locating and documenting the location of the bullet. I was assisted by Detective Tietz. The search started at 1700 hours and was concluded at about 1935 hours. The bullet was taken by the BCA for further examination. And once this bullet is tested, once item 57 is tested, it comes back with one male DNA profile, matches David, does not match Kamel, does not match Rania. The results show that blood was not detected on item 57. So the DNA profile does match David. There's no blood on this bullet. Very curious.
The weird thing about me is I get to see both sides. I agree with you guys at certain aspects, and I agree with Sidra, you know. As far as journals go, I think that should be released, but that's just me, you know. The reason why I say that is the journals have a lot of information, you know. David's were a little weird, you know. He wasn't the easiest person to read, but you know, as far as Kamel's go, you know, that's all she spoke about. So I think, like, maybe in time, Sidra would be willing to, you know, release some of the journals, but it really shows you what Kamel was going through. And I don't think she even understood what she was going through. So, yeah, I mean, it started in July when Nyla got sick. And, you know, she started writing just, I guess, her thoughts and stuff. And she talks about her dad and how frustrated she was with him and just, you know, back and forth with the family. She was just trying to understand her feelings, and I think she was just very confused because she wanted to be there for her family, but I don't know why she didn't say that on her journals, but David didn't want that. He didn't want her coming down here, and that was, you know, that was the plan. Even after she disagreed with Mr. Alam about, you know, doing chemotherapy and stuff, she was supposed to come down here for Nyla's surgery. You know, Mr. Alam was going to buy her a ticket, and, you know, even though they didn't agree on things, they were still, you know, she was still there for them. And then one of the journals that stuck out to me was overnight she sat down with David and he convinced her that she shouldn't come here. That's not her family anymore. Ronnie and David are her priority, and you know, let them figure it out. And it's just a pattern. Like, it's very interesting, you know, reading them and seeing how it shifts and how her even her own emotions change. You know, she starts doubting herself. You know, she starts off strong, and you can see a pattern.
Kamel's mom, you know, is going through all of this pain, all of this suffering. Why wouldn't David want Kamel to go see her mom? It
was about control. It was more about control for him. I think ever since that time when Kamel called her dad and said she was leaving him, I think ever since then it was very, you know, it was very, I guess he was scared for that. He didn't really like for Kamel to come down here. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but she's only came down to Texas twice. And it was the 2 times that she got the cars, and one of those was Sidra's graduation, but any other events, she never came down to Texas. Sidra was the one that would go in the summer and, you know, spend Christmas with them because she just couldn't come down here. And I think that speaks, like, a lot, too, because it just shows, you know, I mean, what daughter wouldn't want to visit their, you know, her family and her friends in Texas? And I think that speaks a lot from his side. on how controlling he was on that aspect. I mean, everybody, every man is different, and to a certain extent, there is some control there, and that's totally fine. Everybody has that in their relationship, but, to a point where, you can't do certain things. He's making her quit her job, and he even writes that in his journal on how he planned it, and he was surprised that he was able to convince her. So, I mean, it just shows manipulation, it just shows, like, how possessive he was over her. And, the night of David's reunion, he writes about that, how, one of his old buddies from school, complimented Kamel and, called her beautiful and whatever. And, he didn't like that. And he just writes a whole article, which was so crazy, and it shows his possessiveness. He says, she's mine, and I married her because of her beauty, and it's bizarre, I don't have the journal with me right now, so I could read it. But he was very possessive. Even Ronnie, he writes about her, how he came in between their marriage. And, as a parent, I would never think my daughter would come in between me and my husband, So, I mean, it just shows how possessive he was over Kamel. So I think that's part of the reason why, she wasn't able to come down here. He was scared. He didn't want her, coming down here and maybe, changing her mind and wanting to stay here in Texas. I don't know what was going through his mind, but I think that had a lot to do with it.
So when you say his journal, because we've heard from different people, multiple sources, blah, 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 about different journals, when you say that he wrote this in his journal, can you clarify which journal you're talking about? Because I've heard about several journals. So
the only journals I've seen is a written journal that he had. He had 3 journals. He only wrote in one. One of them had 1 page on it that apparently he was going to, keep up with, but he never did. But the one I'm speaking of was a DK and a heart on it. That was the front page of it. So I'm guessing that was David and Kamel. And
so these are. It
was a written journal. Yes, these are written journals.
Okay, yeah, because we've heard about a written journal, a video journal, and then I guess this journal that came out.
I don't think there's any truth on the video journals. That is something I asked Sidra about it, and she said that it was said that there was an online journal, but she hadn't seen anything from the online journal. It was just a written one that she knew of, and that's something we both have read.
With her journal, was there anything in there too that would help us understand why the family thinks David Crowley is guilty?
She talks about a lot of mental abuse and him wanting to try different types of what would you call it, like drugs. And you could tell that she was very the way she wrote her journals, it basically, she was talking to the journal as to, like, I feel like that's something she was venting, like she was living 2 different lives. She was agreeing with David just to keep the peace in the house, but the way she truly felt, she was writing down on her journals. And there were a lot of different instances where she also spoke about being scared of him. She wrote one time that she took Ronnie out to, she just left the house because she was so scared of David, because I think that was the time when he tried shrooms. And he was hallucinating, and what else did she say? She said, I wish I had the journals on me, but she basically just talks about how scared she is, and that's not something that Ronnie should be around, and apparently she didn't even know he was going to do, which she was really angry about. They hadn't, that caused a really big rift between their relationship, because that's not something that Kamel wanted Ronnie to see, you know.
Was David doing this by himself, or was he with friends?
No, this was by himself. And she wrote that she locked him in the room. I don't know which room she locked him in and how she did that, but she said that she was scared for him and she didn't know how to handle it. And she also wrote that she thought about calling his dad, but and she also wrote that he has alienated everybody, and I don't even know who to reach out to anymore. And, you know, just certain things she says, it just shows how alone she felt. And, you know, it shows that she didn't agree to it, you know, most of the things that were going on. It's just, you know, it's just beyond me that she was such a strong, independent girl, and she didn't think I just don't know why she just didn't leave, you know, if she felt that way, you know.
Yeah, I can relate to that, because I've dealt with a similar thing, and you do kind of wonder that, like, why don't they just leave? But obviously,
I mean, I've never been in that situation, so I mean, I wouldn't, you know, I thought about it, you know, but I've also heard that I guess you just get so into it and you feel like you can change them, you know. So
yeah.
I guess that's why they stay. But
do you know who? Go ahead.
Oh no, what was that?
I was just going to say, going back to the drugs, I was just trying. Do you know who he got those from? Is there any mention of, like, who? Because obviously he doesn't just. And really, to be honest, you know, I've never done shrooms or anything. But if I was going to do something like that, I wouldn't want to be by myself, and I definitely would not want to be around my wife. I'd want to be with close friends that I trusted.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was something. That was part of the reason why she was writing in her journal, because she was so that he would do that to her. You know, he would put her in that position where she wasn't even aware of this, you know. So that was part of the reason why she even wrote it in her journal. And he did mention in his journal about asking Danny Mason about shrooms, because apparently he had done them before. And Sidra had asked Danny Mason about it, and he said that David had asked him about his experience, and Danny told him, I don't think you should go that route. I didn't have a good experience with it. And honestly, he also said that, what else did she say? He said that once you get that high, you always want something, you know, more, like something more that'll give you that high. So that's not the route he should go. And Danny told her that David said that he was just tired. He wanted something more. You know, he wanted to feel something more. So, but Sidra asked him if he was the one who had given him the shrooms, and he said he had no idea about it. So I don't know if it was Chris Peck or who it was who gave him that.
Okay. But she didn't. Do you know if if Kamel ever experienced with any of that? Or maybe that's not even relevant. Maybe that's...
She didn't talk about shrooms. She did talk about, you know, smoking weed. She did say that, you know, it helped her anxiety, and that is something she had told Sidra in the past, too, that she did. It helped her her anxiety levels. But,
right, and she would know because she was in the medical field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so she didn't do it that often, but, you know, whenever her anxiety level was high, that is something that she would do. And she also suggested that for her mom's pain, you know, like medical marijuana, you know, for instead of the pills that she takes for her pain.
Sure. Yeah, they're giving stepmom CBD oil, I think, for her bones or something like that, and it's definitely working.
It's very helpful. Yeah, it's actually helping with Mrs. Alam too. It helps her be a little more hungry, you know, since she's on feeding tube or TPN. You know, it helps her be a little more hungry and, you know, gain some weight and just not be as nauseous, and, you know, so yeah, I believe that helps.
Sure. Going back a little bit to what you said about when Kamel wanted to leave David, I'm trying to get a good timeline about when that first happened, when Kamel contacted her dad. And I know it's been mentioned, but just thinking here now, I'd like to have that so people can go back and say, okay, at this time.
Don't quote me on this.
Sure.
Don't quote me on this, but I think it was around 2012. It was summer 2012, I believe.
Okay.
Or no, actually, no.
I think it might have been later on.
No, it was actually before that. It was 2011, actually. Okay. Yeah, because when Kamel had came down for Sidra's graduation, high school graduation, that is something, Sidra didn't even know about this. Mr. Alam did not tell Sidra about this conversation at all. He kept it to himself and didn't tell his wife or Sidra that Kamel had called him. You know, he didn't, I guess that was their little secret. But Kamel had told Sidra about it, and in 2011 when she came down here, and when we were having lunch, it was brought up, and I was there too. It was a very weird lunch. That is where I saw the disconnect from Kamel.
Okay, so all three of you were kind of there?
Yeah, David was there too.
Who was there? Oh, David was there. Okay.
Yeah.
But there was something odd? You just felt something weird, or?
Kamel was a very perky person, you know. She has a lot of energy to herself, and, you know, I'm sure you guys can gauge that from the videos on how she is. The way she was talking and the way she would look at David for approval, that's something I've talked about before too, but that is something that struck out to me. I don't think Sidra had noticed that. I even brought it up to Sidra, and I said, Kamel's pretty different. She's talking a lot more like David, you know, and she's like, well, you know, they're married, you live with somebody, you start talking like them. And I was like, yeah, but, you know, any little thing we talk about, she always looks at David, like, is it okay, you know? I think I had mentioned that I had arranged a little get-together for the girls in her last visit in May. I asked if she could come spend the night, you know, just us girls have movie night and stuff, and her first instinct was to look at David and see if it was okay with him, which I don't see why it wouldn't be, you know. She was only down here for, like, not even 3-4 days. So, yeah, it's just, like, different things, like anything she said or things that was talked about, that she would always look at him for his reaction. Is he okay? Like, you could tell, like, that was her main thing. Like, even with sitting with Mr. Alam, you know, Mr. Alam, I don't know if you know, he's very, he's a character. He's a very good person, and he's, you know, he'll speak his mind. So just, like, having him around David, like, her anxiety level was so high because she was holding David's hand, you know, and she would just always look at him every time Mr. Alam would talk, like, to make sure, is he okay? You know, it just didn't make sense. It was just a really awkward place to be in for myself.
Let's talk a little bit about Mitch Heil. On September 26, 2017, Mitch Heil returned to the Dutch and Royce show to share his thoughts on Eric Nelson's A Gray State, a documentary film alleging David Crowley murdered his wife and child before taking his own life. It's really strange watching a documentary about your best friend who basically went nuts, Heil explained to Dutch and Royce. And it's like you're watching the slow collapse of somebody progressing. Just like the Apple Valley Police Department in Eric Nelson's movie, Mitch Heil did not provide any evidence to prove David was guilty, but seemed to accept the official theory soon after the alleged double murder-suicide happened at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. Mitch stated that David recorded everything, which made me wonder how much video footage the Apple Valley Police Department actually went through and why they were unable to find any evidence to prove David Crowley was guilty in all the terabytes of data found. So after going through the 16 terabytes of data found inside of David's house, the police clarified that they found no motive that would lead them to understand why David Crowley was guilty. Of course, there have been reports that police did not access the terabytes of video, but I find that highly unlikely. The police have already confirmed that they have looked at all of the videos. Perhaps the police officers of the Apple Valley Police Department did not go through the videos, but someone in the authority role should have before assuming what happened at the Crowley house sometime between December 25th, 2014 and January 17th, 2015. Without a motive and without providing evidence to the public, the Apple Valley Police Department accused David of being guilty almost immediately and then quietly closed the case 1 year after the alleged double murder-suicide. David meticulously kept journals of everything for the longest time, Heil continued. Heil also discussed the concept of gray state. It's basically a jizz fest of all conspiracy theories mixed into one. Joking about the murders right after they happened was just how Mitch Heil dealt with his friend's tragedy. It's normal for him. That's just how I cope with things. Heil then clarified his role in making the Gray State movie trailer back in 2012. It was just 3 of us. It was me and David and this other guy, Danny Mason. I did camera, I did props, I did makeup, I did lighting, I did producing things, I did set design, basically anything other than being the director are things that I had a hand in at one point or another. David's family gave Eric Nelson all of David's private home videos because according to Mitch, first of all, what are they going to do with it? And then second is, I guess it's kind of a way to humanize him, or just not to say he was a monster. I'm not sure why anyone would attempt to humanize someone who they believed murdered his 5-year-old daughter, but maybe that's just me. Mitch Heil ended his relationship with the Gray State Project when it was no longer financially viable to stay involved, and by that I mean I was like 2 months away from being homeless. David was focused on the Gray State franchise, and there were no outside projects to bring in any revenue, according to Mitch Heil. Another reason Mitch Heil left the project was because he told David, quote, "Conspiracy theories are fucking stupid. I don't mesh with this whole movie, so I can't do it anymore." Mitch Heil also pointed out that it was normal for David to disappear while writing for weeks at a time. I think that is a very important point, regardless of where you stand on the allegations against Crowley. Then I believe Mitch lied about Dan Hinnon and myself. Dan and I were both interviewed for Eric Nelson's Sloppymentary on June 4, 2016, prior to conducting one of our YouTube discussions on the allegations against David Crowley. I had high hopes for Eric Nelson's documentary in the beginning. I don't anymore. Those high hopes faded as soon as I watched the documentary for myself, and really, a little bit before that. Mitch stated that Eric Nelson's film had 2 hardcore conspiracy theorists who still think that David was killed by the government in the documentary, and they were doing a Skype session back and forth. And all the filmmaker did was let them talk to each other over Skype and show how fucking stupid they are. He didn't even have to say anything to them. It was pretty funny. Now what I find funny is how Mitch Heil lied about us. Calling someone a hardcore conspiracy theorist is often used to deflect from a real conversation and avoid the real issues. In my opinion, Mitch Heil lied when he stated Dan and I think that the government killed David. We don't have an answer as to what really happened, and I don't see any facts that prove David was killed by the government. I see lots of speculation about that possibility, but I also see lots of speculation about David's guilt. We should always go where the evidence leads us. One would have to be stupid not to realize that by now. Mitch, a little research, buddy. It goes a long way, and I would debate you on this case whenever you are ready. Just make sure you bring some facts. Spoiler alert about Eric Nelson's film, you won't see any facts given by police to prove David Crowley is guilty. Why? Because of the lack of evidence police found to prove their theory, it's that simple. All you are given is more speculation to support a weak theory. Mitch also lied when he stated that all the filmmaker did was let them talk to each other over Skype and show how fucking stupid they are. 1 hour before the Google Hangout / YouTube session, not Skype, between Dan and myself, we were both separately interviewed by separate film crews, one of which Eric Nelson was present for. Eric Nelson spent close to an hour asking Dan Hennon questions about the alleged double murder-suicide, and at a family location, Robert Erickson interviewed me in California. So before everyone got to see how stupid Dan and I were live on YouTube, Eric Nelson was inside Dan's home asking him questions. Also, if the intent was to show how stupid Dan and I were, why didn't Eric Nelson include more of the conversation in his documentary? Perhaps Eric Nelson avoided our input because it would raise more questions about the official theory. I hope not, because that is what I thought his documentary was going to do. I thought it was going to show the people the evidence to prove David was guilty and let the people decide for themselves. Instead, the movie simply veered away from the real issues and focused elsewhere. Several people told us once we see the movie, we will have a different perspective of David's final days. Perhaps we will. But if the movie cannot prove David is guilty, then the movie is a waste of time. And I think we have now shown the movie is a waste of time. Now, we all know, for all of you who do research, wasting time is a part of that research. So it just comes with the territory. Some of the things that we're researching are going to be a waste of time. You still have to research it. You still have to look at it, but it's still a waste of time. I wonder if Mitch Heil is avoiding the facts, or lack thereof, that supposedly prove David is guilty. What would one have to see to be convinced their best friend was guilty of a double murder-suicide? Mitch, what convinced you David was guilty? You once stated that Gray State killed your best friend. Is there any chance you will be part of the Gray State team moving forward with David's fictional movie? If making Gray State sent David to a dark place, as AVPD Chief John Reiskell told Tom Lydon, then perhaps no one should move forward with the project. What do you think? Mitch felt the documentary was done as respectfully as it could be done, adding he didn't feel anything was taken out of context. We'll see about that. Is it respectful to accuse David Crowley of a crime without addressing the facts or lack thereof? When it came to David's meeting with Hollywood executives, Mitch explained that David was concerned about losing certain rights to the Gray State franchise. We know Danny August Mason was not willing to give up his rights to the movie project. We see that now as Danny Mason tried to move forward with the fictional Gray State film. Luckily, it looks like that has failed, although the copyright for the script is coming up in June 2019. The only other interesting thing Heil was asked about was the alleged pack theory, and I felt Mitch chose his words very carefully. He was unsure of how much Kamel believed the conspiracy theories David believed in. Overall, it's an interesting 30 minutes provided by Mitch Heil that is worth listening to. After listening to Mitch Heil's conversation, I felt that he was building a movie while David was building a franchise. Suspicious activity. On January 19, 2015, a neighbor called police and reported suspicious activity at the Crowley residence. The caller refused to give a name, but claimed to live a few houses down from 1051 Ramsdale Drive. 2 days earlier, the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were found in the living room of their house. 15 minutes prior to the call to authorities, a GMC Blazer truck with army paint stopped in front of the Crowley residence. An unknown male got out of the truck and tried to enter the house. Unfortunately, the caller was unsure if the man was able to get inside. The caller did not provide the license plate of the vehicle. The entire incident of suspicious activity lasted 16 minutes and 38 seconds. The call was placed at 12:51 p.m., January 19th. At 12:52, Apple Valley Police Units 4949 and 4918 were assigned to the incident. Unit 4943 was also assigned to the incident at 12:53. Unit 4918 was the first officer to arrive at 1051 Ramsdale Drive in Apple Valley, Minnesota at 12:56. Unit 4918 noticed flowers on the front step. Unit 4949 arrived 2 minutes later at 12:59. Unit 4943 arrived at 1300 hours. According to the incident detail report, it was unknown who was at the residence or why. It is not known if the person who tried to enter the house left the flowers. The incident was closed at 13:08. If the caller's timeline is correct, this gave the unknown male about 20 minutes to enter and exit the house before police arrived. It's also not clear from this incident report whether or not the unknown male in the camouflage truck was the driver or passenger. When Detective Brian Bone finally spoke with friend of the family Chris Klein on February 17, 2015 at 1700 hours, the detective learned two very important pieces of information. First, Klein claimed he was in the house with David's brother and father. Second, Klein told him about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. I had been trying to locate Klein, Bone wrote in his supplemental report, to learn why he had been at the Crowley residence on 1/19/15, as a neighbor had called in about a suspicious person at the house. Now, in the beginning of their call, Klein asked the police about the status of the investigation and speculated about how many rounds had been discharged at the house. Klein claimed he was in the house with David's brother and father. He indicated to me, Bone stated in his report, that he had been in the house since the discovery of the Crowley family at the residence. He said he had been there with David's father and brother and had seen that there were 2 shot rounds in the floor and roof. Prior to this conversation, I was not aware of a round being shot into the ceiling/roof. Detective Bone relayed the new information to Detective Sean McKnight, who then asked David's father, Dan Crowley Sr., for permission to enter the house to look for the damage to the ceiling. Now, the following day, on February 18, 2015, at 1500 hours, Detective Bone and Detective McKnight returned to the Crowley home. We immediately found what appeared to be a bullet hole in the ceiling, wrote Detective Bone, near the front door and adjacent to the living room. Bone also wrote about the possible trajectory of the bullet, speculating the shot must have come from the living room area. When the detectives looked for access to the attic, they discovered the attic access from the master bedroom closet was open. This had not been open at the time of our initial search of the house on 1/17/15, Bone reported. I contacted the BCA crime scene team and advised them of our findings. I requested they assist us in documenting the damage and assist in looking for the bullet in the ceiling and attic area. With the house secure, Detective Sean McKnight remained in the driveway while Detective Bone obtained the search warrant. The search warrant was signed by Judge S. Moynihan at 16:25 on February 18, 2015. Detective McKnight and Detective Tietz assisted me in executing the warrant, Detective Bone continued, with the assistance of the BCA crime scene team and Special Agent Olson with the BCA. During the warrant, they found what is believed to be a bullet in the attic area of the house. In the end, Detective Sean McKnight reported, the information given to Detective Bone could not be verified since we could not establish a definite connection between the reporter and the family. McKnight also wrote about the several bullets unaccounted for when authorities left the house on January 17th. During the initial processing of the crime scene, we knew that we could not account for several bullets that may have been fired from the gun used. McKnight stated the bullet hole was near the entryway in close proximity to where the Christmas tree had been. McKnight and Detective Michael Tietz assisted the BCA crime scene team in locating and documenting the location of the bullet. The crime scene team took measures of the bullet hole and collected the bullet for further examination. At some point, Joe Cooksley put his finger through this bullet hole. Chris Klein is the only reason why authorities know about the bullet hole in the living room ceiling and the bullet found in the attic. This bullet, item 57, does not have blood on it, only David's nuclear DNA. Authorities seem unable to tie item 57 to David's gun, more so they cannot put the gun in David's hand. In and out. Who was in the Crowley residence on January 19, 2015? Why are there so many different stories being told by those who believe David Crowley is guilty? For instance, Chris Klein claimed he was in the house with David's dad and brother. David's dad told Detective McKnight that was not true. Authorities respond by never following up on the differing stories. Mason Hendricks stated he was in the house with Klein. Of course, this was the same guy who claimed the reason why the public got so little information a year after the deaths was because the Department of Homeland Security was involved. Detective Gummert stated that DHS was never involved. Hendricks also tried to tell me that the FBI was involved. Again, Detective Gummert stated that was not true. Regardless, Mason Hendricks claimed to have seen the bullet hole in the house and claims to have been in the attic on January 19, 2015. Hendricks claimed he walked in the house with at least 2 other people that day. Hendricks looked up in the ceiling and immediately saw the bullet hole. I looked over to another friend of ours, Hendricks told me, and I was like, they couldn't fucking see that hole right there? How did Hendricks know police missed the bullet hole? More so, why didn't Hendricks or anyone else in the house with him inform authorities about a bullet hole, especially since they knew police didn't know about it? Hendricks was wrong when he claimed David's blood was on the bullet. He was wrong when he said it was proven item 57 came from David's gun. He was wrong when he said David's fingerprints were on the gun. He was wrong when he stated the bullet hole was blocking the Christmas tree on January 17, 2015. Hendricks was also wrong when he stated DHS and FBI had to, quote, sign off before the public got information from authorities. Was Mason Hendricks also wrong when he stated the pack theory came from one of David's parents? Hendricks stated that the pack theory originated from one of David's parents. I just want to make sure I say that twice. There's no evidence of a pact between David and Kamel to commit suicide and murder their 5-year-old daughter, but that hasn't stopped some from trying to connect those dots, which is fine. But if you're talking about that, then what you're talking about is not a double murder suicide. At that point, you're talking about a double suicide murder, and that would go against everything we're seeing here, even the official theory, all right? So even if that's true, it's one more reason for the case to be reopened, even though I highly doubt that that's true. But we got to go through every lead. Somebody's got to look at it. I don't want to discourage anybody who thinks that there is a pack theory. I just say, do your research. If you find the evidence, okay, great, go with it. If you don't, just make sure that it's, you know, it's just phrased so that it's not fact and that it is pure speculation. Pure imagination is kind of what I call it, but again, that's just my view. David Crowley's neighbor Judy Prochnow still believes there was a pact between David and Kamel to ascend out of this world by committing a double murder suicide. Still, Judy told me, I don't think Dan or Kate, I don't know for sure, but I don't think they didn't want to believe that David even did it. So I don't think they even thought of a pact theory. Mrs. Prochnow also tells a different story about January 19, 2015. No one was in the house before the cleaners, Prochnow explained to me. Chris Klein and them were in the house the day after the cleaners called about finding the bullet. To be clear, Chris Klein and others were in the house on January 19, 2015. The cleaners didn't find the bullet that rolled out of the carpet until January 20th, 2015. So, once again, Judy Prochnow is incorrect. When I reminded Judy that Klein was in the house on January 19th, she responded with, well, the cops might say that, but they weren't. Sounds like she's accusing the cops of lying. Judy believes Chris Klein was wrong about the date he was at the Crowley home. He just got the dates mixed up. The police record shows something different. And Klein confirmed that he was there on the 19th with the police. Who are you going to believe? Now, the date on Detective Bones' report and in the incident report are clear. I think it's Judy who got the dates mixed up, not anyone else. The neighbor, whoever called, Judy continued, took down the license plate of the cars that were there and called in to police. One of them was Chris Klein's, and I know one of them was Mason's. She's talking about Mason Hendricks. How would she know that? These are just a few examples of the many conflicting stories related to the events of January 19, 2015 about the David Crowley family. Based on a call about suspicious activity, Detective Bone went looking for a suspicious person, not persons. The suspicious activity tells the story of item 57, the bullet found in the attic 1 month after the deceased were removed from the house. Item 57 is one of the many reasons why this case should be reopened and re-examined, reclassified, undetermined, something to that effect. This is not a double murder-suicide. It is not a proven double murder-suicide. All right, and once again, thank you everybody for staying involved in this and trying to stay on top of this and trying to figure out what the real story is when it comes to the alleged double murder-suicide that David Crowley committed. Even though we're finding no evidence to support that theory, it's important to understand that that is the theory that the police go with. Their final conclusion is exceptionally cleared. It's not that David Crowley is guilty of a double murder-suicide, but based on the fact that they say exceptionally cleared, that is supposed to mean that, well, David's guilty. Okay, and the evidence that David is guilty is because they couldn't find evidence to show anybody else was. Apologize for the bad audio right here. I am driving in traffic, and just another beautiful day. We can only do so much. We can only go so far, and let's see how far we can get. Let's see how close to the truth we can actually get, because I don't believe that we've been given the truth, and I'm not satisfied with the conclusion that is not a conclusion. I'm not satisfied with that, and I'm sure a lot of you feel that same way. So going back over these articles and trying to make audio versions of this stuff, which will be included in my book, by the way. A lot of this will be in there. Might be a little revised, maybe shortened down, maybe even expanded on in some cases. All the information is very important, and it's important to recognize that there are evil people out there that are trying to deceive real researchers from looking into this case. They're trying to silence us. They're trying to silence you. Why would they do that if the truth is the truth is the truth? There would be no need for that. You would only do that if you're trying to hide something, if you're just a jerk, or if you're mentally ill. And sometimes it's all of the above. So we just got to be prepared for whatever comes our way. I pray about it. I pray God give me strength. I pray He gives you all strength. All of you out there who are really researching this, who are looking to find what the answers are. We're going to do our part. I'm going to do my part to help get as much information out there, to help you make it a little easier for you to research, if I can, to answer some of these questions that keep coming back. As usual, the book that I write is, I'm really writing it for me. The book is written for me so that I have data that I can always go back to in the coming months when it's ever needed to keep this case going until we get some real answers. That is the goal. The goal is not to keep the case going forever and ever. And the goal is also not to come to a quick conclusion just because that's the easier thing, and that's just lazy writing, lazy booking as they would call it in the wrestling business. But not going to have any of that. And people who are doing the lazy booking, the lazy reporting, the lazy researching, they're going to get called out. They've already been called out. They know who they are. They know what the real deal is. They know they don't have enough to prove David Crowley guilty. The police know that. They're going with it. These other people want to go with it too. Go where you want. Go where the truth leads you. That's what we're going to do too. We're going to go exactly where the truth leads us to, wherever that is. And if it's God's will, we will get there. No doubt. No doubt. So, making this video, I wouldn't say it was hard, but it's just like, wow, I had totally forgot how many times Mason Hendricks lied. And you can add this to the list of people that have lied, or their stories have changed. Everything changes. They tell one person one thing and tell somebody else a completely different story. So, had a lot of that. And I think they were just hoping that we would just go away and fade off. But it's not going to happen. It's really not. You're talking about a 5-year-old child. You're talking about a U.S. combat soldier. Talking about a young woman under 30. These are not things to be taken lightly. This is not something that we should take lightly. This is real stuff here. So I would just hope that everybody kind of keeps that in mind. Again, sorry for all the loud background noise on this. I know it's a lot different than the audio that was playing, but I think it's just very interesting the way that so many people who consider themselves friends of David Crowley and friends of the family, and how they've treated this case, how they've treated truth, how they've treated lies, how they've treated the people that are asking questions and looking into this. Why come after us? Why bother us? Why do you care? Who cares? If there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to hide. If you make the accusation there is something to hide, knowing that there isn't anything to hide, now you box yourself into a corner. I think a lot of these people who think that David Crowley is guilty have really boxed themselves into a corner because they cannot explain why. They cannot answer that question. All that they can do is try to throw it back and say, well, you can't prove that he's not. Well, that's not the question. That's the answer. That's the answer to your question. And that's why you fail. And that's why you lose. That's why you're in the spot that you're in. That's why your life is where it is right now. Because you're not looking at truth. You're not looking for truth. You're looking past truth. You're ignoring truth. You're living in a dream world. And eventually, that world is going to come crashing down. And the real world kicks in. Then what are you going to do? What are you going to do that day when you realize, you wake up, you realize, you know what? They're right. David Crowley cannot be proven guilty. They're right. There is no evidence to prove David guilty. That's going to happen. That day is coming. When that day comes, don't sit in the corner and cry. It's always time to repent. It's always time to see that light. And you will see it. Are you going to go to it? You're going to be blinded by it. As we move on here, waiting for the private investigator to finish his job, we're just kind of waiting on that right now, trying to just let the PI do his thing, whatever he's got to do, go for it. Nobody wants to stand in that way. But I'm very, very curious to see what the private investigator comes up with, what the PI thinks. It doesn't mean we're only going to get one private investigator on the case, by the way. But as you know, it's costly, and Dan Hinnon has already put up his own money for this. So there are a lot of other things going on, and believe it or not, we can multitask. We can look into other things. We can have a real life, and we can spend time with our family and friends and look into this case. If other people can't, that's fine. I still see it. I still see a lot of people who are all in, want to figure it out sincerely, blah, 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 and then they're gone. And they're gone. Just like that. We see it a lot. For many reasons, for many multiple different reasons. Not just one reason, but still. We're seeing it. And I just saw it. And we'll see it again. And I hope it's not a game meant to detract other people, to say, well, if that person's given up, you know what, I'm just going to give up too. But I get it. I understand. I understand why people wouldn't want to look into this case. That's fine. As long as they're not discouraging other people who do want to look into it or trying to stand in our way, then that's all fine. But this case is not for the weak of heart. You got to have thick skin. You have to be a strong person. And there's no excuse for people to be bullying anybody looking into this case. No excuse to come after them. Those people will be dealt with. No problem there. God's got it all. Don't worry about that. What you reap is what you sow. This is what I know. I've been looking into this for 4 years, pacing myself, letting it age a little bit like fine wine, because I know whatever it is, wherever the truth is going to lead us, I know it's going to be God's will. Spending 4 years to find the evidence David Crowley is guilty. I wasn't looking for the evidence that he was innocent. I was just looking for the evidence that he was guilty. And all I found is evidence of why he's innocent. It's common sense. That's all it is. It's just common sense. It's nothing spectacular, nothing more, nothing less. It's just common sense. And you can see it. And this is how you will know the good tree by the bad tree. By what type of fruit that tree has. Good tree can only bear good fruit. So you'll see the bad fruit. You'll see the good fruit. You'll see the real people. You'll see the fake people. You'll see it all. I can't tell you how many people I've blocked, how many fake accounts are out there, the games that they play, the twisting words. They're not sincere people. They're barely human beings. Because a human being, a real human being, would not act like that. A real human being would take this case a lot more seriously. But you just have a bunch of junkies and just a bunch of weirdos who are just, trying to throw shade, trying to cast doubt. Because they know they can't prove David Crowley is guilty. All they can do is spread a little doubt about this or about that. And that shows you that they're not sincere people. Like I said, they're barely even people. The devil has many minions. Many minions. All trying to do his will. God puts roadblocks in their way. Puts us there for whatever reason. To find the truth. To seek this truth. To get justice. You don't have justice by just thinking David Crowley is guilty. It's not justice. You don't have justice for anybody by just accusing a man. Because that could be you one day. And all you people out there who really think that David Crowley is guilty, or who just want to trick other people into thinking that, when the shoe is on the other foot, maybe you'll think differently. When it's you who is being accused of something, maybe then you'll get it. Maybe then you'll turn from an adolescent into an adult. I hope so. I pray for it. So we will continue on. There will be more videos coming out. There will be still working on my book there too. Hope to get some new articles out, going through these old ones here. And we've been talking about doing conference calls more on a regular basis. I think that's going to be a little difficult just for schedules, but if I can get a couple hosts, so it's not just me doing it, maybe I can get Catherine to do one of these weeks and maybe Dan to do another week, so we're kind of switching off and trading off and not all just burning ourselves out, because I don't want to get burnt out. I think doing a weekly conference call or a weekly podcast would be great, but there's a lot of work that's involved in it if you want to do it right, if you want to do it justice. So It's something that I've been praying on. I've been praying about it. I will continue to pray on it. And I'm hoping maybe at least for the month of May, we can do a conference call once a week every Friday. So I will keep you posted on that. Generally, these will be Friday around 6 p.m. West Coast time. And we'll see how these go. But I would love to have some other hosts, some other people to kind of get involved. And, that way if I can't make it, if Dan can't make it, if Catherine can't make it, maybe we could get one or two other people who can help kind of host with that. So may God bless you all. May Christ be with you. I know He is with you. And we'll end with this prayer here. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us of our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. All right, thank you for joining me here. We're going to go over the 21 questions for Detective Gummert. These questions were filled out and sent to Detective Gummert back in 2016. And on May 10, 2016, Detective Gummert sent an email response to the 21 questions. And these 21 questions, from what we were hoping, was going to help us understand why the police thought that David Crowley was guilty. I also want everybody to keep Detective Gummert in your prayers. I think he's out on a medical leave right now. Pray for his safety, because he has been willing to talk to us, and he has been honest even when he was wrong. He admitted that he was wrong. He wasn't trying to hide anything when he told Dan Hennon something different than what he told me about speaking with Kamel's father. And you'll see that here in this article, this brief article that I wrote back in 2017. And I think a lot of this will end up making it into my book here. So let's go through some of this here. Police went to the Crowley residence at 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015. Now, the scene was cleared at 5:09 p.m. that same day. After assessing the scene, that's when Detective Gummert believed David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide. Now, police declined to provide us with hundreds of crime scene images. According to Detective Gummert, there were no police reports withheld from the 94 pages. Now, Jim Gummert first claimed that he never spoke with Kamel's father, which turned out to be a lie. And I do believe, I'm still not sure if I really believe that that was a lie, or if he misspoke, whatever it was. I'm still kind of open to that. But the fact is that it was not true what he told me. So at the time that I wrote this, I did believe that it was a lie. Now, Detective Gummert also stated that the Department of Homeland Security was not involved in this investigation, and neither was the FBI. Well, both Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks told me the complete opposite. So I'm going to go with what Detective Gummert told me over these guys. Now, asked if he saw this bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th, Detective Gummert answered that I saw it, unknown of exact date. Alright, so we'll go with that. There's that, I guess. Unknown of exact date. Now, here's the question. Was Chris Klein making it up? Was he mistaken when he told police that he was in the Crowley house on January 19th with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr.? Dan Crowley Sr. told police he wasn't in the house with Chris Klein on that date. I asked Detective Gummert if he knew who was telling the truth and who was not, and his response was no. Now, Mr. Gummert believed it was possible that Kamel was shot before Rania. Rania's flesh and blood was not found anywhere on Kamel's body, which is very odd. Asked if there were any latent fingerprints on the blood-smeared wall, this detective simply replied, no. And we're going to get a lot of that because the questions were written so that it wouldn't waste his time, and so that he would just be able to almost give a yes or no answer, which in some cases he did, and in other cases he went on a little more. So Body parts were missing from the scene. They were not found elsewhere inside of this house. They were simply missing, and Gummert implied that the dog ate the missing body parts. That's very, very crucial. Very crucial to note. Okay, so here we go. We sent this off on 3/16/2016. It was returned on 5/10/2016. It should be noted that before the case closed, I had asked Detective Gummert if I could ask him some questions, if he would be willing to answer some questions, and he said yes. When the case was closed, he turned around and said that they're not going to be answering any more questions. And I responded with great disappointment towards that. And I reminded him that he had given me his word that he was going to answer some questions. So he said, send me over those questions and I will answer them. So he's a man of his word. Okay, question number 1. What evidence did you find to prove David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide? MNBCA analysis results. How long did it take to come to that conclusion? It took them several months to send back those results. Now, we've looked at those results, and I don't know about you, but they definitely do not prove that David Crowley is guilty of a double murder-suicide. It is just not there. Let's move on to question number 2. So that was the main question. That was really the only, if I had one question to ask Detective Gummert, that was going to be it. So those results, the answer was very disappointing because at that time we did not have the Minnesota BCA analysis results. And now that we do, we can clearly see that there's really no tie to David Crowley in those results. It's just, you know, they only connect him to 2. His fingerprint is only on 2, is on the pin found in the office bedroom, and I think one other print, but that was really the only one that they could conclusively tie to David Crowley, just a pin that might have written submit to Allah. So that was very disappointing to me. It's still very disappointing to me rereading that, and I guess we'll just we'll just move on from there. So number 2, several reports state body parts such as hands were missing. Can you clarify as to whether or not body parts were missing from the entire crime scene? According to Detective Bone, Rania's entire right arm and shoulder were missing from her arm socket. David's right hand was missing, so was most of his skull. A majority of Kamel's head was also missing, according to Detective Bone. Both of her hands were found to be missing. And he just answers, parts were missing from the scene. Question number 3, the murder weapon was found near David's left hand. Yet there are many pictures that clearly show David pointing a gun with his right hand. Do you believe David was right-handed or left-handed? And his answer was right-handed. Question number 4. Were there any latent fingerprints on the blood-smeared wall? Allahu Akbar. No. Okay, that's very curious too. Question number 5, images. Let's get rid of that. Sorry about that. Question number 5, images of the murder weapon were provided to Tom Lydon, Fox News 9 anchor, who I assume filled out the same disclosure form as I did. Yet I did not receive at least 3 images that Tom Lydon did, including the image of the murder weapon on the living room table. At that time, we had not even received that. Red blood footprints on the hardwood floor. Yeah, so that was interesting. We got those later on from the BCA. If I file another disclosure request for those specific images, will I receive the images requested? I would also request an image of the murder weapon where it was found, even a censored version. And he said, fill another one out with a specific request, and I will see what I can do. Okay, so I'll have to follow up on that, looking for specifically where the murder weapon was. Just a photo of the murder weapon on that carpet, on the living room carpet. Number 6, is it possible, based on the evidence found at the crime scene, that Kamel was shot first and Rania was not immediately shot after? He says it is possible. Was Rania's blood or flesh found on Kamel's body? No. Number 7. Early media reports suggest Daniel Crowley Jr. went to David's house on December 26 or December 27, 2014. However, in police reports it is clear Daniel Crowley Jr. stated that he was at his brother's house on December 28th. Was Daniel ever asked about the various dates as to when he went to the Crowley residence? And the answer is no. Number 8. Is it true that police went to the Crowley residence on 3 separate occasions, once after the bodies were discovered, a second time after a mushroom bullet was found discovered, and a third time on February 18, 2015? And the answer is yes. Just wanted that confirmed. Nothing that the police reports don't state. I just wanted him to just confirm it and just give a yes or no answer. Number 9. Was water found in any of the toilets in the Crowley residence? How did the family dog Paleo survive for 3 weeks? Yes. See answer to question number 2. And so question number 2, just to be clear, is that the body parts were missing from the scene. So, how did the dog survive for 3 weeks? The dog survived for 3 weeks on the missing body parts, on the parts that were missing from the scene. Kind of vague, but that's okay. It's a clear answer to me. They all believe that the dog ate all of these body parts, and that's how the dog survived for 3 weeks. I don't know about the water. It doesn't really address the water. So, number 10, Chris Klein, because his name was spelled 3 different ways in two different police reports. Do you know when a neighbor called the Apple Valley Police Department to report a suspicious person in the Crowley residence on January 19, 2015? And his answer is yes. That pisses me off so much because it was like, okay, well, I was hoping for a little bit more. But again, these are all meant to be yes or no answers, so that's my fault. Number 10 was just a total failure on my part. I feel like the question just did not translate the way that I wanted it to translate. What I was hoping to get is more information about what happened on January 19th, and Dan Hennon did some amazing work and was able to get all the documents that we needed that talk about the 911 call and everything that happened after. So thank you, Dan. All right, let's move to number 11.